What up, chat? We're trying something out a little different today, so I want to see how this goes. All right, so I'm definitely in regular format. Yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. What up, chat? What up, what up, what up, what up? Alright, then we will schedule this for 4:30. The game starts in like 26 minutes ish. I'm like trying stuff out right now. You can kind of see it like right above me. But I'm trying things out. I'm gonna be doing two things. I'm going live in this format, and then I'm gonna go live in a vertical format too. And we're gonna watch it from both sides, and I'm gonna see how well it does. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see how it does. Look, that jersey. So, vertical stream key. What does this button do? Okay. All right. So I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna see what a vertical one does, and I'm gonna see what it does. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of just messing with shit on YouTube, seeing how I can do it. How you guys been though, chat? How you guys been? You guys ready for this day? You guys got BTK or let's make a poll. Let's make a poll. The live stream should be starting sometime soon, actually. Who's gonna win match 1? BTK, BloodHounds. BTK for sure. I wonder how this is gonna like work. I gotta make sure I got all my NACT stuff updated. I also gotta capture highlights and stuff for BTK as well, so let's do it. How the hell won't I select the... You guys got DA? You got DA as well, huh? Are you there, Sherry? Yeah, yeah. Do you are you gonna get more highlights, or can I add like the black bar underneath the Okay. I'm gonna just add it there. We can always just move it up and down wherever we want. Did we paste it at the same time? Oh, blocks. Yeah. We're almost ready, chat. I don't know. They're kind of... We'll have to see. I think I've seen them like snipe 5-mans a couple times, so that's like all they do now. It's like literally the teams just snipe each other in ranked. They could just scrim, but they just snipe each other in ranked. Oh. We need to wait for next week or tomorrow. It'd be next week. Next week. No Hawaiian bros today. I'm actually not very hungry right now. You can hear everything.
I want to see Private Dancer and UA rap battle each other.
Oh, that's why.
I feel like that'd be cool.
Was it the casters you were hearing? Was it the casters you were hearing? Because that should be only... Oh, it's because it was... It's because I have it... I have it pulling from web pages, but I don't need it to be pulling from Internet Explorer. Let me pull up my mixer. Were you hearing Sherry and them, Spirit? Or was it just the casters? Because I'm pretty sure this is Chrome. Okay. Yep. Where's that coming from? Can you talk again, Sherry? You were like echoing. I don't know. Did you guys hear that? Okay. I was confused. I thought Dave was playing mind tricks again. Yeah. Midnight's got BTK ready, so we'll be in VC here in a second. Let me check on BloodHounds. Three in the morning in India. Time for game. You said my face cam's small? I can make it bigger. No. Is the title misleading? What I mean by monthly giveaway is that I'm just like announcing the giveaway. Like I'm like every day. I'll be, maybe I should put the giveaway date on 4:30. Let me edit it. Let me edit that. Oh, I can't. That's too many. 4:30. I changed it. I changed it. What I mean is that every day is for the monthly giveaway. Wonder if I put on for, but there's just two. There's not. I hate that you can only have. I haven't sent every skin for March yet, but we're getting there. There we go. They just went live. I see it. Yeah. I see it on my end. Ico grinding for real. I got like seven different pages open right now.
Who's there?
I'm trying to get this like vertical format to actually be sized right. Skin perms? I don't think skin perms are a thing anymore. Yo, what up, game? Shout out from the Twitch side. What up? What up? What up? What up? What up?
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance!
I want to see if it goes. Hopefully, this doesn't break my live stream. Alright, so this is the go live button, right?
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Am I live in the vertical format? Or is it blank?
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances.
Nice. I am live in the vertical format too. Nice.
It defines
Though it's not showing on this side. Oh, there it is. Nice.
and it
So I'm
creates
still live here on the regular side, right, chat? The cam is showing?
question is,
Yeah. Would I not want the cam? I don't know. I'm on Dave's side here.
Greetings, fellow operatives. Agent Beth here, undercover as your favorite esports host to bring you the latest.
The question is,
Just
chat.
as you thought, the NACT 2024 spring regular season has come to a, what's the word, stale end. The last day broadcast brought you more twists and turns than you could have expected. BloodHounds still grappling.
Everything's working fine on the vertical as well.
Straight from Devious
Nice.
Activities pockets. Meanwhile, NACT Horde snatched the eyeballs of tens and thousands of viewers as they dethroned our kings and sent BTK.
Let's go.
back.
I'm live on vertical and I'm live on regular. Let's go.
Corner,
You can go to 2 places to get flex coins now, I think.
for some of your favorite teams. In game 1, despite some great sets coming
You can earn double flex coins right now.
drowning in a 10,000 gold deficit, unable to claw their way to victory against DA. But hold on to your hats, because game 2 was where the BloodHounds showed us their true potential into a fierce playoff run. Both Carrasco boldly locking in that Eudora not only left her casters speechless at the draft, but surprised the entire NACT community with an insane comeback victory. We got some inside scoopity doop boop into the excitement of the boys after the win, so let's take a listen.
Keep going. I'm up in 5.
Yeah, you'll be up in time.
I'm going for the tower.
You might have to. You might have to go top.
All right, let me check on these teams real fast.
Both of you guys go. We should just be able to tower lock.
I'm coming.
Any dice?
Keep going. Almost there.
Right here.
Yeah, we have another wave too.
Keep going.
And then.
Nice.
Oh my god, okay.
That's crazy.
Yo. Is it just gonna be you on cam today, Boca? I guess he's not even at his share.
Their heroic performance illuminated the path ahead for just what they're capable of in the playoffs.
Yo.
Last week's headline stealer,
You guys getting in cam?
Yet was the insane upset of NACT Horde against the
be alright.
BloodThirstyKings. A decisive game 1 wrapped up in under 14
Let me see.
minutes, left jaws dropped. Then a stroke of
Does
genius
it?
with the
What's the
instant
cost?
outranged and outdamaged BTK in game
$20.
2. NACT Horde
Jeez.
has proven once again that they are the real dark horse in the spring season, just like their logo. Rumor has it though that Oh My Foe started channeling his inner zoo after that epic win against BTK, so let's tap into
Today's the
wild
day. Get in cam. Get in the cam league. Get in the cam league.
Overall, guys, we wrapped up the regular season with the
I don't. She's not in there yet.
number 1 and a BTK number 2. What I have my eyes on, and honestly, so should you,
Boca's not at his
are the
share,
dark
but he's in
horses
there.
and rising stars like the NACT Horde, Area 77, Fiends, and Devious Activity. But who are you rooting for in the playoffs? Comment down below. Now, our inside agents informed us that LEGACi is keeping its ace up its sleeves until the playoffs. I guess we'll find out their secret weapon very soon. Looking at the playoffs bracket, it seems like
We got one person in there.
team with a fairly straight shot into the semifinals.
I don't know, BTK07, whoever that is.
BTK, however, might face a tougher road.
Oh, that's Midnight, yeah.
Luckily,
That's Midnight.
BTK has stuck with its tried and true regular
That's
season roster
Bokas.
this time, so let's hope the Kings can swiftly regain momentum and give us a
Everybody on
powerhouse
cam, let's get it.
in the playoffs. That's it for us today. Codename NACT regular season. Mission success. Will host Liz return to the playoffs, or is she codename gone? I guess you'll have to find out this weekend. Agent Beth.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. What's up, Byron?
The NACT spring season has been nothing but big plays and hype moments. 77 is going to have to back off. Bahari doesn't care, though. Look at the damage coming on the Jules Cutie, able to shred him down. Every team has fought hard and competed at the highest level.
White Chicken able to get the I'm offended. Tarzan Cutie goes down. Maybe they should have just gone for the Lord, but decide not to. They want to try to force this right here, but Jay is bursted. Shark back on the field. Area 77 are falling. Did they push it too far? Gaimin Gladiators don't come to our base just yet.
Now let's take a look back at their finest moments.
But the Lord is down to half health already. BTK, do they want to try to end this here? Oh, the final slash does lock on to Pro Destroy. Milo back in, knock up, taken out, basic, able to pick up the kill. Magic taking so much damage, but Kohari is up and ready to go. Speedy Light Wheel. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Turo against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? Fiends still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the
I reset the bot. Let's see if it brings it back.
Gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not.
I keep getting errors for errors can cause group of picture size. I don't know what the fuck that means. Everybody.
That is a lot wasted there. Can they clear it out? No, they're locking onto the base, and that is it.
Well, so it's just like a great combination by them. Oh, another divine judgment.
Yeah.
Melon able to get the kill.
Yep.
Board still coming. BloodHounds down one member. A lot of damage on Ooga Booga. Melon able to get the kill. No T finds him asleep. Gets away with just a sliver. Yato flickers in. Lord is on the base, and it's 5 members chipping it down. DA take game 3.
Yeah, the vengeance just pretty
No,
much.
I have you guys deafened in there. I have you guys deafened in there. Yeah. He can't hear anything as well. Yeah, you should. At least it should be. Oh.
There are no more members for him to take down.
Melon onto T, cushion to the backside, looking for Boka. Taking a little bit too much damage. Ooga Booga able to force him away. T also taking a lot easy peasy. Finds the decimation. Immortality down, T down, but the Lord has fallen as well. They want to lock onto the base. Can they finish this? Ooga Booga does it.
ISO finds the tower into the back. Nicolette with that time journey to try to protect her team. Bursted down, taken down by Mark.
It's not even working on short stream. Let me oh.
Pushing into the tower. It's just Colo left. We have minions up at the top.
I turned the bot off and turned it back on. So it should be working now. Oh, hold on. It turned itself back off. What? Yeah, everybody's getting on webcam. It's the day. Everybody's getting on.
Both sides were going to kill their first kills of the game. You're going to see Cutie Nash get the kill.
Yeah. What? I'll give you $1. A $5.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to day 2 of the 2024
Oh no, midnight left.
Spring season playoffs. Yesterday we had some great games, but today I think we might find some better ones. Coming on today, we've got a Caster's Death duo that we've seen once before in the regular season. We've got UA and Trex. Boys, how are we feeling?
Streamlabs died.
I'm feeling great.
Let me double check it again. It should be on. It should be on. Is it on the other stream though?
Finally here. Everything's been building up for this. There's finally some stakes on the line. Teams are beginning going home over the next few weeks, and 2 teams are going to end up in Vegas.
Yeah, no, and we've kind of all been waiting for this moment.
Well, that was an
to come through. We saw we had a
crazy
round
predicament
series coming through, and now this time around, when things are on the line for these teams, like they can't lose like multiple games. They have to get wins in order for them to progress through. I think that's one of the most exciting things about the playoffs so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of tension in the air. It's only the second day. We've only seen a couple matchups so far, but it's such a different environment, and we've seen that directly impacting some of the different way that these teams are playing, I feel like. With that being said, do we have a bracket format that we can go into?
Definitely a bracket to be jumping into, an exciting one at that. Yesterday, day 1 of playoffs, we saw Gaimin Gladiators 3-0.
Yeah, everybody in.
Area 77 also catch the 3-0 over Fiends. I feel like a lot of people thought Fiends
I'm ready.
a little bit better,
I'm ready.
but there was some roster changes. We see Kohari move to Rome, even played jungle one of the games.
What?
I mean, it was definitely a big switch up, and I think they're still
What the
kind
fuck
of
is
catching
that?
their bounds. I mean, overall, they're going to drop down to the
That's
lower
one
bracket,
majestic
best
ass
of 3,
horse.
and that's where your life is on the line there.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, there's been so many roster changes, Zeke, that it's been quite crazy. And you know, a lot of these teams, a lot of the players, some we've seen quite a bit before, but there's also a lot of new players that we have not been able to see to showcase their skills this time around.
Yeah, it's been tough, man. It's been tough, and with all the roster changes, I know personally for myself, I've left some of these matches a little heartbroken on guesses. But we're not going to get into that. Instead, let's get into the prize pool. This season has been showing off a whopping grand prize or prize pool of over $25,000 US, with a top prize of $10,000 with over 100,000 diamonds and prizes scaling thereafter. That's a whole lot of money left up in the air. And for me, I'd be happy with $20 personally. Some of these teams have really been putting in the work, and I'm really keen to see who's going to be the ones.
Zero playing for Night Horde. Zero's playing for Night Horde.
I mean, I'm excited for the prize pool. I think one of the biggest things I've liked about this season and last season, some of the incentives that are put in. You win a game, you get you win a series, you get an extra $100 added on. So it just gives this incentive to consistently do your all, even for teams that get knocked down in the lower bracket, even for teams that think, you know, maybe we're not going to be able to make a move forward. Maybe we may not make it to Vegas, but there's always a reason to kind of, you know, give it your best.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the players,
get in the cam.
Yeah, they could use that money.
Risk it up in
there. Of course, they've been putting in a lot of time and effort in order to get to this place. So definitely a lot of rewards for a lot of these teams. So I hope we definitely get some good matches coming through and competitive games for our 2 series of today.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And you know, with that being said, if any of the teams, if you're winning games and you're like, you know, I really don't need the $100, keep Big Zeke in mind. You know, I could. With that being said, let's not waste any time. Let's get into today's schedule. UA.
Yeah, so for today's schedule, we are gonna have the BloodThirstyKings.
Nice, definitely talking to himself. I'm just I'm a little weird like that.
Series, and this is very interesting because BloodHounds has subbed in, I believe, 2 new players that we haven't seen before in this NACT. So that's definitely going to be an exciting series. And then for our last one for tonight is going to be Night Horde versus Devious activities. Both these teams have done so well in the regular seasons. A lot of upsets, a lot of tough matches.
I'm dead.
So definitely going to be a very exciting day coming through today.
So BTK versus BH is a strong start to the day. Trex, what are your expectations?
Oof, it's gonna, you know, BloodHounds, I will say, started to do much better towards end of season. BloodHounds definitely started to step up, and the reason why I'm talking about BloodHounds a bit more is because I think they have a bit more to show here. I think BTK is definitely the more comfortably sitting team right now. Finished off second, you know, got wins against some of the bigger teams.
Made me go crazy.
Has a lot to show and a lot to prove.
I didn't even know I streamed for 5 hours last night.
Draft, you know, cleanly, not get too estranged from what's important. You know, they can do okay.
Yeah, and I think the new roster coming in,
is everybody in the lobby?
Might, you know, change up the draft dynamics, might change up a lot of the hero pools that they're looking to pull out. Maybe, you know, release some of the pressure that Boca's been having, because quite honestly, in this matchup, it's all about Boca versus Mova Zane, right? The ban's going to be a lot towards Zane, a lot towards Boca, but now with the new roster change, maybe it lines up and, you know, relieves some of the pressure that BloodHounds been having in a lot of the drafts, and, you know, hopefully we get some good character selecting here.
So I do know that, you know, for both of these teams, this is going to be their first matchup in the playoffs, and both of them, I do believe, actually came out of a loss on the last matchup of the regular season. Do you think that that'll make a difference coming into today's matches?
I think for the teams that have been around for a while, even I think BloodHounds as well, even though they ended up on the lower side of the tiers, I think most of them know what time it is when playoffs come around. Know what time it is when, you know, when these games come in and whatever happened in season is done with. Most of them do a pretty good job. It's not like they're running multiple games in one day. That's when I think momentum can really be a factor. But a day like this, both these teams are well rested. They're ready to go. They got to watch some games yesterday, study up. I think both these teams are going to be, you know, playing at their best today, whether that's not good enough or whether it is.
Yeah, and I mean,
that's
you know,
that's midnight.
Side of BloodHounds, they've been here. Same thing with BTK. Both of these teams, a lot of the rosters, they've been in a lot of these situations before in our past NACTs. So it's definitely going to be quite exciting to see how they turn up the heat for the playoffs that is coming through today.
No, turning up the heat is one of the few things that they're going to have to do if they want to stop you from getting these absolute chills. And with that being said,
what about my Twitch?
Trex, can you take us into the BTK roster?
I got the good roster. I got the fun roster, which has not changed at all. This could be the big difference here. Basic going to be in the gold lane. Cold
I think it's only when someone else is talking.
In the mid, Mobazane
I lowered
in
it
the jungle,
you know
in the yellow,
like.
in the EXP. Now, like I said, several teams have switched up a player, have taken some players off the bench, put them onto the main roster, but this team and GG have both kept things exactly the same.
We're missing two.
Be the key to victory.
Come on, get in here.
That maybe hurts them.
So with that being said, UA, do you want to take us into this other roster? BH, looking strong. Tell us about it.
Yeah, the fancy
I muted him.
Here to this roster from coming through. It is going to be for Uga Buga, and
those arms.
Stoner is going to be coming in as a roamer, and this man has definitely proven
it's all
to be one of the strongest roamers in North America. Glad to see him come through, and there is also a new player on the team, Falam, coming through from the side of BloodHounds, going into that jungle position. Sleeps is still going to be the gold laner for BloodHounds. We got Boca, the captain, in the mage position, and Templess fall into the EXP. And you know, you talked about the roster for BTK. You said it's the good, the nice roster, but I honestly think BloodHounds, this new lineup that they've kind of put together before the playoffs, is very, very exciting and definitely have a lot to prove in the show.
So, I got to know, whenever you say, strength, are you talking about his ability as a character or as a real life individual? We all saw that picture. That boy is looking beefy. Trex, how do you feel about his lineup against BTK?
I feel small just being on camera here. Like I need the production to do something about this because I don't even know how that works. But no, I don't know. I will say this. Let's talk about the elephant.
It says you have it on and off.
There's been a player on BloodHounds that has had some.
Yeah. Can you center yourself?
That has some
like
interesting picks. And that player's Ooga Booga. You love him, you hate him. Some days you see him pick the Hanabi and win games in previous seasons.
It's kind of laggy on my side. It's like a low quality. But that's just because I'm in the director.
What is going on right now? So I do honestly believe that this could be a very good swap for BloodHounds. We've all got to know
you might have to refresh.
But I think sometimes, some of those choices just aren't there when it comes to competitive NACT playoffs type of play. And I think Bocarasco, if he's pulling the decisions, it was the right decision today.
And I think the new lineup brings that element of surprise once again.
You're gonna be the one lagging.
What's going to happen in this series with the new lineup that BloodHounds have, and a lot of the players like Falam has known Mobazane and BTK quite well, maybe even potentially playing for them at some point. And to see them come back, out of the retirement, coming through in the NACT.
Are you guys in lobby?
Like
I can't see the lobby.
It's going to be a tough match for both teams. One, it's going to be the all-star roster that Trex mentioned, and for BloodHounds, it's that kind of like new vibes coming in. Like we don't know what's going to happen, and that's like the element of surprise that I think is going to make this match that much more.
So with that being said, who do you guys actually think is going to win?
Yeah, the bots in the short stream. I don't know how to get it.
I got a feeling it's going to possibly be very one-sided. BTK. Zeke. You can't talk to production like that. You're breaking the fourth wall right now, sir. But BTK definitely very one-sided. I think BTK finished off second.
Who plays today? Yeah, BTK versus BloodHounds, and then Night Horde versus DA.
Yeah, I mean,
hello, new
BTK
sub. What up?
A very solid roster. They've proven that they're going to be the ones contending for the championships, especially going up against GG.
Just
we
do
have
it.
Plenty of other teams that have done quite well, but not in the standings of BTK, where they had to climb out of kind of like the early standings, the early losses that they took. But this time around, I really think they've been able to prove themselves that they are that top dog in this series, especially compared to BloodHounds here.
I think it is, yeah.
Coming through, so the votes are definitely BTK for me.
You guys got our guesses, our predictions right. That's messed up, man. That's messed up. That hurts. First off,
it's not bad on my side.
What happened? We were tied.
Man,
what happened, bro?
Let me tell you, I had high apple pie hopes, and they broke my heart. They broke my heart. That's what happened.
Cheers.
All right. But with all of that being said, I don't think that the BloodHounds are by any means out of this. I do think with some good adjustments, I think if they come in strong, they might be able to take something. But
What's
of course, my vote is going to go to BTK because I vote on consistency, and they've been consistently showing me some good things.
I heard. She gave me the hand.
I don't know why you're smiling like that.
No, I totally agree. I think Zeke's strategy is, all right, who won last week? We put them on this, or who's sitting on the top of the leaderboard. We go by numbers. We go by numbers. Fiends had good numbers, but it's playoffs time now, man. And we were kind of talking about this a bit before. Is that
I think they are.
Some of these teams like Area 77, DA, some of these players who we've known for years now, even when they have a kind of, maybe a rougher season, a couple rougher games, when the playoffs come,
which link
a
lets
lot of
me
these
see the
players are gonna
lobby?
Suit up. And our teams like BloodHounds, our teams like Night Horde, our teams like LEGACi, some of these
I'm trying to make sure they're all in the lobby.
To the scene, gonna be able to match that spirit. And later on we have DA versus Night Horde, which I think is gonna be an amazing series, at least hopefully. But we're gonna start seeing, who suited up for playoffs, UA.
Yeah, and I mean, who's gonna suit up for playoffs? I think everyone is quite ready for the playoffs. This is one of the biggest tournaments in North America at this moment, and all these teams, they've been prepping their matches all the way up to here. This is where if you do lose, you do go to the lower bracket, and if you lose once again, you know, you're going to be out. So they're definitely going to be suiting up, putting their best impression up first, and making sure that they get that impact in their matches, especially when they have to fight it out for some of these upper brackets positions.
So do you guys...
All right, we got the short stream.
I hate to be the guy to say it. You know, obviously the upper brackets and the lower brackets both hold their own respective roles in sorting out who the best of the best is going to be. Do you think that there's any of these teams going into this upper bracket season who just feel like they might not be able to take it right away? So
I am not 100. I guess
right away
what's 100% American? Of course, I have my citizenship.
You know, there's always like hypotheticals of that. We see that in world tournaments. We see it all over the place.
Oh
where
God!
It's like, they lost on purpose. You know, they want to have a run through the bottom bracket, and I don't know, man.
What's
I think
that?
talking to most players, talking to most teams, you know, whether you troll, whether you do this, most of them don't want to lose. You know, I think there's a competitive spirit here in everybody that most of the time they are going to give it their all. They're always going to try their hardest. If they take the loss, there's definitely still opportunity.
What happened to Nami?
But I don't know if there's going to be any purposeful losses for like a nice number 3 position or something like that. You know, because honestly, everybody looks good this season. Like lower bracket's not going to be easy either.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly
production is going to need you.
Kind of
so
the choices that they do decide to make. If they do take a loss,
like, in the cam area soon,
to win, right? And that's kind of like the mindset. If you know they do end up taking a loss in the upper brackets, they know the pressure's on the line. They're gonna try their best to get into that next spot, the next best available to be able to go through in this tournament. And yes, nobody is trying to take a loss. Everyone here is trying to win. And just like Trek said, it is a very, very hard lower bracket as well. So if teams are going to be going off a little bit early, they definitely still have to prepare, and they have to make sure that they can make it into a very deep end of position in order for them to get a little bit of that prize pool there.
I think it all goes into that little love triangle that NACT has been in. It's like one team counters this team,
on there too, or did
this team,
your PC reset already?
Yeah, that's the other one. That's the keep that quiet. No, just kidding. But it's like we saw Night Horde beat BTK, the number 3 beat the number 2 spot. Then we saw BTK beat GG. That's the number 2 spot beating the number 1 spot. It's like it's just GG didn't have any issues with Night Horde, so it's like all of these factors really leave us in this whirlpool of a season, which again, I've been saying it, the entire regular season leading up to this point. We find ourselves finally in a tournament where we don't know.
We should hopefully be getting in the match.
And I do think that makes for a very treacherous waters of a lower bracket.
Yeah, I think I said it towards the end of season. I think last day, it's like I don't feel like anything is going to be free for anybody this season. Yes, first round we might see some one-sided matches, but as we move farther into this bracket,
look at that Trex, dude.
Top 6,
the fucking
top
judge
4,
Trex.
It could go anyway, man. I think if any team meets the wrong team in lower bracket, they could go home. If any team makes a bad mistake, they could go home. Especially second round of lower, it's still best of 3s.
Yeah, what up? What up? What up, chat? What up?
That's a tough call.
I'm getting the
man.
teams ready
best
right
of
now.
Fives are a little different. You could lose momentum in game 1. You could lose game 2 and then come back in game 3 and reverse. There's a lot of leeway. But in a best of 3, man, you lose match 1 and it's a tough comeback. So definitely
he does have baby Trexes on his tie.
High chance we see some crazy upsets.
So with that being said, lower brackets, man, let's find out who's going to end up where in this draft.
1, 2, 3.
Ooh, okay, Yue, jumping into the first draft. We've been waiting on this. We've been killing some time. BloodHounds against BTK.
You good?
Now, Stoner on the roam position. Have we seen? I feel like we've seen Stoner play. We saw Stoner play last week, right? On the last day with BloodHounds. I don't think he played roam, but he played a different spot. Because didn't Liz interview him? I want to say that was Stoner, right? Pretty sure we saw him play last week. So he's not like completely new on the team. He's just been more of bench, more of sub, and I'm wondering how he's going to be able to fit this roam position in place of Ooga Booga.
Well, with some broad shoulders like that in the picture, definitely think he's going to be able to fill that sock there. Bans are on the table. We do have a flex ban coming out from the side of BloodHounds quite early on. there's a lot of good heroes that typically gets banned out against BTK. There's the Barats. I think the Fredrin is definitely another one. But I do kind of want to see both of these sides kind of changing up the draft style, changing up some of the game plans that they've set for each other, right? For the side of BloodHounds, I think one of their win condition is trying to get Boca Roscoe on a very, very good hero that he can really use to the maximum potential, right? Things like Navaria, Ferms, and the same goes
Stoners in
BTK.
Canada. I'm actually not quite sure. BloodHounds got like a new
very utility, very aggressive, very front line. It's definitely going to be one of the win conditions there, and I think BloodHounds definitely understand that, banning out the Barats already.
So are we saying that, you know, a big win condition for BloodHounds is like
crack
the mid, right?
I'm kind of busy right now.
Trio, you know, our jungle roam and mage
I'll have to be bouncing around
VCs
right now.
And Zane can kind of maybe even get on the other side of the river, kind of bully a little bit, give Mobazane a hard time. That is a huge answer, and I do kind of agree. I think if they can do that, they can kind of, you know, stop the roaming, stop the aggressiveness of Nicolette Cole World, kind of stop that duo. The only thing I wonder is, like, they also need to, if they're going to kind of push that and kind of try to muscle in the mid, Sleeps needs to be able to keep up with Basic. He doesn't have to win his lane, but he needs to be able to at least stalemate, right? He needs to just not lose his lane. And then same thing to Tempest. Tempest needs to be able to at least stalemate with Mielo and not lose out on lane. And I think that's going to be the big thing.
You're going to have
everyone needs to be able to keep up.
Nicolette, though.
Well, Boca, well, Falam, and well, Stoner are doing their thing.
And you know, talking about kind of like the mid lane.
That's the New Jersey looking. It's looking good, right?
And Boca versus Nicolette and Cole World. A little bit about Stoner and Cole World. They're both from the West Coast, so we've actually been able to see them quite often with each other, and you know, they definitely know each other quite well. So I think they do bring an element of kind of like the East versus the West, where, you know, in the East Coast we have Mobazane, we have
you got the Matilda.
Most of the BloodHounds roster.
Is the Matilda going to be the downfall?
So a lot of these players really do know each other, and I think
now
with the first picks already being on the board, we have Matilda getting picked up first by the side of BloodHounds, and for BTK it is going to be the Arlott Flex for Cole World so far.
So BTK going against the #1 phrase of NACT right now, ban Matilda. I mean, all right, so I think this is we're not as much going against. So last time we saw the Matilda come through and really mess a team over was when GG let the Matilda through to BTK, and BTK catches the dub in game 2 and 3. Do we think this is we have a plan for it? Do we think this is all right, we're gonna see if we can, like, BloodHounds definitely not a #2, #3 team.
It's not turned on.
It's a good time to maybe practice against the Matilda, because whether you're a great team or not, Matilda is a monster, and we've seen her just cause mayhem. You pair that up now with the CC, and we're starting to see. I mean, it's a strong draft for BloodHounds right now.
Yeah. So when we talk about this Matilda pick, right, generally it is very, very hard to catch. It's very utility focused, very, very fast in rotations, but it's not kind of like that one that cures all. It's not like you pick Matilda and you win. Yes, the side of BTK, they have had a lot of success with Matilda, but it's something that does have a lot of counters. For example, right, from Manana Esports that we were kind of talking about earlier, Evos, they're very utility focused, and even with a very utility focused roam, they're not often picking up the Matilda as well. So things like Wrath, things like even Florin,
for content,
up quite well overseas. Those are some great counters to deal with a lot of the stain coming out from Matilda's
Did I see the Onyx? I did see the Onyx
sweep. Does not look like they're opting to go for any of that. Nicolette picks up this Fairness, and Fairness does so well, especially when we talk about kind of the sustain, the Ube strategy, and it fits so extremely well with BTK's lineup paired with the Arlott. It is a very, very hard mid lane to deal with.
I mean, this has been one of her, this has been kind of one of her signature picks here, the Fairness. A lot of teams haven't been prioing it as much, but BTK seems to consistently throw, especially like game 1. It's very common for them to just throw Nicolette on this Fairness. Doesn't matter what else is out there. Sometimes they've even been known to pick
Fairness, the carry, though.
when they're on red side like this. So I think it's
The
just
carry's
strong
gonna
for
be
them.
rough
It
here.
feels good for them. They like
They
to be able to make these
CC
team fights kind of go
Matilda.
the long haul and
Blood-
see if they
Bloodhound.
can win
Yeah, I
a
got you.
positioning, win the positioning bout, kind of win a long-term micro mechanics bout, and I think it works pretty well for them.
Yeah.
And then
They'll let you
they're
in.
also, they can
Just-
always switch it up. We saw them. I think they took a loss before. They switched it up to Lu Yi. They take a game. So this isn't their only strategy.
No,
but
you're
it's
not- you're
normally
not
kind of
further.
what they go to up front.
Oh, you're good.
And you kind of mentioned the Lu Yi pick. I actually think BloodHounds right here have a potential to pick up the Lu Yi, right? Give a little bit more mobility in their draft. Potentially give them that like anti-engage type of backline that Lu Yi can provide. And it definitely does well against
What are you-
Fairness.
oh my
And,
God.
You know, the Marchus gets banned out here. There's no easy peasy on the team. It is Falam. But there is still a few utility jungles available. We've seen great matches.
Why is
with
it so
Yakai
bright?
paired with Matilda, especially on BTK's side. Maybe BloodHounds is
Do
going to
what?
use that against them this time around, you know, disrupting the Ube style
Oh, yeah.
that BTK has, and maybe getting the pickoffs.
I muted you.
For a
I muted you. I muted you.
front to back
You're good.
type of composition that I think BloodHounds need in order to shine in this match.
Yeah, I'm wondering, so with all the gold lanes banned out, does Basic just like pick up the Roger here? Does he go? That's kind of been the major pick. It does have some poke against Sleeps. Again, it's not a, I mean, with the Harith and the Claude Gun, those are definitely good picks for Basic, but I feel like the gold lane is so hard to just heavy ban into now. Yes, the carry's very good right now as long as you get rid of the Harith. Yes, the Claude is decent.
Yeah, I think the
but even,
autofocus.
like the Brody's still super viable, and now you pair that up with the Fermis because he's not a, you know, super fast jumping around marksman. He wants to hang out right in the middle of the team, and you pair that up with the Fermis, it gives him even more sustainability time, even more time to kind of get those stacks up, get his passive going, and just kind of burst down. So you mentioned it, BTK with the kind of Ube-esque composition here, and they're just piling even more into that.
Yeah, and you know, when you talk about the Fermis,
That's all right. Just join in.
too much kill pressure early on. Has that little CC to kind of disrupt the placements, but paired with the Brody, it gives a very strong kill pressure
Good luck.
the gold lane, right? You could have Whole World rotating by himself, paired with the Brody, should be able to get the, you know, the ultimate off and get that burst. Same thing with Mobazane. So anyone from BTK's side going down into the far lane, they should be able to pick up a kill or two there. For the response coming through, Voka with the Vexana, you know, I know early on in NACT, I wasn't really a firm believer of this hero, but as times, you know, pass on, I've definitely changed my mind about, I've definitely changed my mind about the Vexana. It's a very,
She's
very
next to a
strong
window.
hero, does well in lane, clears extremely fast. The mobility isn't there, but the ultimate is so extremely
they're in
annoying,
the game right now.
and definitely has the ability to deal with like short range
I'll have
heroes
her
like
fix
the
it next-
Fermis and the Brody
next game.
here.
So what about, so I'm guessing the Dyroth is jungle, right?
There is a
Guessing
cam.
Dyroth jungle. We saw it once yesterday.
That's
LEGACi
a
picked
1+.
it up. Riles played it, did not do that great. We've seen it sprinkled here and there, and we've never really seen it perform.
You're gonna
I don't know,
hide
man.
her?
I'm not crazy about it. I think
Yeah,
it's
just
kind of
throw her
like, I
in.
get the idea. I think theoretically the idea of being able to shred through these bulky junglers, you know, these bulky roamers, the idea is there. But I think without the flicker, Dyroth loses so much, and you put him in the jungle and he has to lose the flicker, and if he misses that abyssal strike or whatever, it's just it's tough.
But I'll
man.
definitely have her fix it
And
next match.
I'm questioning it. Any thoughts on the Dyroth right now?
It's you know, it's a risk, just like what you're saying, right? Traditionally, it's utility, or even, you know, the Nolan, right? A rare assassin coming in, or a Joy coming in.
Sheesh, chat,
for some of the
sheesh.
retributions. The Dyroth, it's kind of one of those heroes that once you go in, you don't really try to come out. You just try to win over the team fight. It does have a lot of potential when you're going up against a lot of the tanky units, right? Like the Minnow,
So
like
what
the
we got here,
Fredrin
chat?
specifically. But it is a extremely big risk, just like you're saying. It doesn't have the ability to get some of those 50-50s off as well. It's just more so for the picks. And
Who was
you know,
it?
Dyroth is an early game hero, so it might make the difference early on here.
Well, let's see if it does, because this is day number 2 of the NACT Playoffs. BloodHounds going up against BTK. Match
BloodHounds?
number 1. Now, I think BTK.
Did you guys ask for the pause?
Typical draft here. This is pretty normal for them. This is their average.
Okay.
BloodHounds, I do want to say, even though
rebog.
they did spice things up a little bit with the Dairoth, I like their draft right now, man. They didn't get too out of the box. They kept things simple overall, and they got some very solid picks on their team.
Joystick
It is a little bit scary for me though. We're in such a very
like inverted controls on.
The R-Lot, the minnow can go very deep. Same thing with the Fairness. But we have a Vexana here from the side of BloodHounds, and that's the only CC.
Let me
BloodHounds
update
really
Dave on that.
have. So if they do end up falling, you know, early on, especially
so Alone, he said that like
prevail
in the tournament lobby, he's when he moves his joystick forward, it moves his character back. When he walks forward, he's like walking backwards. It's weird.
Well, looks like we are going to get a little bit of a pause here. Going to be coming back in just a minute.
I think it's just him. I'm not.
Hyping up,
can you even invert controls on Mobile Legends?
You know, you mentioned lack of CC on the side of BloodHounds, and when you have something like the Matilda, that is definitely feasible.
Right.
Like, it's not like you just need to be able to play
like
it.
a sticky screen or something.
Very micro orientated. You need to be able to move around in these fights and use everything to the best of your ability. And I think it takes a very
all right, I'll double check and see what they say.
Team, like a very synergized team to pull something with
you reset and everything.
Amount of CC off.
Okay.
So
right, we're gonna I guess we'll unpause, see if
but if they can't pull it off, it will definitely be troublesome because they have the escape route, right? If the Minoan's Fury comes in, they have ways to get out of it. They have ways to kind of.
One sec, I'll let them know to unpause and I'll pop back in.
Nether Realm, come back and then come back
so
in.
we're gonna
they have
unpause,
everything they
see
need,
if it's fixed, and then
if GG or BTK had some of those
we'll
picks,
see.
like,
I'm gonna stay in their VC for a couple seconds.
Perform to that level
to make sure everything's still going good.
Test that.
You can
see Stoner on Rome, which is going to be the big surprise here. He gets a great pick. Like our first time seeing him.
They're unpausing here in 10 seconds.
So like this is really he has everything he needs to show us
they're
what he's
unpausing in 10 seconds
for the team here.
Yeah, and you know when we look at the side of BloodHounds, they really have to find the correct fights, the correct pickoffs. They have everything that they need.
No, they're not on main
especially
accounts.
in the early game with Dairoth roaming around paired up with Matilda. I talked about it earlier where Dairoth is one of those heroes you go in, you don't come back out, but you mentioned, you know, Matilda is going to be his way out. Right, so they should be able to get those rings and repeats. They should be able to get some of these.
I see their mouse over in it.
Maybe before
there it is, right there.
The side of BTK decides to kind of group up and stack some of their CCs because that's a formidable force. But you know, with the Dairoth, they have the ability to deal some AoE.
Can you like stream your screen?
Armors negate some of the armor boots quite early on. It might just work out for the side of BloodHounds here to be able to really go through and win some of these small engagements, snowball a little bit, leading them up to a small place where they feel more comfortable with the picks. They're able to have this kill pressure from both the XP and in the gold lane. And if they can get up to that point, BTK is going to struggle, but once again, BTK has an.
You're not touching your phone.
Even if they lose early, they still have the ability to just stack CC, wait for basic to deal the damage, maybe even the fair miss magic damage cleave coming through. They have.
You might have to restart your phone. Let me talk with Dave. I don't know what he wants to do about that. Let me.
But I will say, BloodHounds.
Hey, Dave. So
they have good.
He's streaming in the chat right now, but like I don't know if it's his phone or what, but like he's literally not touching his phone and it's moving.
But what could also be the answers?
But it definitely, I think, seems like a device problem.
Like roam together as a 3-man unit.
I don't know if you want to jump in there and look at it.
Off lanes quickly, hit and run as much as possible. See if you can get the early game kill. You have the CC as well. Bo Carrasco though down in the mid side. There's already a first loss. BTK taking first blood.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the emblems here. A lot of movement speed coming in from the side of BloodHounds, something that, we kind of mentioned. They're a very fast team with this lineup, right? The CC goes into the backside. Carry has a lot of dashes as well. And, another pickoff here for the side of BTK is going to be 0-2 quite early on. 1K gold lead already.
Right before the turtle too. I don't think there's any way BloodHounds can really contest this. I think at this point you just kind of abandon turtle. You go for your orange buff, and you just try to make the play happen. You just try to make the play
Why is this like cut off here?
And we do get a little camera from Nicolette's first time that we've seen quite well. BTK here able to get the very first objective, pushing them up another 500 gold, about a 1.2k lead. And you know, it seems like BloodHounds,
yeah, that is Nicolette
struggling here at mid.
I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it.
You know what
right
I just
now.
say? I think BloodHounds need to stick together.
What's that?
They're getting caught off. You see BTK
Yeah,
every
yeah, I
time
see the
they
pause.
make a pickoff, every time they make an attack happen, there's, you know, it's Cold World Nicolette, Milo rotates up from mid. It's Cold World Nicolette sticking together. Look at Stoner right now. He's all by himself. Boca Roscoe just getting back to lane.
Yeah,
BloodHounds need to pair up
like
here.
his,
They need
his
to
like
trio
phone.
up here.
Like he
or
was
else they're
clicking the
gonna keep on
recall
getting picked
button,
off.
not even
And,
touching
you know, I really
the
think
joystick,
BloodHounds
and it
have
was literally
better
moving
early
him
game
in a
comp,
direction.
especially when we, you know, don't count out the carry.
It was crazy.
Right? Dairoth, Matilda.
It kind of
Vexana,
seemed
that's
like
very
a
strong
screen
early game comp. The
problem.
top side here.
A
Alone.
little bit of attack up on top side. Flam already goes down. Stoner able to just get away. Boca Roscoe drops the Eternal Guardian, gets a knockup, but it doesn't do enough in time. Flam, that's another member down. BTK leading 4-0.
And another pause coming through. It is already a lead coming out from the side of BTK. They have a very good early game strategy, and they execute.
You guys got to see
quite well.
Nicolette.
You're talking about how kind of like the two-man unit of Nicolette and Cold World kind of making the impact, right? They're not even looking to gank a lot of the side lanes so far. They're able to get the kill onto mid side quite early on, and then when Zane is on the top side and the Dairoth kind of went in without really knowing who's underneath there, he was able to get punished by the members of BTK. And you know, the Minnow has been there, and it's not really an early game hero, but
I mean,
it already feels like they
up to
have
you,
early
whatever
game
you want to
advantage.
do.
Even with
I mean,
this pick, it's going to be very, very hard to penetrate a lot of the frontline CC that outside of BTK has in order for BloodHounds to, you know, get maybe a few more pickoffs before the Ube comes in at 7-8 minutes.
Yeah, they're. I mean, at this point, it's like they're already hitting that 7-minute mark. You know, we got 4 kills. And you mentioned the Minnow not being like the greatest early game, but the way that Cold World's playing right now, he's just waiting and baiting, right? He's always a step ahead. He's always on the opposite side of the river, like he's waiting in that tri-bush for someone to walk into it. He's waiting in the mid bushes in the mid lane, waiting for someone to walk by. And every time, BloodHounds is just walking into the fly trap, right? And it's becoming a problem.
Right.
And now at this point, they've lost some of their lead, so they can't even really try to get vision, and it just cements even more to the fact of why they need to stick together.
They're about to restart
at this point,
game.
They may have to even sacrifice a little bit of vision. But they need
so
to
Falom on
BloodHounds,
like his actual joystick,
you know, inside of BloodHounds
is not working. Like when he's walking, it walks like in the opposite direction.
Fights, right? Go for the objectives.
So like he's not able to play.
Give up the turtle, just like saying sacrifice a little bit. Give up.
So
the turtle,
Dave called for a complete redraft.
Lane, get a little bit of advantage, right? And I think,
you get your same draft, same draft.
To be able to do so. They have the Matilda to be able to just help people around.
Yeah, he's having severe technical difficulties right now.
With the lack of mobility of the Vexana, right? The Fairness has been able to pick him off over and over, and you know, has given them the lead, the very first turtle now. So I think BloodHounds, in order for them to kind of cut their losses,
I don't know what's going on. I viewed his screen and everything. It's like literally he was clicking the recall button, and the game was literally walking him in other directions.
Make sure that they can win at least one or even two of their lanes and give up some of the jungle pressure, the utility pressure.
That's his phone.
And you know, maybe they could come back into this match, but so far it's already a 2k gold lead kills on the side of BTK. And
what's an alt tab? Is that like a
stronger late game comp with the CC?
Something in the background?
Yeah, I think so many teams forget sometimes that, you know, it's if you don't think you can take it, it's okay to give up the turtle. But yeah, look for that opposite lane.
No.
Siege. Look for something to make up somewhere.
There's only one. If his device is still doing the exact same thing,
you're never gonna be like, once you fall behind, right? If you're not able to win those fights, if you've kind of lost your power spike, you know, you can't play into them. They're not gonna be able to play into BTK right now. I think you're right. Bide some time, wait for your moment, kind of stay away from Cold World, kind of play the opposite
Nicolette,
rotations.
can you
their side
is there any
lanes
way you can
still
move away
aren't
from
doing
that
too bad.
bright
Yes, Templars
object,
did take
that
the
window?
death, but they still have their gold lane to
Or
count on.
face
They
the
still
other
have some
direction?
opportunity there. They still have the carry who's got an insane late game, and I think that could be the favor here. You know, start favoring that lane a bit more, start hovering that lane a bit more, even if it means, you know, losing a turtle or losing a tower somewhere
Felt like
else.
I gotta pray.
So maybe for the side of BloodHounds, they should switch the carry into the opposite lane of the turtle. So, you know, a lot of the members of BTK aren't going to be there when the objective happens, right? And that could be one thing, right? Making sure the carry has a winning lane for them to be able to scale into the late game. But quite honestly, they don't have the CC to be able to sustain that front.
Yeah, don't talk
back
about Nicolette
composition
like that.
That carry
Calm down.
desperately kind of needs, right? You have the Dyrot to be able to do damage on the front, but that's not going to stop like a Fredrin or like an Arlot on the backside.
All right,
That's
sounds
diving
good.
heavy, right? They also have, you know, quite a bit on the mid lane. The Vexana has a lot of CC, but once again, she's already been picked off once again, and the mobility is just lacking. The Fairmiss second skill, dashing through, displacing, is just a little bit too fast for both of them to handle so far. And paired with the minnow, it's gonna be quite hard. But
she said her
Minnow's
mom's
very-
in the
it's a very long
other
cooldown,
side.
right, Trex? It's definitely one of those spells that you have to use at the right moment. And if they could catch Cold World off, you know, with a bad Minon's Fury, reinforce the team fight, try to get the pickoffs onto the backside, they might be able to win.
Take it or leave it.
Still, the
Jesus.
side of BTK, very, very short range focused, right? Fairmiss has to get up and close. It's not the traditional siege, far range mage. And there's also the Brody, which a very, very strong early game, but doesn't have that particular range or even the mobility that something like maybe a Claude has or even the carry does.
Yeah. So we had some.
No, it's
looks like there's some big technical
a lot of the team players like have
we're gonna be
families and like
probably
they're in the same
tossing
room.
to a quick break real
You just ask for a
fast,
pee in the game.
and we'll give you guys
Just type
everything
P.
you need to in just a minute. We just want to make sure everyone has a fair gameplay. Go use the restroom, do what you need to do, and we'll see you guys in just a minute.
About what? The rumors from the border.
Jesus. Show returns in 34 minutes. This shouldn't be that long.
What happened?
They're all dead.
Yeah.
No, it's him. He's coming.
Yeah, it looks yellow.
Impossible. Get him out of here.
He's coming for us.
Who's there?
My side, the like quality is lower because I'm in the director's seat, so I can't see it. Ico, please tell me I can watch it one. Yeah. You'll be able to get a game in. All right, so hopefully this problem doesn't happen to him. But GG's. All right, I'll let him know. Is a problem still happening? Or did you do a test? Okay, perfect. All right. Jesus Christ. Alright. BTK was saying like that like when the joystick does that, it's because he keeps alt tabbing, well, which is just like he swipes up and goes to different apps too much. Because they said that I don't know, apparently like it locks like something when you're like switching tabs. Whole World said like it happens to him a lot when he's ranking. He said all you have to do is like do it and then come right back and it should be okay. I don't know. Seemed kind of weird. I like how the show says soon. You're gonna buy some chips? Chips would be pretty nice right now. You got ETH Collector and the Moskov? Shoosh. For some reason it says there's please use keyframe frequency of 4 or less.
Kneel before your queen.
Keyframe frequency 4 or less. I have it currently set at 0. I'm not quite sure how the fuck it wants me to use a different keyframe. Oh, I have 11 here. Please use keyframe 4 or less. I wonder if that changes stuff.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy.
Can I even change the settings on my
builds
keyframe?
alliances.
Hopefully that fixes it.
It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
We should be starting here soon though, chat. They're almost done with the draft. They're going into game now. I shouldn't get copyrighted. I found out what they're like using. I can also ask to not be copyrighted too.
Greetings, fellow operatives. Agent Beth here, undercover as your favorite esports host to bring you the latest NACT recap. Just as you thought, the NACT 2024 Spring regular season has come to a, what's the word, stale end. The last day broadcast brought you more twists and turns than you could have expected. BloodHounds, still grappling with defeat, took a match win straight from Devious Activities' pockets. Meanwhile, Night Horde snatched the eyeballs of tens and thousands of viewers as they dethroned our kings and sent BTK back to square one. With playoffs right around the corner, let's discuss the paths to victory for some of your favorite teams. In Game 1, despite some great sets coming in from Uda Buda, BloodHounds found themselves drowning in a 10,000 gold deficit, unable to claw their way to victory against DA. But hold on to your hats because Game 2 was where the BloodHounds showed us their true potential into a
All right, chat, we gotta figure out.
Bold Carrasco boldly locking in that Eudora not only left our casters speechless at the draft, but surprised the entire NACT community with an insane comeback victory. We got some inside scoopity-doop-boop into the excitement of the boys after the win, so
what the
let's
fuck?
take a listen.
Keep going, keep going. I'm up in 5. I'm up in 5.
Yeah, you'll be up in time.
I'm going for the tower.
You might have to. You might have to.
All right, guys, so it looks like we did have some serious technical difficulties in the lobby that was completely unresolvable. Sadly, both teams have approved. All management has approved. There was a full lobby reset that had to happen.
Why do I have two streams on? I'm trying the vertical stream and the regular stream.
Today, the drafts will stay exactly the same. Both teams have agreed to this, so it has been completely fair and verified. Luckily, we weren't like 20 minutes in or anything like that. Everything was loaded up quick for you guys, so let's jump back in to BTK up against BloodHounds, and whether we like it or not, we are going to have the full reset here. Maybe BloodHounds can start this off a little bit differently.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a change of pace this time around. BloodHounds.
All right, we should be good and back now.
You know, quite honestly, has seen the aggressiveness that has been coming out from the side of BTK.
I gotta get highlights here, chat.
How much Cold World and Nicolette kind of grouped together.
Let me know if there's any key moments that you guys like.
So this time around, you know, it definitely feels like BloodHounds should be a little bit more prepared. Hopefully not an early game loss, because quite honestly, they do thrive in pickoff situations. They thrive in some of these 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 situations.
I don't know if it was
caught
yet, but the API is like wrong
on here. So this time around, you know, it's definitely going to be
it got back up
more interesting this time. We could take a look at some of the emblems, right? The support emblem on the Matilda, but before that, Flam here.
And Flam already being aggressive, very different. A lot of damage on a Cold World there. Cold World forced back. BloodHounds definitely trying to crack the mid this time.
Nick light grenade, dude. That's God,
this
bro.
Time. We have seen
God brought you Nicolette. Be happy.
This time EXP will be on the top side, but still overall, nothing too much happens.
His Cold World's his cam though, so
they definitely have.
We got all of BTK to turn on their cams though.
What's happening, but it seems like the same story is being replayed once again.
Tempest gets first blooded just like last time. So yeah, the game is on its route to taking off exactly where we left off. A lot of damage on Flam though. Flam fighting for his life in his own jungle right now.
How did he heal up so much right there?
Bokarosco here to help out. Stoner a little bit late to the party. Like I said, BloodHounds need to take these fights together. You know BTK wants to be aggressive. They're zoning away Stoner right now. Final slash does come out, misses, doesn't connect. But wait a second, a lot of damage to the Eternal Guardian on to Nicolette there. Turtle getting lower and lower. Oh, Mobazane able to get it though, and BTK back off.
Yeah, but this
listen, I got all of BTK to turn their cams on, chat. You should be happy.
Of a difference between both of these teams.
Even Nicolette,
much better game than what they did have earlier. Even with the 1 kill loss. Look at topside.
Look at the damage onto Mielo, but Mielo's still able to handle himself just fine. Able to get that kill early on.
The first team with 5 cams on.
Give him a nice little bit of a laning advantage, or at least a laning stalemate. No, a laning advantage. That's another death onto Tempest, and we were worried about the off lanes. We were hoping that they would be able to keep up, but we're already seeing BTK get a little bit of the better.
And it's a tough lane, right? You're
she's on the heaven.
Yeah,
she's in heaven, bro.
Goat himself.
Nicolette from heaven.
On the top side, and you know, there's a reason why we call him the GOAT, and this is kind of an R-lot that's been picked up before the side of BloodHounds decide to choose the CC. So technically it's a counter matchup, but it's still looking quite in favor for Milo. He has those 2 kills, but Boca here.
Oh, Nicolette.
Nicolette gonna be in trouble. Stoner able to pick up the kill. BloodHounds finally putting 1 on the board there. It's going to be important. They clear the wave, and I think this is the moment. They got to start running the hit and run. 3 of them.
Who's joystick?
Together, look for picks.
It was Flam.
Yeah, and I think that's the advantage of a strategy that the side of BloodHounds have, right? The Matilda with the fast rotation, the early game damage and penetration coming out from Flam, paired up with the CC from Boca. It's extremely hard to deal with, especially if everything lands on the same people. But Zane here gets the blue buff.
Yeah, loses his purple.
Everything seems to be going good now.
That's definitely going to hurt. Mobazane already a full level ahead of him right now. Maybe 3/4, but essentially a full level ahead of him right now. Flam having trouble keeping up.
And, you know, we got a little sneak peek on the builds on the top side, right? Milo built like 3 or 4 of the little armor plates, kind of just denying away the damage that CC has. And that lane, it already sees like Milo already has the full control, full advantage, especially with the 2-0 lead. Now BTK pulling out the objectives here. You know, with the Fredrin, it's definitely very utility focused, and I do think BloodHounds, they have to try and go engage maybe on the far end of things, right? Trade some of these early objectives into maybe like a tower push, because quite honestly, BTK with the Minotaur, with the Fairmiss and the Fredrin, those are very utility, very
first team to do it. First team to do it.
Ultimates, and with a pick like Dairoth and Vexana, it kind of just spells pick off.
And then didn't do it,
And I think they really need to use that to their advantage.
And it's exactly
we had to launch a rematch.
Failing to do a little bit here. They're playing the more spread out. They're playing the more defensive route. It's like they want to just go into late game, and that seems to have been this habit that BloodHounds have had for many of seasons. Kind of playing for the late game, scared to maybe take the aggression in the laning phase.
BloodHounds, like, what's our percentage here?
In the past 5 minutes, Cold World has consistently been on BloodHounds' side of the map. He's consistently been in their face, and even that last turtle, we saw Bokarosco kind of move up to the top side, but stop short, not wanting to fully commit
I don't think
with Falam into an EXP lane gank or anything. Just kind of finding position. But Milo is going to be a little bit of trouble. And there goes the Abyssal Strike. It does miss, though. And that's what I stopped losing that flicker.
I want to see if the bot comes back. I stopped the vertical stream.
The flicker loss is still quite heavy, because our lot does pair quite well with the final slash and the flicker. He's able to make a lot of plays if he needs to. So, but he's not going to have that utility over in the next objective. So if the side of BloodHounds decide to go for maybe a pick, right? Maybe not contest, but definitely go for a pick. They might be able to single out Milo here, but they still have to
Did the bot come back?
The Malone's Fury, the Cold
That's
Altar,
the question.
the Fredrin in the front
Vertical
side
stream was weird.
CC. It's
actually pretty decent. You get it, but for some reason, I think the actual
made it.
Quality of it was wrong. I don't.
Mobazane there. Bokarosco still holding onto the trigger, not ready to pull just yet. Has the Eternal Guardian ready to go. Stoner going to keep positioning, but here comes the big play onto the gold lane. A lot of damage on a Sleep. Sleep flickers back, catches the torn apart memories and goes down. It's another kill for BTK. Now Turtle's going to be up. BloodHounds looking for position over it. It's a 3v3, but Bokarosco's got to hold down in the gold lane. Cold World making his way up. Circling Eagle does come out, but the final slash knocks all three members into the wall. Mobazane able to find Tempest. Stoner taken out next. The last one falls for Lam. It's a 4-man for nothing. BTK comes out.
So it seems like I have to start the vertical
first.
Feel
like there's a lot of damage
so it doesn't steal the bot.
With the impact that Falam has with his Dairoth, right?
The bot when can't work in two different places at once.
Clean,
that's okay. That's different.
For him, and he's just getting you as low as you're getting him. But that fight inside of BTK, they all came out very healthy, and it was a 3 versus 3
GOAT is carrying as usual per usual.
Of the Minotaur
Yo, I got all of them on cam though. I got them all on cam.
But it doesn't feel like BloodHounds is able to kind of do anything.
They were ready to get on cam though. They were ready for it.
Created here.
The bully.
I don't pay the bot enough apparently
right now. Milo taking a lot of damage, able to get the final slash. Should go down here. Falam able to get the shutdown. It's going to be a nice little chunk of gold into his pocket there. But BTK still trying to bully around this jungle. Mobazane sitting on the orange buff. Stoner trying to get a position over him. But Nicholas there to help out at any moment needed. Priceless Wrath comes down. A lot of damage onto Sleep. Stoner able to get a small knock up. Sleep's just trying to get away. Gets taunted and taken out. Out comes another round. More damage unfolding from BTK. A double kill for Mobazane. More damage. Basic takes out Boka. Next on the chopping block, Falam's taken out. Another 4-man wipe for BTK.
The amount of CC that BTK has prepped in this draft, paired up with the displacement of the Faramis, is really, really hard for any teams to handle, and especially with the comp that the BloodHounds have. They don't scale that much into the late game. They have the carry, but they don't have any lockdown CCs like a Minnow or even
it's the best out of 5, so we got quite a few rounds.
BloodHounds struggling here. We kind of saw it coming already. Yes, they do have that early game damage. They have a very fast rotation, but typically you do want to pair the Matilda up with something utility focused, so you get the 50-50 off, and then maybe use the second skill to be able to just jump back in. But top side here, Tempest.
This is tough, man. Tempest taking a lot of damage. Cold World looks for the knockup. BloodHounds now trying to collapse onto Melo. Nice hit. Tempest able to pick up the kill. BTK still unable to take the tower just yet, but in comes Mobazane. Look for the tie. Able to get a lot of damage on a Tempest there. Falam also taking a chunk to the face, with BloodHounds defending with everything they can. Bokarosco now getting involved once again. Nicolette with another realm, able to keep Mobazane chunky, able to keep Mobazane thick. Nicolette under the tower, looking for more damage.
Chunky.
Go Stoner. Templest might just be next. The guillotine falls. Templest taken out. This is a 2-for-1 trade. BTK taking what they came for.
And BTK really set up that fight quite well in their favor, right? There was opportunities to dive early on, but they chose to kind of bait out some of the skills, get into a better position, get Zane to get the bonk off quite early. But mid here, Boka.
Oh, so much damage coming from BTK right now. Basic also starting to unload. 3-0-3. It's becoming a problem.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem. 13-3 is the overall score. We're looking at almost a 7K gold lead already for the Kings here. And, BloodHounds is definitely struggling a little bit in terms of the early game. You see the bonk on the bot side, right? Zane was able to go in, get the pressure on, even with the flickers. Minone gets 3 members and Basic on the backside, just completely free hitting in the whole entire team fight, Trex.
Yeah, that's what we call le bonk.
Le bonk.
The big bonk coming down. Moba Zane able to take him out, and Nicolette's positioning there. Zane's going right up. They don't know Nicolette's there in that bush in that last replay. Just always there in the nick of time. Just when BloodHounds think they have the advantage, think they have someone caught out, in comes Cold World or Nicolette to turn things around.
Yeah, and this is going to be the time where BTK is going to be looking to group up, get a 5-man siege, get basic onto a good front-to-back position, so they get a good team fight.
Front-to-back position, eh?
Pressure that Cold World is just having. None of the members of BloodHounds is trying to take that alternate route to be on the backside of the Minnow. They really are just running into the back, and with no assassins on BloodHounds' team, it's going to be very hard for me, for the side of BloodHounds, to be able to get onto the backside, get onto basic or Nicolette, and, you know, be able to pressure some of their damage dealers from the side of BTK.
A 3,000 gold lead just about for basic. Oversleeps right now. That's a thick boy right there. That damage is starting to hurt right now. You take 2-3 shots from basic, you're out. You pair that up with a torn apart memories, and he's taking out multiple people at once. BTK kicking down doors right now. BloodHounds, you know, and you mentioned earlier the lack of CC, the lack of surprise from them. It's a problem. There's no way to stop Cold World from just coming in their face like this. Oh, wait a second. Final slash. Tries to pull him out of the tower, but the Eternal Guardian comes down on multiple members. Still not enough. BTK still at their door. Knock. Just wait, and they take down one inhibitor. They're looking for another. Nicolette comes in through the wall with the Shadow Stampede. Unable to find a target just yet, but another wave of minions is coming.
World turned off his cam.
Side, BTK looking for the strike. The strike comes out from Falam there, just trying to clear the wave. But BTK take it down. Big Minoan's Fury able to connect. 3 members knocked up.
I think he reconnected his cam.
More. Sleep's going to go down. Tempest as well. BTK looking for the next one. Falam, a double kill for Basic, and Moba Zane gets the unstoppable onto Stoner. It's a full man wipe. BloodHounds gonna go down. BTK take game number 1.
Yeah, that was a 3-4 man Minoan's Fury set up by Cold World, and the rest of the members just kind of decided to pile in. And quite honestly, this kind of shows that BTK, they're not really, you know, always fighting. They pick the right moments, they get the right setups, they make sure Cold World is in the front.
Knock, who's there? IRS,
early
BTK.
on, take a little bit of some of the utilities, and they set up a perfect team fight, right? No one died there, and I think from the side of BTK, Milo died twice, and that was about it. Maybe one other member died, and BTK having a very, very strong showing in the very first game of our series today.
Strong first game.
The thing is, it's okay if Mielo dies, right? It's as long as he gets the final slash off, it makes the attack. And there were so many members on the side of BTK that could make that play, whether it was with the final slash, whether it was with the Shadow Stampede, whether it was with Cold World getting the knock up. You know, any 3 of them could go in, you know, risk their life. And it buys just enough time, whether it's the 1-second stun, the 1-second knock-up, the 1-second pullback. It buys enough time for BTK to jump on top of BloodHounds and get the kills in.
Yeah, and if you take a look at some of the assists, it is still kind of painting the same story of that trio.
Did you catch the items
BTK,
for Raw?
right? The highest assists, highest kills are all kind of going towards the mid
side.
side. Of course, the kills goes to basic.
3 quantum charges.
It definitely sees that BTK, they are a team that the trio mid is quite important. Getting Nicolette set up with
the emblems,
Zane, paired up with Cold World is giving them the advantage that they need, especially in the early on.
BTK to jump on Yellow dies, right? It's as long as he
perfect team.
It's just enough time for BTK.
Kind of going
the knock up, you know, any 3 of them
there's like
could go in,
all of them had quantum charges,
life,
like spammed.
and it buys just enough time. Whether it's the 1-second stun, the 1-second knock up, the 1-second pullback, it buys enough time for BTK to jump on top.
I just caught it and wanted to let you know.
Get the kills in.
Able to come out on top over and over. We saw early on Milo was able to get a solo kill.
I was trying to reverse it.
Pretty much the same exact thing. 2
this was like
solo
after
kills on the top side, and when the side of BloodHounds
it was like right
to go up
when they show the emblems.
Flicker was there and he was able to get out of harm's way. So definitely feels like BTK's strategy is kind of grouping up in this trio mid where they're the strongest, right? It is going to be that mid lane.
We take a look at some of these stats. The carry, Bokarosco, is what I want to point out, because even though Bokarosco did the most amount of damage, BloodHounds still only puts 3 kills on the board. And I think a lot of that just has to do with a lot of them, you know, BloodHounds, what we kind of lack to see, especially in laning phase, was them working together as a unit, being spread out. And even though Bocarosco is landing some of those Eternal Guardians, nobody else was there to follow up, or everyone else was already too low health to kind of commit through.
Ooga Booga was on BloodHounds. They subbed him out.
For the side of for Boca specifically, I do want to kind of see a little bit more of the long range mages being out in play, right? Maybe the Sicilian can deal with.
I'll be right back while this is
fairness
loading up.
Get them into a position where they have some CC, they have some range damage, because Boca has always been known for a lot of the far range mages, right? Sometimes he does go off meta, like the Valier that he brought up in the last NACT. But this time around, I do want to see a little bit more of kind of like the Novaria, the Faramis, and you know, the Vexana is quite good, and we did see him do a lot of damage there, but it just wasn't enough to like even make an impact in any of the early team fights that they had.
Listen here, Yue. Please no Sicilian. Don't listen to this. we finally got past that phase with Bocarosco, all right? We finally worked past it. You know, took several therapy sessions, but we made it past the Sicilian pick phase for him. Do I think some long-range mages could be decent? Yes, like I think it is possible, but I think like the Novaria is a little better. You know, something we haven't seen in a very long time, something like the Farza. Of course, a lot of these picks aren't as a meta anymore, like these stationary picks like the Yve and the Farza, and I think a lot of it's due to the amount of CC that so many teams have, the amount of dive that so many teams have, that they are just kind of, you know, ripe for the picking.
Now I know what the vertical stream the bot's kind of weird.
To, you know, change things up a little bit.
Zane MVP.
I would honestly just say, you know, just
I didn't even take a gander.
No matter what, they always have to throw one spicy pick into their draft, man. Like even there was the Dairoth. Like why not? Why not just, you know, go for the Basha or go for the Akai, or, you know, leave Baratz open and go for that. Like just go for something a little more simple, like, because their draft looks so clean. And I think if they just would have picked something that wasn't going to get bullied in jungle, maybe it could have been a little bit better. We are going to be jumping into the second draft now, so we'll see what BloodHounds wants to give us.
I think Midnight's taking care of the players, so I'm not really having to jump in and do too much with a BTK right now. So
yeah, so second game plan for the second game, right? I do think BloodHounds, you know, picking up the Fredrin, maybe stacking some of the CC that the strategy that BTK and even like Gaimin Gladiators love to do, right? Stack CC, Faramis, Fredrin, Arlott, Ruby. Those are the typical picks that can get your marksman set up for a great front to back, because BloodHounds is not a team that's known for assassin picks. Same thing with BTK. It's a very front to back heavy style where you have to deal with our front lines in order to get onto our backside. And I'm not recommending assassin picks because quite honestly, I think it's a little bit more risky, but being able to, you know, sustain in the front, hold up the front, and hold them in place long enough for sleeps to do enough damage where they could progressively, slowly move forward onto their backside might get BTK a little bit more tougher time, right? But, you know, the non-CC comp, the utility, movement, speed, focus, it just didn't really work out in the game one. And I do think BloodHounds have to change up their strategy, make sure they have some of the frontline CC.
A tuna what is a tuna tweaker?
Right, the Diggy could also be something that's available. Maybe push them with the Owl pick and hopefully be able to sustain against the
Noibaj is really strong as a tank.
Always has.
Zero's in for Night Horde.
They either need to counteract it with, you know, sustainability, or counteract it with, you know, as much CC and as much aggression, whichever one wants to work for them. So first pick open. You mentioned the Fredrin, definitely still open. The Faramis also still open, but they're gonna go for the Angela instead. Nikolai gonna pick it up. Very high chance we see the Fredrin still. Mobazane could also still take the Basha. The Basha Angela can be kind of vicious. Lots of opportunity still. Maybe Mobazane wants to get even crazier. I think with an Angela, if you want to kind of pick up something aggressive in the jungle, you have a little bit more leeway to do that.
Well, this is the interesting part about for the side of BloodHounds. I thought they would have went for a Faramis and a Fredrin, right? Trading some of the best picks in slot for some of the other best picks, but they opted to go for a little bit of a different route. And I do think the Nolan does work against BTK, right? They did not have an assassin to get onto the backside, and the Nolan this time around should be able to get there. Same thing with the CC. It's almost like a denied.
Did Yue shave, or is that like his regular head?
That BTK could use, right? The CC.
I think Trex had a fly in his room.
Devastating. The Joy is also available, but I'm not sure if Zane is going to be picking up for himself. The Fredrin, the Fair Mist that has worked so well in game 1 is still both available.
No, never mind. Fredrin.
They take the Fredrin. The Roger is there. Roger, this is a very interesting hero that has been coming into the meta recently, right? It's one of those heroes that can deal with anything that any team is throwing into that gold lane. It could be a 1 versus 2 situation. He could kind of just dive around.
I don't know why someone wouldn't want hair.
On the creep and
I feel like hair is like a main, like one of the main defining aspects of a person. But I guess no hair is also a defining aspect.
He's kind of just taken over the meta. We have finally found some counters to him. You know, the hairs can work pretty well against him. Certain picks can work pretty well against him. There was a week or two where everyone was like,
they could flex spread, but I highly doubt it.
You know, so I think BTK would definitely, I mean, we should see a Harith ban coming from the side of BTK. Maybe even like after that, possibly a Claude ban or a Carry ban, some sort of Shredder ban. There's the Harith ban. We saw
I got like a tiny red bull
last time, so that could also be a possibility.
I'm probably gonna
BTK.
end up popping later.
I think on the side of BloodHounds, what do we want to see from them here? They still need a gold laner.
They go Nolan though.
Need a roam here.
Some people do pull off balls pretty good.
What do you think?
The Edith.
The Edith on Rome?
We've seen the Edith. We've seen the Edith come out quite often, and why it fares even better here is
Rome, right?
We just got started on the damn Yue hair thing.
In a physical gold laner, we could put Falam, a very damage-focused physical carry. And then we paired it up with the Edith, where he can build a lot of the armor to deal with the Roger and the Fredrin, paired up with kind of the passive that he has, where as much armor as he gets more magic damage. And paired with the Fair Mist, that's a very balanced frontline comp. Has that pick, has that pin that they need to be able to catch the Roger. It could be a great pick here.
I think something like that would work. Minnow pretty similar. Minnow's pretty similar, right? You still get some pressure, you still get some pick potential. And this is, so they look pretty similar to BTK last time. At least they're mid, except they have the Nolan.
I'm to shave you, nah.
Thinking, are they really ready to go?
The only thing I'll shave is like the sides.
It's like you weren't aggressive last time. You need to be aggressive if you're going to pick that type of jungle. You need to be ready to go for plays, not be passive.
I've been trying to build this hairstyle right here.
I feel like you have sustainability.
It's been pretty tough
you have a roamer that can get knockups.
I used to have like one whole side shaved, like, and then like push it to one side.
Like they need to attack either off lanes. They need to invade. They have to do something here to make plays happen quickly.
I think they do. I think they do have it.
Well, Fred twice.
Nolan has been one of the more interesting jungle positions, and talk about interesting here. We have a Hilda
like your
being in play, and this character
That's awesome.
is so extremely good at early game pressure, and especially since Stoner is on kind of the minnow where it doesn't have that much early on. It's going to be quite tough. And Uranus, once again, he's going to be cutting lanes in either the red side or the blue side, and he's going to be invading non-stop. So Falam is not going to have a great time in this match. It's going to be really, really tough. Sleeps here. I do think one of the best options is going to be an early game hero, right? The Brody. So he doesn't have to, you know, deal with a lot of the pressure, but nope, they go for another late game here. There's going to be an early invade comp from the side of BTK for sure.
I mean, all right, so here's the options, right? BloodHounds, they do have a decent mid. They have answers to kind of stop the early invade. You have crazy early game burst damage from Nolan. Cold World could easily just be food, right? As long as they have the Shadow Stampede, they have the knockup from Stoner on this Minotaur. BloodHounds should be able to catch Cold World if he go, which we already know he's going to be literally in Falam's face on the first 20 seconds. Like that's his only job here. BloodHounds has some answers. They have an early game. They have a late game. Their draft is not bad per se. I think it's very solid. It's just, can they pull it off? I kind of like that Uranus pick because Uranus is not going to be easily gankable. They're not really going to be able to push pressure into the XP lane, but we'll see exactly what happens because we're jumping in to game number 2 in a best of 5. BTK with the lead right now up against BloodHounds.
And, you know, you talked about the Uranus pick. It's such a Milo pick for me. We've seen it not very often, especially in this meta, but he has been kind of the man behind this hero, and you know, bringing him back, it's going to be very hard, but there's already an early aggression onto the blue buff. Cold World is still quite healthy here, so possibly looking to invade onto the other side.
Sleeps is going to have trouble against basic. He needs to play this very safe. The poke, the damage. Roger's also kind of bulky. I think BloodHounds have to know Uranus is going to be really hard to catch. They need to try to put pressure on the gold lane, and down goes Sleeps in the gold lane. First blood already. Basic tower dives. I saw it on the mini map and picks it up.
Yeah, and this goes back to kind of what you were saying earlier, where the side lanes of BTK is just so.
I wonder why her
strong.
camera is so
they are
tilted
chasing
up.
the members of the other BTK members out of their jungle. It's, you know, it's going to be quite hard to deal with, especially the advantage that BTK has, the ability to be able to win lanes.
You know, even though with that
themselves,
light
right?
is shining
Create
hella
space
in the
for Full
background,
World
like
and
the camera is still
and
picking up
Mobazane
her
with
pretty
their
decently.
rotations and try to get some of
Like,
these
that's a good camera,
versus
Dave.
one advantages. That's what BTK is quite strong at here.
Belong's looking for something here, man. Trying to find a target here.
Only 3 payments of $39.99
here. Bogarosco unable to connect and find nothing there. Turtle is up.
What's
Are
up,
they going to try to
CC?
go for the contest? Do they maybe try to make a play at bottom here? Mobazane is taking a little bit of damage. Gonna get pulled back, maybe able to get away. Gets the taunt, gets the bonk, and Bogarosco
It's the camera
goes
of
down.
God.
Mobazane able to get the kill, and that's right before Turtle comes up, but they're gonna push it in even more. Basic here to help out, gets a like and pounce, and down goes Stoner. It's a 3-0 right now. Now Mobazane gonna make
Zero. What up,
this
dude?
purple buff.
It's the camera of God.
Yeah, that's just
Praise
the
the
early
Lord.
aggression of the Fresian, right? It's no wonder it's one of the best picks here.
Praise
the
the
damage
Lord.
on Cold World able to get that kill. He gets his
Yeah?
purple, but at the cost of his own life there. Look at Mielo also rotating down. BTK, man, just game 1 and 2, out-rotating, out-laning, all over the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of BloodHounds, they really have to try to find a situation where they could win, maybe even a small skirmish, a possible situation, because these 1 versus 1 lanes that BTK set up is just paying so much dividends here. And look at Cold World, he's just 1 versus 4, and he just has no care in the world in that red buff and just walks through. Like, it's a one-man show, and Cold World is just able to create the impact that he needs here.
I mean, and honestly, I feel like theoretically, BloodHound should be able to catch Cold World when he's by himself. Wait a second, a little bit of damage.
Gotcha.
A lot of Stoner there. Gonna get dived on. The bomb comes down. Stoner goes down. Falam still hiding under the tower, buffless, shirtless, in the cold right now.
Yeah.
In his own jungle. BTK have taken it. Another solo kill in the bot side. It's 6-0, 3,000 gold lead. Game 2 for BTK.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does show that BTK is much more prepared in this match.
I think he's
this
just got
series,
the
right?
camera like shoved in his
new members
chest.
of BloodHounds just
Oh.
unable to go through.
It's a gym guy for you.
Why? Falam down. 0-2. Keep going.
Yeah,
Keep going, Yue. I'm sorry.
It's very, very tough, right? For the side of BloodHounds, especially with the new members coming in, it doesn't seem like it is enough. And even look at this, Cold Ultra gets popped solo, and Milo's on the backside.
Oh, the dive. Bogarosco in a little bit of trouble here.
I think
Nicolette
that
still unable to get the
generate
kill
more
just yet.
views.
Bogarosco has to go back. Don't go to
100%.
that bush. Able to clear the wave. BloodHound's so far behind right now.
Yeah, it's
Like our group
it's
stage?
really, really hard. And even look at this, their aggression just coming all over the map. Basic able to pick up another one on the boss side here. That's going to be 4 kills for the gold lane. And honestly, he set up that team fight quite well. He
BTK.
was able to get some pickoffs quite early on. Has the gold lead now, almost doubling the gold of Sleeps with this late game in a ton. And that's why I kind of wanted to go towards maybe like a Brody, right? Maybe a Brody into the Edith. They could get some pick-off potentials, maybe a
I think that'd be
frontline
nice.
set, and maybe deal with some of the
That'd be
pressure
interesting.
and CC that Hilda has so early on. And especially if they cannot deal with the early aggression.
What's going
that
on?
BTK has set up quite well in game 1 and now game 2. BloodHounds is going to struggle because
Yeah, oh my
they've not
God.
been known as a team that
Oh,
does well in the late game. And
that
if
was
you
a
look at their
nightmare
draft,
for
it's
people.
not always great late game either.
You know. No, ooh, Tempest able to get a kill. Nicolette finds sleeps though, but still a nice pick onto the top side. Tempest may go down. Mobazane 1v1 under the tower. Tempest going to continue to chip away here. Mobazane walks into Falam here. Can they get the kill? Yes, Falam picks it up. You see the reaction from Mobazane too on cam. Little upset about that one. BloodHounds finally, you know, throwing some punches back, and I like it.
It's a little bit more of a mistake on the side of BTK than I would say the
Shows
outplay
couch.
coming out from BloodHounds, right?
I'll get
it's
Basic
a little
to
bit
fix this
tough
camera after
already.
this.
BTK is already with such a huge lead, about 4K, and you know, even
up?
with
What
the
up, chat?
jungler
What
down
up?
on the side of
What up,
BloodHounds, they're
MLBB
unable to
Apocalypse?
get any real estate past
What
the
up,
river,
what up,
right?
what
They're
up,
just
what it?
kind of waiting on their own side of the jungle. You could even look at Falam here, going potentially for the mid.
They're waiting for the market to correct itself, looking for the real estate. But the market's down bad right now for BloodHounds.
What
No real
up?
estate available at all.
Hey, at least you guys got to
BTK
see
does not wanna let it happen.
Nicolette.
Big No's Fury
Nicolette.
does not connect to
Nicolette.
Basic. Maybe looking for the re-engage. Has the heart guard. Decides to go back. Turtle back up. This is the second one. We're 6 minutes in. Mielo kind of holding claim to it.
I wonder if I can get her to aim her camera down a little bit.
Yeah, and you talked a little about real estate and investing here. I think for the side of BloodHounds, maybe they gotta take one from that type of stuff, right? They have to hodl now, especially when they're down so much gold. They have to hold on to dear life, try to get into that late game, maybe get a better team fight setup, because quite honestly, Sleeps, he needs time to scale. Nolan also needs a lot of physical damage in order to get the burst that he needs. So maybe the hodl strategy, just trying to make sure they can prolong the game, try to keep BTK out of
What does Leafy
pressures.
mean?
And if BloodHounds do decide to fight, they need to make sure that the fights are going to be in their favor.
You know, in the stock market, they call it having diamond hands. You know, you got to hold on. Even when things are down
Diamond
low,
hands,
you
huh?
got to hold on and wait for the rise. Can BloodHounds have those diamond hands right here and hold on for dear life? Because stonks are definitely down. 5,300 gold down right
Leafy's
now.
a person?
Basic
Oh,
going
shit.
a little bit of trouble. The trophy comes out. Basic on the wrong side of it. It Sleeps. Gets the shutdown. Cold World now. Also
The
backing off
Hilda is
Mielo, looking
wild
for
here.
the maybe come back, looking for the angle. Nikolai
Why did they
Moba's
go
in there as
Hilda?
well. They were looking to take that tier 2 up top.
I didn't even
Simon
peep
Tempest
this.
holds on.
Basic a little aggressive
We
there.
talked about if the side of BloodHounds is able to kind of hold it down. I do think they have it in their arsenal here. You
Jesus,
saw
Dave.
right there, the Minone's Fury did catch Basic quite off. They have the frontline setups to be able to deal with the early aggression that Hilda provides, and Hilda is one of those heroes.
I've never seen
Nicolette
Nicolette in real life, no.
Impact when it comes down to the late
Nicolette.
game, right? And if you look at BTK's comp, they don't necessarily have that strong of a late game. Uranus does
It's the
scale
cam
infinite.
power, man. I got them. I got all
Angela
5 of them
also
to turn
scales
on a
quite
cam,
well,
and now they're
but
just
for the side of BloodHounds, they have so much
powerful.
more CC here.
Basic. He's looking. He's hunting, man.
He's watching.
He's watching. I like the fact that he doesn't overcommit, though. BTK still know their limits right now. They know they're up a different composition than last time. We also know Bokarosco never used that Netherrealm, so if Basic would have jumped in
I don't
there,
know.
would have probably been bad news for him.
She
Gold lead still at 4,400. They haven't lost any more towers since the last time we checked.
Yep.
Whole world going to get pulled in here. Needs to be careful. BloodHound's trying to collapse onto him. A little bit of damage comes out. Oh, nice knockup. The Nolan's Fury comes down, only able to connect on to Nicolette there. But Mobazane in a bad spot. Looking for the bonk here. Doesn't have it to pop off. Lord back up. BloodHounds don't want to push too long just yet. Markard able to connect onto Basic here. Gets a dive onto Boca. Boca doesn't have the Netherrealm. Goes down. Basic able to pick up the kill, and this should secure the first Lord.
Oh, good old Poggy.
It was a decent team fight setup for the side of BloodHounds, but the
Gee,
members
can you
of BTK
manage
is
my
just a
life
little
too?
bit
You're kind of in
fed. They
shambles?
weren't
Damn.
able to handle Mobazane. It was like a 3
Ika,
versus
when you
1
get a chance,
situation.
would you
They
mind
still
asking
couldn't get out
End to
on
stream
top on
again?
that, but
Last stream was
what the
1 year
side
ago.
BloodHounds
I
do
actually
have
asked Nicolette
is
if
that
she
they
was
have
going to
this
stream
Naton, this
again,
late game
like
damage
when she was
paired
back
up
in
with the
Ackerman.
physical damage of Falam. It might be hard to deal with, especially building up a lot of the defense there.
I mean, we are starting to see some,
Yeah,
you know, moments of
I kinda
possibilities
agree.
from BloodHounds. I think if the gold was even, their composition does have some ability to, you know, maybe, you know, win out on some team fights. They're kind of finding some groove here, even though they're behind
can't
right now.
ever
They have
take
found a
anything
couple
Dave
pickoffs,
says
but a
seriously.
7,000 gold lead is a lot.
'Cause then you'll get
for
your mama's
BTK, and
booty.
It's going to be a while until BloodHounds can even things out to even be able to play in the ballpark.
Yeah, now with BTK just killing all the real estate that side of BloodHounds have, they're going to be able to have all the jungle that they
It's
need
getting
to farm,
brighter.
and they're even just looking to siege onto the top side. The bully ball strategy that BTK has, even, you know, with less of a CC that they had in the last game, right? They have an Angela, they have a Hilda. Those are
No
not
way,
very
bro
CC
said,
oriented.
"Yo,
Even the
let's
Uranus,
see."
right? So they don't have a CC comp here, but there's
That's what
definitely
Dave
playing
does to
out
us, bro.
the early game quite well. The
It's our
Hilda,
window, chat.
1-0
It's
and
our
5
window.
paying dividends.
Damn, Falam just got
Art guard is
crazy.
forced out. Basic able to get it. BTK still unable to crack
His
through.
playoff
inhibitor
is
just
must
yet.
on
Yellow
camp.
jumps
Nah,
in.
we
Bloodhounds
couldn't get
don't seem to have an answer to that Uranus
couldn't get
at all right now. It's like they could probably
Night
all
Horde
use their
to-
CC
or not Night
just to
Horde,
get
but,
him. But then they're all out of utility and
fucking
BTK
Bloodhounds
just
don't turn
claps
on
back.
all their cams.
Yeah, and now for the side of Bloodhounds, they don't really have too
Dude,
much. of a
God is
choice
gracing
besides
us with Nicolette
hiding
right now.
underneath
You
their
just
tower,
you
right?
can't
got
you can't
Cole, got
question it,
Milo.
bro.
These are two heroes that is so extremely hard to deal with, so extremely hard to get them onto the low HP bar. And look, even the bush pressure, Cold World is just not scared to face 5 of them.
Ooh, he does get pulled back in.
World.
Art guard
No
doesn't
pickoffs.
commit, but still it's going to be put on to cool down there. Now could be a nice time for Bloodhounds to look for something, but Stoner doesn't have the No One's Fury, Sleeps, no Entropy, Falam, no Fracture. BTK still looking for an angle. They take the orange buff, and I mean they're playing this so clean. They're just slowly stacking up
What?
more and more gold. Now we're
What?
at 9,300. Lord up at 30 minutes. They're not freezing lanes exactly, but they're not just like
gosh.
full pushing.
And when we talk about the Nolan, right, especially when he's down in gold, he's not going to be able to have that much damage to penetrate some of the defense that maybe a utility jungle is able to pick up. So there, you know, Bloodhounds is caught in a pretty dangerous situation where they may not have enough damage.
You
to
said the goat's
answer,
copying her?
the defense that's
I can
coming out
see
from
it.
the Uranus, from the Hilda, and BTK with the early game advantage in the snowball. They're able to farm up so much gold.
Oh, yeah, I
and
heard
push
about that one.
advantage close to almost 10K.
Did you hear about
now
the
at
Israel
12
bombing
minutes,
yesterday?
And they can't even deal with the two front lines that
Yeah.
the side of BTK has, right? Cole
Yeah, yeah,
is walking
okay.
around their jungle non-stop.
Apparently, no
The
one got
Uranus
hurt.
also is not
America
scared to
shot
face
down all
anyone,
of the
because he's
drones
just
before
"Hey,
it
guys,
made it.
This is my jungle. No, you cannot come here anymore.
They're trying to get Mielo. They're trying to find just one member of BTK.
Yeah, right.
But
Like
they're
no one
unable to.
hurt,
The hard
but
guard
made
comes
major
in
news.
As well. Bloodhounds did everything they could there, and down goes the second.
Did I eat
Lord.
lunch? No, I didn't eat lunch
BTK gonna
yet.
crash in with this
We
one
got
now.
something cooking in the
Can Bloodhounds
kitchen
survive
right
this?
now. Apocalypse.
Yes. I think that the Minone's Fury paired up with the Natan into that late game, paired up with the physical damage output
Yeah,
that comes
yeah,
out
yeah.
from the CC and the
The
Nolan,
Iran
they
attack
have
on
the
Israel-
ability to
Israel.
create a very strong
Yeah.
team fight, right? And the sustain is
You're
there.
seeing
They
the
have
door to
Boca,
heaven.
he's in a cold the Nether Realm. Like the possibility of
You were the-
Bloodhounds
you
being
can
able to
confirm
take some of
that?
these
You were the
fights is
Joan who got shot
definitely
down?
Possible. It's just if BTK is going to be able to get caught off here, right? Is the back lines in a safe position, and even with basic recalling here, he is half health.
You guys
so
give this
that
a
might
sweep?
stop
You guys think
an
this is gonna be a
early
sweep?
siege on this objective, and you know maybe they could get a pick off here.
GG easy
The damage on
BTK.
Mielo. Lord able to get the crack onto the bottom inhibitor. Down
I feel like the
it
Night Horde
goes.
and
Bloodhounds now still defending. Basic chips down onto the top inhibitor. Bloodhounds still playing it safe, and I think this is the right
I think
move.
the light-
Sleeps, able to take out the Lord. They lose 2 inhibitors for that, but I don't think they're going to go down just yet. Falam gets a little bit of damage onto Mielo. He gets it back.
I think the
pretty
light's
quickly.
kind of
More poke damage
calming
coming from
down.
Basic.
Maybe a
BTK
cloud
looking for
finally
the
came
mid
into the
inhib.
window.
Right now, Mobazane also playing the angle. Watch for
Maybe
Cold
Lord
World.
is
Any
allowing us
moment
to see.
strike. Another wave of minions crash down
Praise
the
the
top
Lord.
side. Bloodhound's defenses come up though, and they don't overcommit. They don't try to, they don't
Oh,
pop off
yeah.
any crazy Minoan's Fury. They
86%.
want BTK
There's
to come
always
to them.
like
They know they have
there's always a few
the
of you that
bottleneck
vote for
answer
the other
here.
team.
BTK's got to come into their territory if they want to finish this. Otherwise, BloodHounds is just going to bide more time. And I like the way BTK is doing it as well. They're just kind of testing. They're throwing it a little bit from the left, a little bit from the right, waiting for BloodHounds to come in. And there comes the Minoan's Fury. A lot of damage on Mielo. Second up by another knock-up. More damage on Mielo, but he's still up. BloodHounds now down the Entropy, down the Minoan's Fury. A little bit of damage comes on a Tempest there. Mielo backs off, and BTK backs off as well.
It's so extremely calculated from the side of BTK to have the discipline to slowly chunk down that mid tower, right? There's no full commit, there's no dive. They know they're very extremely objective focused. And BTK is a team that, you know, is very bully oriented. They know, you know, they have the experience, they know they have the pass, and they've shown the results, and they've been able to go through some of the top teams in North America. And this time around, they're not playing it easy here. They're taking this best of 5 series full on serious. They want a sweep coming through. Side of BloodHounds though,
the Hilda is quite wild, I ain't gonna lie,
against the pressure that BTK has set up. And
are they gonna be able to end, man?
They're just unable to get any
like the Natan is just they're gonna have to get Natan.
Yeah, quite a huge sandbag coming out from either the Uranus or even the Hilda from the BTK side.
You know, you said something when this game first started. BTK lacks CC, right? They lack crowd control. Yeah. They have none on the XP lane. No, right? They went for this Uranus. Cold World went for you know, this Hilda, which is more of a early game bully, but you lose CC in late game. And then you're right, you also have the Angela. So BTK has no way to really do that bully attack, really push in. And they know that even though they're so far ahead in gold, if they overcommit and a big 3 or 4-man knockup comes in, it's still losable. So they have to
moves
play
his phone more than anybody I know.
Next Lord. BloodHounds knows that. And I think if BloodHounds, I'm wondering if they're going to contest this next Lord. If they don't, and they can survive it, then we're
gonna go ask God to stop shining lights on Nicolette too.
Well, kind of BloodHounds with the Natan, it does provide a lot of CC and clearing.
Lies blind me.
And then Nolan, it's a very mixed damage composition, so it's very hard to defend against. But BTK, even with no CC, it feels like they're still playing.
Zane yawning.
They're not really looking for team fights. They're looking to
get
the
chat called Zane yawning.
Before they look
he said that BloodHounds is boring.
Fights and
the damage from Basic though. Bokarasco goes down. That means no Netherrealm. Another member falls. And Stoner down. Sleeps able to find Cold War, but the Lord's already
Is this
connected.
the last assault, chat?
Bokarasco back on the map. Netherrealm able to help out
Basic.
his team up. It's a 2-for-1 right now.
They need to get sleeps, bro.
From that Faramis, it feels like no loss at all for BloodHounds, and they survive another Lord push. BTK still unable to crack the defenses. Falam still on the field as Sleeps chips away at the minions. BTK unable to find a way in, and Milo's getting more and more shredded every single moment. Harkar does connect onto Basic. He tries to use the Lycan Pounce for Sleeps, backs off with the Entropy. More damage
man,
on
they
Sleeps.
just can't
Mielo
get Sleeps.
dive, unable to get the finish. Another wave on the boss side, but just a Canyon, and BloodHounds defend once
again. They need another Lord.
Yeah, it's a great defense from the side of BloodHounds, right? Like, they're able to defend against the siege, and that might be what BTK is kind of lacking. In terms of that late game, Roger is very, very good early, has a lot of sustain, has a lot of armor, but doesn't have kind of like the raw damage output that something like a Carry or a Claude has, right? They don't have a full-on mage bursting. They have Milo for magic damage and Angela. So the BTK, they still have a lot of weaknesses in this draft. It's a very aggressive early game draft.
For Lord, no pressure.
They were looking for. The Hilda has been unkillable. Same thing with
Look at
the
the fucking damage.
Are going in
this is
favor
crazy. How are they able to get live damage numbers?
They have the ability to team
that was
fight.
awesome.
They have AoE CC.
Oh, these live damage, that's lit.
They also have the mixed damage.
Are these like live damage numbers like new?
The more
that's super cool.
These golds become, it might be hard for BTK to get that victory in the team fight, to be able to seal the deal and pick off maybe majority of the members, because in most of these fights right now, BTK, they're only able to get like one or two.
Bazane almost got destroyed.
And, you know, if they do get the Faramis just comes out.
They have to get sleeves, bro.
Yeah, let's be honest. This is starting.
I've seen Nicolette's face. Yeah.
The only problem is
I seen Nicolette's face before you guys did.
They should contest this Lord here, man, because this Lord right here is going to be a chunky boy. and it might buy BTK enough time just to be able to free hit onto the base here. BTK can't end this without a Lord, I feel like. I don't think they can even really completely come out on top of a fight right now in BloodHounds base without a Lord. With this Lord, I think this is the one BTK has to end it here. Because at that point, BloodHounds are going to be around that 60k gold mark. Everyone's going to be maxed out on items.
Yep.
There's not going to be much of an advantage anymore. And at that point, BTK
How to share flex coins? I think there's like a give command. You can look up some commands.
Always play the off lanes, but BloodHounds is going to start having the opportunity to kind of come out on top in team fights.
Well, you know, the Roger doesn't have that huge of a damage output when it comes down to being full items. Has a great burst, has a great kind of like the decimation of the Martis, but it's not something that's like extreme damage over time. He has a few of the spells that he can kind of just burst down 1 or 2 members. So BTK is still might be a very tough siege with how much
his terms are hilarious
in order to defend against it.
Who's timing? All waves crashing at the same time. Sleeps takes a crap load of damage. Basic still playing the angle. Flom also still hanging out. Lord getting melted down. Cold World low.
Boca's dead.
Mobazane as well, but Boca Roscoe finally taken out. Should
Impulse
be back
dead.
up in 2 seconds.
Focus the base.
Base down to 20%. Lord still connecting, and BTK able to finally finish it. It's 2-0.
It's still quite calculated from the side of BTK. They knew the Lord was marching
GG.
down, and you said it yourself, right? The side of BloodHounds, maybe they should have tried to get the Lord or try to group up and get a team fight going, because right there with the
base
Lord walking
dwellers
down, BTK has all the time in the world to hit the
Not
base.
the
And they're
fucking
able to get a
base
few
dwellers, bro.
Pop-offs early. A few of the members did die towards the end, but they were able to secure that victory pretty much with no problem there. 14, 6, and 23 is going to be BTK's overall KDA.
I mean, I think, yeah, there was definitely a clock ticking there.
Look at the damage,
and I think
man.
they had a moment there. If they still had an inhibitor up, if they still had something, if they had some sort of reverse pressure, maybe they could have survived that Lord. But that was what, Lord number 4?
How many games? We got one more.
Pretty sure it was number 4. And at that
BTK
point,
wins this one, it's a sweep on
They don't even need to be able to
BloodHounds.
CC you. They just got to get that Lord to connect, and they synced up all those waves perfectly. You know, they collapsed onto BloodHounds, and there wasn't really an answer at that point. I think BloodHounds just thought, I think they truly believed they could survive another push.
And I think a lot of these teams, especially when they're going up against a lot of the contenders of NACT, maybe they should try to go for something a little bit better in the early game, right? Try not to be able to lose lanes that quickly. Or in the first
Hilda
game, we
pick
saw
was
kind of
wild, I'm not gonna
falling
lie.
off a little bit against Milo, and in this game we saw Basic completely pop off,
But it worked.
against Sleeps early on, able to get
It
a
worked,
solo
though.
kill. I think level 2, got another
I'm
kill
playing
after that.
AFK,
He was just,
Journey
you know,
right now.
dominating in that lane. So trying
I'm
to
collecting my
find
dailies.
comps that, you know, deal good in a 1 versus 1 situation, right? Arlot with a lot of sustain. I know the Uranus got popped up. CC definitely still very, very strong in the XP. He played a lot better this time around, especially compared to the Arlot game that Milo had. And, you know, oh, now we can take a look at the sandbag here. 300
BTK.
damage taken by
Jesus.
Milo. That is huge.
You saw the ad?
Did he die?
Add me.
I think he maybe
I don't think we can do clans because of we're in like different worlds. Yeah.
Bonkers. That's insanity right now. He died one time. One time this man died in 313,000 damage. For a second,
Yo,
I thought
Basic,
it was
can you
31,000. No, that's 6 digits right
Fix
there.
your
You win.
camera.
And the head-to-head is going to be Nicolette versus Boca. You look at the KDA, Nicolette played extremely clean. It was on the Angela, not a traditional
Alright, no problem.
mage pick.
Make sure it's last time you hit it in portrait mode,
BTK.
like it
Now,
randomly went into
we are
like.
going to be moving on closely into that match 3.
Yeah.
I really think BloodHounds, they have to find the early game damage. The Natan, it's a pretty good pick But quite honestly,
Alright.
dying 2
Hey,
times
Basics
early on
phone,
against
like,
the Roger,
died.
that's not something
That's what he said, so
we
he's
want to
charging
see.
it
I
right
thought
now.
the Minotaur
And
was
he'll
down
get it-
quite
he'll
low,
get it
and
fixed.
Boca definitely had a much better game. The mid trio had a
Nicolette,
much
right?
better
We-
game
and
this
we gotta
time around
interview her,
compared to
right?
the last time. But BTK just overwhelmed the side of BloodHounds when it comes down to just the laning in the early phase, some of the rotations, and
probably
especially
convince
the
her.
objective. Right, BTK was able to pick up pretty much everything with absolutely no contestions from the Hounds.
Most definitely, and I mean, with that, BTK puts themselves at match
That's a good question.
point. BloodHounds have gotten progressively better. Game 1 was really rough. Game 2, they were able to take it the long haul. You know, base down to 20%. Lord still connecting and beat.
A great kind of like the decimation of the
Yeah.
Martis.
I mean,
but it's
basic.
it's not something
went
that's
pretty
like
ham on
extreme
the Roger.
damage over time. He has a few of the spells that he
Bit here. They're playing the more spread out. They're playing the more defensive route. It's like they kill. BTK still unable to take the tower. See the
Yeah, he
early on Milo's
I don't think he
able to get a
died.
solo kill on Templars, and
Yeah, he didn't die. No, he's I would say he's definitely
Two
MVP.
solo kills on the top side, and when the side was off, it was just unfortunate that
We could always
early
interview
game
him too if you
snowball
want.
that BTK had, especially with the Hilda,
Yeah.
just paid.
I can make it
completely
so he's
off. There was
spicy
no
if you want.
situations where the Hilda
Hey,
felt
give you
like
some
he was in
content.
danger. Milo didn't really feel like he was in danger at all, even tanking up to 300k damage. So maybe they have to fix
Someone,
the early game. Maybe they have to pick the Fredrin.
Who's
because
talking to me?
Don't let Mobazane take the best hero that he loves
Who's
to
Zane?
play. Like,
Okay.
deny that pick away, pick that second pick, and maybe
Yeah,
come out with a draft that the side lanes can go a little bit more
can
even,
get 'em
pushing
spicy.
them and prolonging the game. Because BloodHounds, they still have a great team
Yeah.
fight. They
Yeah,
all
yeah.
their players know exactly what they need to do in what situations. They have the ability to get onto
Yeah,
the
yeah. When
backside.
you
They
guys
have the ability
win,
to
Zane,
face,
they're gonna interview you.
head to head against one of the best teams here. It's just I think they're missing a few points, a few winning lanes in order to get to where
I
they
asked.
really need to get
I mean,
to prolong the series.
They said since they did Hoon last time, they want to do you this time.
Number 3.
So like it's like a
We got quick little
comparison,
giveaway
like
for
leader
all the
to leader.
fans, all the viewers. UA, get your phone out, snatch that QR code real quick. Maybe snatch 2, one for me as
who?
well. It's a tournament chest.
Oh, I
Tons
heard
of
it.
skins for you to win.
I was like, huh?
40 out there, only 40 out there. First come, first serve. So redeem the code. So redeem the code for a chance to win one of these permanent skins. We're not talking about 3-day trials. We're not talking about 7-day
I suggested
trials.
Nicolette,
These
but they were
babies
like,
are permanent UA.
Yeah, and definitely guys, go out, use that QR code, try to get and pick these up, because if you don't, I know Zeke is in the background with multiple phones looking
I can see him
for
right
those
now.
skins.
Good luck.
He always sees like, dude, you saw that Moscow skin,
All right,
that's
I'll let
so
him know.
beautiful. You saw this skin.
He's G.
I know he's on the backside getting all the accounts. So guys, please go over there.
I'm
hit the
Ico
QR
the
code,
spoiler, huh?
Snatch and redeem.
I'll
those
mute my
coupons,
I'll mute my
'cause it
mic
is
next
not
time.
going to last long.
All right, so back to the series now. Match point for BTK.
No, when I talk to I talk to the team, you don't ever say if you guys win. You always say you win, you're gonna win.
Early as well. And
You gotta
once
believe.
Again,
You gotta
once
believe.
again, you know,
You gotta
I hate to
believe
keep
the
pointing it
win's
out, but
already
we see, you know,
there.
they
So
sprinkled
then the
just
team
a little
believes
bit of
that the
spice
win's
into their
already
draft.
there.
With
And then
the
they
For
win.
me, it was the Natan this time. Yes, it's like we see it get picked here and there, but it's an oddity.
Trex
you know?
is
You
not
don't
my
see it
family
all the
member, no.
time. And especially when there's something like the carry.
I got like a pointy nose. He's got a round nose.
Plenty of other options.
I got the
open
European
that are
nose.
very viable. And I think maybe they're big braining it too much. Maybe it's like, okay, we picked this really nice early game jungler on Falam. Now we need some really good late game
Aqua going
insurance.
broke.
And I think maybe it's overthinking. Maybe it's just trying too hard to
What's
cover
he
all
gonna
your
do when the
bases.
sun's not
But we're
there,
gonna
you
jump
know, like
into
if
the draft.
it's
So
a
we'll
late
see if
match.
BloodHounds can kind of steer the boat
The
here,
sun's
steer
kinda
the
going
car
down.
to a slightly better position.
Nah, we'll
Because this
give
is
a shit.
one match
She's
away
gonna
from
be on
lower
cam.
brackets, one match away from being knocked out of a decent position in the NACT playoffs.
And this is the new lineup coming out from the side of BloodHounds, right? Falam coming in, Stoner on the roam, Templars back into his XP. position.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
The last match that we had did go almost 20 minutes. So BloodHounds,
you were so fast to get the code and it was a skin you already had. Damn.
I think this time they're definitely going to be able to have the opportunity.
Why is there so many step
prevail and
bros?
push through that blockade that BTK has set up. Right now, the side of BloodHounds, it's extremely hard for them to get the very first.
That's why they're trying to end it quick.
Go for some winning lanes, even have an advantage in the early on. If they
comment on the prize pool. The shown prize pool is per person or per team. It's
give up the objectives. Get
like
the
are you talking about if they like get first?
Maybe
I'm pretty sure it's like what 10,000 for the first place team.
A lead in the series because so far we have not seen
so
BloodHounds been able to
it's
get
not per person, it'd be per the team.
Any of these games, they have.
Could you imagine 10,000 per person?
Their late game for early game aggressiveness for the snowball, kind of the same thing that BTK had. They traded.
I can grab some. I'm gonna go grab some food real fast.
And it ended up being a prolonged 20-minute game where they literally had to toss all the bodies onto the inhibitor to be able to get that down. Right, so BTK took the risk and they were able to reap the rewards. Now I want to see the side of BloodHounds be able to take some risk. They've lost early game. They've lost early lanes early on both games, and this third match, this is it. This is where BloodHounds really need to step it up, really need to get their strategies together, get those winning matchups, and if they can get a lead early on, I think it sets up them way much more for success in the late game.
I mean, if they get an early lead early on, if they start off the game with a 2,000 gold lead, I think it catches BTK so off guard that it's a guaranteed win at that point, you know? But because here's the thing, last game, something I noticed too. So in game 1, Templars really got the better of. In game 2, it felt like every lane was getting the better of. We saw Sleeps get solo killed. Bokarosco was getting bullied away from minions by Nicolette on the mid side. BTK is making it even hard for them to want to trade because it feels like even if they go for the trade, they're going to lose two towers instead of just taking one. But I do think that showing some favoritism to the off lanes could be helpful for BloodHounds because that's where it seems like they're losing the most at. Whether it's EXP or gold, someone's getting diffed on one of the sides. Someone's getting taken out on one of the sides. And I think BloodHounds need to see those weaknesses. They need to see the problem and approach it because at this point, we're not going to see Sleeps just get tremendously better in gold lane in one day. We're not going to see Templars just get tremendously better in EXP lane in a single game. So BloodHounds need to know, okay, you're having trouble in lane. Let's go help that out. Now, first pick is going to be the Ruby. First time we've seen it slide through draft here. Is going to be the difference.
I'm not sure about the Ruby because the side of BTK, they're going to pick up the Fredrin, right? Potentially, the Roger worked so well last game, they could pick that up themselves this time around. And it does leave things like Minotaur available. The Valentina is going to be the one that locks in. I think the IMU is going to be enough to take the I'm Offended away from the Ruby to be able to get the displacement. And now they've already set up a very front to back heavy composition that, you know, BTK loves to run. They could take the Fredrin. The Kai is going to be available there. They take.
We got
the
some
Kai, you know,
a mukbang going on right now.
So
about to eat some nice food.
So many good heroes available.
This is
side of BloodHounds here.
Again, teriyaki chicken with some rice on the bottom.
With the far range, with the lane clear.
But like I got like a teriyaki chicken rice bowl.
Love this Novaria pick so much in the regular season. It's
I'm gonna go get my Red Bull too.
To me, that even with no Novaria bans, Voka is still not confident enough to pick it in their composition. It prolongs the game. It forces the side of BTK to go heavy dive, which a traditional front to back comp does not have in order to get to that. And oh man, you talked about
instead.
out of the box picks here. We got two on the draft standings here, Trex.
You know, and you just mentioned the Novaria is open. And I think that could have been a very solid pick here.
Are we looking?
Especially because what up? Those very short-range Valentina. You have a very short-range carry. So Bokarosco is just essentially always in a very safe position. Instead, he goes for this gourd. Yes, there's some damage. Yes, there's some possibilities. You pair it up.
Don't show
I
me
can
the
see
food, I'm
potential of,
hungry.
You know, maybe pairing it up
Red
with the full
Bull.
barrage, pairing it up with the I'm offended, with the ability to lock people still
Share some.
for a few moments with this
Hey,
Ruby.
I'm hungry
I can
too.
see the hypotheticals here, but it's definitely high risk. On the other side, BTK.
Damn, dropping the
hey man, we're
$4.99
match
in the
point,
chat.
baby.
Let's go.
We're match point.
Oh.
Let's pull out the Alpha.
And you know,
Alpha
we're in
online,
such a
baby.
we're in such a dive heavy meta currently with things like the Roger, the Herod, the Fredrin, the Akai. Like it's very dive heavy, and to put two stationaries alongside of each other so early on in the draft, right? The Horde is not going to get banned out. No one cares about the Exia. Now you've opened up
Red
the
Bull
possibility
sponsored
of BTK
stream, I
going
wish.
extremely heavy on a dive,
Wish.
right? Things like Yuzong can easily get onto the Horde. Things like the Alpha, short cooldowns, has the Alpha charge, can get from one
Why
place
Alpha?
to another.
'Cause MOBA's
and it
name.
does so extremely heavy on like the early game damage, has the true damage. It's just going to be very hard for Horde and Exia to get away from the wrath that the Alpha can provide with the composition that BTK has.
Yeah, let's be real
Yeah,
here
it's-
though.
it's cooked,
One of the
it's all
advantages of
natural
BloodHounds, Alpha has a 0% win rate right now.
Like,
You know,
I
last time
got
we
like a
saw
rice
Mobazane
cooker.
pick this up day one,
And then this is
NACT
just like chicken
takes a loss
that's like
on it.
chopped up
Then
and
continues to
baked
take
in
a
the oven.
loss for the rest of the series. So you know, maybe
So
BloodHounds
it's super healthy for you.
can try to copy that. If they can beat Mobazane's Alpha, it could spell victory for the rest of their games. It's like, you know, it's the mojo, you know. But they also pick up the Florin. Add on a
With
little bit more
homemade
sustain,
teriyaki
kind of
sauce,
pair up
too.
with this Alpha, add on some of that. You want to have some of those close range guys to capitalize off that bloom. So I mean, BTK, it's definitely a different draft, but the hypotheticals are also there.
Yeah, technically BTK has been drafting significantly different in all of their games today, right? The first game, it was stacking CC. Now the Fredrin front line, they had the R-Lot. Second game, you know, it was more about kind of the split, the early on aggression, the snowball, the risk that they took, and it paid off well. And this time around, they pretty much have a dedicated support lineup. There's no front line sets for the carry here, but the out of the world pick from the side of BloodHounds, Falam picks up this another fish in the water where there's not much mobility. And
They said, "Come on, we're hungry now."
To deal
Or you got to
against
get
the
some food.
Alpha,
It's like
which
it's dinner
is gonna
time
just
right now.
clean through all the front lines of BloodHounds.
I like that. Fish out of water. Octopus, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, here's the thing. I'm not saying the Bane is completely unviable, but you're picking someone that has to walk right into an Alpha charge. You know, you're picking someone that has to walk right into getting speared in the face. BloodHounds kind of have this composition where you definitely want to group up. You have a little bit of dive coming from Tempest on this Lapu, but it's definitely very different.
We're all party?
BloodHounds now, forget a little bit of spice. We're putting the whole pepper in there, baby.
Party would be awesome.
We're dumping the whole
I'll be in
thing
Vegas.
cracked. We're putting the whole thing of table salt in the stew right now and stirring the pot. BloodHounds putting it all on the line on match point.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a very interesting match. You know, it's exciting that we get to see a lot of these different heroes come out to play. We don't see Glue that often, and Glue is one of those heroes that's like kind of anti-engage, right? You use the split, everyone runs away. And especially with the ability that he has to close distance, he's gonna be on Boca, he's gonna be on Sleeps, and his Stoner with the Ruby enough to frontline against that? We shall see here.
We'll see as we jump back into the land of
That is a
Dawn.
question I want to know,
BTK
Ooga
at
Booga. Who the
match
fuck
point.
draft that?
Ready to send BloodHounds down to the lower bracket. Can BloodHounds pull this off with a slightly different composition than what we would see every day?
And, you know, I kind of want to mention this Alpha pick, right, from Mobazane. You know, I believe there's a region either in MY or Singapore where there's a core player, there's a jungle player that plays this Alpha. But topside here, Tempest already. Early aggression.
Already. Oh, Tempest gets the shield. Already down. First blood. Mielo able to pick it up.
Yeah, and you can see the quick flicker, quick spells. Milo didn't even, you know, go for the level 2. He was just level 1 and just tried to get the early game advantage. And they're able to get the offlane pickoffs once again. Even a jungle kill here, Trex. It's falling apart here.
It's falling apart. You can hear Juice WRLD in the background right now. Sad boy music playing. BloodHounds having trouble. You know, last time we saw Glue, I think on the international stage was probably
not Juice WRLD.
I think Flapteasy. Can't remember if he picked it actually up against a Lapu as well. I forget exactly what it picked it up against, but it did very well. And it's definitely not a pick you see all the time, but against certain EXP laners, especially some of the older meta EXP laners, things like the Lapu, things that when the Glue came out, he did very well against, you figure out that he still does pretty well against these picks.
Yeah, I mean, they did nerf a lot of the base damage that Glue had, right? Back then, you know, people used to try to build like magic penetration because base damage was so high, but bot side here,
oh, but he's going to bully Falam right now.
How did he live?
Catch. Falam able to just get away there. But this is where Glue's going to thrive up against these physical meleeers, people that don't have dashes. He's just going to walk right in and cause chaos.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like it's like an anti-melee hero, and you can see BloodHounds already falling apart here. Mobazane, even with the Mountain Dew coming out from the Florin, he's almost just unkillable at this point. Level 6 already, denies the blue buff, looking to see if he could get even more here. Decides, you know, Falam, he could take the red. I'm gonna take both my buffs and I'm just gonna keep farming up. We already are at a 1.3k gold lead, 3 minutes in here.
Hey, we can see Nicolette now.
It's not looking too great so far.
God has graced us with disappearance.
Roscoe decides not to use the flicker there. Unable to get the kill onto Cold World. Falam also still just trying to farm. I think at this point he is a full 2 levels behind Mobazane right now. BTK just in complete control. Bokarosco can't even really clear his wave completely. I mean, he's going to move down now, but still, I'm looking for
finally moved
answers
into the
here.
wave.
BTK, even with their slightly different composition, it feels like it just hard counters what BloodHounds wanted to bring.
And a full send dive.
Oh, full send dive, full send kill. Sleeps goes down. UA, they're falling apart, man. Match point. Game 2, we saw some promise, but Game 3, it's looking like trouble.
Did you full screen it?
Even with not like
it's too tiny for me.
Even with BTK not really killing like all the time here, they're still winning lanes, right? The Glue, no problem against the Lapu, and we saw earlier basic even able to trade out quite well against Sleeps here. The jungle, of course, Mobazane already level 8 against a level 6 Falam. Like, all the lanes of BloodHounds is just not working out against the Thirsty Kings here, and I'm offended coming through.
Ooh, Alpha Charge does come in, a lot of damage. Stoner goes down. Mobazane might be the next fall, though. They do respond. Templess able to get the shutdown. But Mielo still causing mayhem on this purple buff, able to do whatever he wants. Falam luckily does get it, but now Templess in the midst of 3 members looking for the kill onto Cold World, but he gets terrified. Mielo now gonna come help out. Decides to stay around the turtle here. Try to keep Falam away until Mobazane gets back on the map.
It is a good pick off against Mobazane, right? The side of BloodHounds, that's what they desperately need, and
you just believe him.
Kind of the hope that the side of BloodHounds have with this Horde pick. The damage, quite good. Even with building a enchanted talisman first item, you know, he doesn't have the penetration, he doesn't have the slow from the Ice Queen wand. Even just an enchanted talisman is able to shred down the members of BTK. And you know, that's the problem with things like Alpha. Does high damage, has a lot of high utility, but you know, does lack in terms of trying to defend against some of the CC.
Where you at, Ooga Booga? Why are you not in the team?
Templess that
are playing today.
You can't do anything against Glue right now, man. Because Glue, I mean, as the Lapu,
like
you want to kind of dash
right
in, you want to do things, and Glue just bullies him so bad. He is like the natural born enemy right now of Lapu. One thing I do want to point out with BloodHounds, you mentioned earlier, we saw some combo potential. They do have a heavy CC. Literally every member on their team has some form of push around, lockdown. You know, if they can kind of get these grouped up fights, kind of get BTK into some of these jungle area positions, not just like open space, it's definitely
that's awesome when you're with family
BTK. Though. BloodHounds need to try to play around that.
From Vietnam too.
That's
pretty awesome, man.
Yellow. Nice charge.
No Hanabi, no win, man.
Falam's still unable to get his purple buff. I think Mobazane stole that one
that's a real statement right
and
there.
now we're still looking at a 2-level difference between Mobazane and Falam.
Yeah, but one of the interesting things is the gold lead has not really moved in a significant way yet. BloodHounds is able to kind of defend pretty much everything that the side of BTK has been throwing at them. Yes, they're losing kills left and right.
I don't think I own a pair of chopsticks,
They're still able to get the pickoffs. They did get Mobazane earlier. They're able to defend this this orange buff now. So, you know, even with just a 2K gold lead,
I mean,
side of BTK, they're
kind of spanking them right now.
You know, translate.
Is that a
some of this gold
savage?
lead into some
First
objectives.
savage?
They're getting the neutral objectives, but no tower has fallen
Seven.
from the side of BloodHounds. So even with, you know, a kill early on, the level 1 kill on the top
like
side,
eight.
Blue
That was
just
like
being
eight.
dominating anywhere that he goes.
8:45.
The side of BloodHounds are still holding up quite well in this game 3.
Yeah, much better than what we've seen before, and even that little, you know, the cheeky lane swap that they just did.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
BTK now
yeah.
swaps,
I'm getting there
swaps
right now. I'm
lanes
waiting
as
on it
well.
to catch up
The
on
thing
my
is
side.
it bides BloodHounds a little bit of time. Yellow could not get the better of Sleeps. Basic could not get the better of Templus. BloodHounds actually take the first tower in this game. So yes, there's definitely some show of opportunity here in game number 3 for the side of BloodHounds. Going to try to move on. Nice, I'm offended. Paired up with a deadly catch, Basic, and a little bit of trouble. Full barrage comes out, paired up with a magic
Yeah,
gun.
this shit is about to get crazy here in a second.
We want to see
guys ain't gonna want to miss it, so don't blink.
Along with another tower.
That's the long range combo.
Don't blink.
The
Don't
barrage
blink.
paired up with
Here it
Mystic
comes.
Gush with the I'm offended here.
7:35.
Might be caught
Oh
off.
my god, the damage from Mobazane, the triple kill. Alpha online, baby. Is he going to make it a quad? Looking for the maniac. Mobazane dives in and finds another one still under the tower. Going for it, the savage. Mobazane's a monster under the tower. And all 1v5.
Look at them
You
cheesing.
guys got the kill on Basic.
Yeah.
Level 12 Alpha fully farmed up has both.
Mobazane though, monster.
Possibly into a brute force. This man got a savage here, and it was like a 2 versus 5 situation. You had the Bloom on the backside to be able to sustain a little bit, but Mobazane was just cracking out so much damage against the members of BloodHounds. They were just unable to defend the mid, and now they've literally lost the gold lead. It's now 5K instead of 2K. The top tower, the mid tower, everything goes down here. It's a bloody mess now for the side of BloodHounds.
The redemption arc is hard on the Alpha right now. First time he played it, 0% win rate. Yeah, he needs to get that win rate up, man. He's trying to show that it's viable. It's viable, baby. I don't know if we're ever going to see it again, but
First
definitely
playoff
exciting
savage,
to
though.
watch. And that's the high risk, high reward. You have some picks like that definitely are meta. But if you get ahead, and now it's 8-1-0 on an Alpha.
Oh God, what happened to Boca? That dude's in a dark place right
Very tough
now.
situation, and that's not even counting
Notice
the Bloom
that?
coming out from the Florin, right? This Alpha Florin combination, it was kind of those like rank game strategies
point
that
went
they
into
had
the
early
void.
on in our season. But now with the little few nerfs, it shouldn't be this good. But Mobazane and Cold World is proving it to still
I think
be quite solid here.
Tarzan,
One of the
Guapo.
biggest
That one.
platforms of North America where, you know, teams, the best teams come out and play, and Mobazane definitely showing why they are considered one of the best teams in the game.
Oh, nice flicker in. Sonar able to get the kill on the Cold World there. BTK should be able to take this Lord. They lose one member. Sleeps able to get his or able to pick up that orange buff. So BloodHounds still
I don't
not
think I've
losing out
ever
too
watched
much, but
that.
7,000 gold lead for BTK, and look at the
Achy
damage
cakers.
from Mobazane right now.
The Shadow
he's
Realm.
pretty much unkillable. He's level 15. He, you know, his scaling right now.
15, bro.
He's getting close to his peak scaling, right? He's gonna be able to grab up like
Trek's
3-4
fucking up.
items, all cooldown, 40% cooldown, and once he gets onto that, he's essentially unkillable, right? I mean, the Mystic Gush, I'm offended displacement with the Missile Barrage. There's possibility there to be able to single out Zane, but you also have to deal with the Florin ultimate, right? You have to also deal with the IMU with the displacement of taking the I'm offended. You also have to deal with the glue on the backside.
Oh
Just, you know,
shit, the M4
disrupting a lot of these team
qualifiers,
fights.
bro.
So even with BTK,
Zane's
like,
belt diff right now, chat. He's really focused on the tournament, man.
So much kills and so much gold on Zane's hand. It just really smells trouble. I don't know if the side of BloodHounds is going to be able to defend against the siege that BTK has set up here.
And we haven't even mentioned late game carry. You know, I mean, even if they put everything onto Mobazane, Basic's just getting free hits with speedy light wheels. Like, please dive in, waste all your ults on Mobazane. Maybe you get the kill, but then Basic reaps the benefits. So it's definitely a hard code to crack.
Mobazane's alpha is just diff.
BTK now knocking on the door. BloodHounds.
Just diff,
This is
bro.
not an enhanced Lord, so will not get the charge. BTK might not be able to break an inhibitor, but they are all focusing on the bot side. Basic pops the speedy light wheel just to unload, bring it down to about half health. Stoner misses the I'm offended. Yellow does get targeted down, hits a split. Nicolette dives in, able to pick up that deadly catch. I'm waiting for the big combo.
You do
from
exclamation
BTK here, waiting for the
exclamation
full attack.
point flex coins.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting that they decided to put a lot of members onto the bot side when the Lord is marching down on the top. They were able to get a kill on the bot side. They, picked off templates. Now they're able to pick off the bottom tower with almost no problem in the siege. All members of BTK are completely full health, looking to siege more onto the mid side.
Yeah, Mobazane now in the midst of the tower. Full barrage does come out. Cold World does go down. Templess takes a lot of damage, but just gets away.
Oh my God,
Mobazane hasn't stricken
Milo.
yet. Deadly catch does come out. Melo dives into the backside, able to get the stun. Looking for the next
Going.
target. Melo able to get the grab, slam, bring him on in. And a lot of damage unloads. Templess goes down, but so does Mielo. Nicolette able to dance around a little bit, get the Terrify on a Falam.
Am I shipping
BloodHounds
BTK
are
shirts
still
to
up.
NY?
BTK finally backing off.
What are you trying to like?
A little bit
hijack
of
my shipment.
Uncharacteristic dive, especially comparing the first game 1 and game 2. This is one of the first time that BTK did kind of make a small mistake trying to siege onto the mid side, right? They were able to get the tower. That's the objective that they were able to take. But then there was not much discipline. There was a full-on dive from Milo and also Cold World getting picked off by the Mystic Gush. 2 members ended up falling there, giving BloodHounds, they're able to close the gold lead just a little bit. So it's not going to be 10K. It's going to be 8.3K now. They're 13 minutes in.
I mean, I think still, yeah, they lose Mielo. If BloodHounds maybe didn't take any deaths there, it may be a slightly even, but with BTK now cracking on 2 inhibitors before second Lord, it is pretty huge. Top inhibitor also down to half health. This next Lord is going to be a charging one, and it's coming down the mid side.
Yeah, I DM'd you the interview
right
link.
now.
And BTK definitely is ready.
Gray Savage, man.
To try to get this game to end. Zayn has already gotten his Savage. They're able
off.
to,
Crazy.
complete a great early game. Now the Lord is marching down.
Full barrage paired up with a Magic Gush. Paired up with all the rest. Nicolette does pop the winner
fucking
touch,
Cameroon dwellers.
Able to survive the burst from Templess, but in the mid side, Mobazane's trying to clean up Flom. Goes down, Basic picks up the kill. Mobazane taking a lot of shots to the face.
I don't think so.
Immortality does proc. BTK is trying to lock on the base, trying to end it here. The Bloodhounds don't want to see the lower bracket just yet. BTK find another, and it's nothing but Vokarosco on the field. Gets pulled in. I'm offended, and BTK sweep
got a
the
maniac
match,
right there.
sending Bloodhounds to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a great match coming out from the side of BTK. Able to get the victory here. A complete clean sweep. 14-minute match for the contenders. Definitely a strong performance. This is not something that I think anyone is quite surprised. You look at
Maniac
some of the
and
caster
Savage.
votes. Everyone's siding with BTK, their history, their experience, and even with their synergy and their story in this NACT. They went from one of the bottom teams in the standings all the way leading up to the very top, able to just prevail, upsets, get the victories that they need. And this time they're definitely
run it back.
That's going to be contending for the championship. 16-7 is their overall KDA, and a wonderful match coming out from BTK again. It really does show that their side lanes shine quite well, especially paired up with a lot of the lower teams, right? The XP, there's a gap there. The gold.
Ocean, don't spoil it for him.
Here. And now with Mobazane getting the Savage here, that's a complete highlight reel for the Kings of Kings.
Yeah, first Savage of playoffs. Yesterday we did see a Maniac happen, but I don't think we saw Savage. Mobazane able to pull one out of his pocket here, definitely making the sweep worth the watch there. Taking a look at some of these overall stats, like we said, man, Mobazane just
spoiled it first.
items very quickly. 8, 1, and 4. Was even able to do a little bit of dancing with the immortality at the end there. BloodHounds just unable to keep up. And you mentioned that even if they take down Mobazane, we started to see Basic coming online as we crept into the mid and late game.
Yeah, I mean, there was moments where Zane was kind of getting caught here and there, extremely low on HP, or, you know, taking the first hit for the team, and then you could just see Basic on the backside. He's not the one that's actually doing the highest damage. Mobazane here, 48,000 damage, highest gold per minute, of course.
Dude, a Savage?
Farm up the Savage,
like,
getting
what
those
the fuck?
situations, getting those push, early game advantage paired up with the turtle. It's very hard for junglers to be able to get the highest gold per minute, especially since the gold lane has so much opportunities to get the cannons. But here, Mobazane definitely proving a point and boosting that alpha win rate that has been quite lacking
50%,
in the North
baby.
American scene.
Taking a look at the head-to-head, Nicolette still just, I mean, going deathless here. Since she joined BTK,
Who's gonna do the interview?
a lot of us wondered how she was going to do, how she was going to fit the mold, and so far Nicolette has not disappointed. I feel just always kind of a steady player, not the not the flashiest, not the craziest, but steady, and just kind of helps fit what BTK needs, I think, at this point.
And when you take a look at the Team 5 participation, it still definitely paints the story of the trio mid, right? A lot of the impact, a lot of the pressure comes from Mobazane, from Nicolette, from Cold World. This time around, Nicolette only 31%, but Cold World and Mobazane both at 70%.
Glue took a lot of damage.
You know, having majority of the kills or majority
that glue is
of the
tanky.
supports, like, it definitely paints the story. The damage taken. Milo here once again.
You
That big
can't want to tank this for
bag
sure.
in the front physique.
Oh damn!
How'd you like that match, huh?
I don't know why you guys said big body and then sent it to me. That's kind of messed up. But I tell you what, very exciting matchups. I really thought that last game BloodHounds was going to be able to take it around and
need to give Mobazane a hug.
Straight to him, but then Mobazane came out of
Goddamn, the damn cop
collapsed all of their dreams to nightmare, straight into it.
There's also going to be like a halftime show, chat.
Tucking them in, nothing. That was bad.
So be
man.
prepared for that.
Really
So stick around for it. You'll want to see it. Like I guarantee you'll want to see it. It's going to be fucking hilarious.
What do you think BloodHounds could have done to really avoid that, other than not sending a whole team one after another to Zane?
I think we talked about some of the spice in the drafts. But also there was just, I think they just need some more time, man. I think I think there's just some skill differences. I think in the off lanes, I think BloodHounds have consistently made it to top 8, which does say something for them as a team. But when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to being the best of the best,
who's the halftime show? You'll find out. It's gonna be funny.
There's just some overall things to work on for BloodHounds right now.
Yeah, I'll be at the finals. Yeah.
I don't want to take it away from BloodHounds.
You can't enjoy this.
Like they played
the
a
fucking
great game, especially with the new
clips.
lineup coming through. BTK, they did not change their lineup. One of the 3 teams that did not change. And it definitely shows that they have the synergy and they have the ability to even off draft a few different picks, right?
Get the clipping. What you clipping, Ness?
The assassins, like, they're able to do so much with their drafts here. But for the side of BloodHounds, this is a complete new lineup. We haven't seen these guys kind of play with each other until the big stage. I still think they did good. Going back to Trex, what he said, some of the off lanes, I do think, we saw the pickoffs on the 1v1 in the gold, and then we also saw the XP.
All Nicolay scams.
I think they were able to kind of work on that and maybe get their trio mid a little bit more synergized. They could definitely go quite far in the lower brackets.
So before I get into my next question, I do think we finally got word on
zeros in the EXP.
Trex?
I think Mobazane steals it with the Savage at the end there. Yeah. I mean, game 1 and 2 kind of up in the air.
Interview's coming up.
Mobazane didn't have anything crazy, but definitely steals it. We're looking at the first game here, or maybe this is game number 2. It was with the.
Can I do more vlogs? Yeah, I'll be doing vlogs when I'm in Vegas.
It was game number 2 up against the Nolan.
I think I'm gonna end up having a cameraman. So
game. I'm waiting for that Savage moment.
Hopefully we'll be able to do some really good vlogs.
Coming right. Oh, I mean, I don't even know if it had. I feel like. Oh wait, no, it was after this right here.
The damage, just immediately deleting 2 players, moves on a stoner, and at that point he's literally 1v3. Then Cold World comes in and he knows, he's like, okay, now I can dive. I got a little bit of heal here, I can go all in.
Yeah, and he's able to pick up that Savage, no problem, gets out alive. Cold World with the sustain. That's why both of them were 70% kill participation, because they just work so well together.
So I gotta know, guys, after the fact, we've got to see how some of these teams play out. Stoner, Ooga Booga, who are you guys feeling?
UA.
You know, I haven't been able to see Stoner perform in BloodHounds, and
that boy dropping the spicy questions for
very
the casters.
Team. It's a little bit hard.
That is kind of fucked up the ass.
Honestly, I just haven't been able to see
I mean, definitely Ooga Booga, right?
Does provide that out of a box strategy, but
not just because he's in the chat, you know.
The out of the box strategy is what we need for them to be able to go far. Because BloodHounds, they haven't been able to go far in playoffs. They've always done quite well in the regular seasons, but when it comes down to matches that do mean something,
hello, what up?
We haven't seen a great performance from them. Now this time around, things may be different when it comes down to the lower brackets. I can see some fire coming out from the side of BloodHounds, but when it comes down to that direct pick, Trex, I am not sure here.
I agree. I agree with UA.
All right, well, without further ado, I think I got somebody on the other line waiting for me, so let's not keep them waiting. You and me, man, we're back at it. Here we go again. No, I'm just kidding. Great games, man. I got some questions for you, though. You know how this goes. So you guys came out of a loss against Night Horde. You know, a little bit of mixed emotions coming from that, but really came strong into this matchup against BloodHounds. Were there any mental adjustments that you guys felt like you had to make coming into the playoffs?
Well, to be honest, I think everyone was feeling a little bit lazy that match versus Night Horde because it didn't really change too much for us whether we won or lost. So mentally, we probably weren't taking it as seriously as we should have. But now that we're into the playoffs, you know, there's no reason to not be giving every single opportunity you have to do your best, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Well said, well said. So each game that you guys were going into against the BloodHounds, they did appear to be coming off a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. And in that third game, it almost looked like they had the opportunity to actually take control until, man, that alpha came out of nowhere and just... So how did that make you feel when you got that, man? That's savage.
It felt good. I just kept focusing on the game because, I mean, it didn't mean too much to me, to be honest.
Honestly, man, I really expected to see your little camera down there. I expected to see you doing like a little dance, and you know, like you broke my heart a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But what do you guys have your eye set on now that you've made it through the first round of the playoffs?
Just keep practicing, keep scrimmaging, and hopefully make it all the way to the finals, and we'll see what happens there.
Okay, now is there anything that you can on the way out of this, is there any expectations that we can set for you guys?
I think everyone's expectations are already pretty high of us, and I'm happy for that. You know, I think everybody should hold BTK to the highest standard, and thank everybody who's expecting the best for us. That's what we're trying to give you.
Well
this
said.
fucking humble Zane right
I'm not
here.
gonna hold you up. I know you got a little first round of the playoff celebration to go do. You didn't get your dance in during the last match, so I'm sure you're gonna go get it now. So thank you so much for coming out and talking to me, brother.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Great interview, brother. Great interview.
Loved his response. Honestly, I love the humbleness coming from him. He performed really well, and especially in that third game.
Such a gentleman.
You know, I'm glad to see him
Moba
holding himself
humble.
in a manner that
Moba
he's just
humble, huh?
so ready and so primed.
Zane's
up
a whole changed
to,
man.
Not only attack the next week of playoffs, I think, but he seems like he's really got his eyes set on something further.
I think he feels. I think they feel comfortable. And I think BTK, no matter who the roster is, no matter who's on it, what happens, they always have the same goal. And I think all the teams have a goal, you know, for grand finals. At least most of them, at least have a goal for grand finals. But yeah, I think Zane's definitely got a little better at interviews, so I could say that. It's definitely a bit more humble, just a bit more. Thank you guys for the support. We're gonna try to live up to those expectations. You know, very, very well spoken.
Yeah, very, very humble interview there. You know, I kind of wish we had a little bit more spice to that, but definitely very, very good nonetheless. I mean, he played a great game.
He's been watching some Miss USA
propaganda.
propaganda.
Like, where's the little dance? I think maybe he just has too many of those in that book. There's no excitement. He just, you know, he's here for business, right? Is the job finished? Job not done?
Somebody might clip this. Somebody might clip this, but are you saying that MOBA Zane is too good for Celebration? Wow.
I mean,
that's a bold stance.
UA wants to feed the Clippers.
You know,
this is AI.
I think the job's not
This ain't Zane, it's AI.
literally just
round
first
one.
He's a
round.
lizard man,
And
chat.
they have so many
No,
more
I'm joking.
matches that they need to play in order to get to where they need or want to be.
Yo, he is straight up
And
sleeping.
It's a long process. There's no celebration when it comes down to like first round playoffs. Like these teams have so much goals into that late game that like, hey, it's a good win, guys. Let's move on to the next one. Let's start preparing. Let's start practicing. You know, he's just.
Zane
he was
should get an
already
award
talking
for
about,
best
hey,
interviews.
Let's go back into
Yeah.
scrims. Let's go back into practicing. We were a little bit
They're gonna
lazy,
do
but
a
we have
5-minute
now
break.
suited up, and we have that.
And then the
same goal of
halftime
wanting
show.
to win. So definitely a great interview, and just like what Trek said, like he's gotten so
100%
humble
us
and
casters
so
wear
nice with it, like,
sweatpants
it's
and
very,
then suits
it's a
at the
pleasure
top.
to, watch and be here for it.
Well, much love to the players and much love to the casters, but without a further ado, I do think it's time to send you guys on break. Don't enjoy it too much.
Have you heard the rumors? About what? The rumors from the board. The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead!
Hasn't streamed for days to come back to a whole new person.
He's coming!
Hey, man.
He's coming!
Impossible. Get him out of here.
It is what it is. What about 3? I should be a caster too. I don't like, I like casting, but I like casting internationally. I'm not I don't know. I like to be an international NA caster. I know, Hunter, you gotta learn how to manage your flex coins. The NACT's not fancy. Ricky, what up, Ricky?
An imposter has sullied our name. Are the might of the kingdom.
The mods are to look out for the poor. Zane accepted Jesus. Fucking Nicolette praised the Lord on the Jorge. Yo, this shit is crazy. This Moscow skin was definitely the best. I hope they keep doing skins like this, man. Like these are how skins should be. Next is the halftime show, and then we'll start the games. So in 3 minutes, there'll be a halftime show, and then after that, which you guys don't want to miss. I promise you, it's gonna be. I haven't seen it, of course, but I've heard what it is, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Dude, Nicolette. She praised, she brought the Lord.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began.
I think that's his mic, ain't it? He's got a lamp. Dude's using a lantern.
A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage.
I'm really hyping this shit up, so it better be good. I promise you, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it.
Curse it! Take my vengeance!
I wasn't. I mean, I like her skin, but it's a little too fairy tale for me.
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
My foot fell asleep.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back.
What the
I
fuck?
hope you guys are ready and
Why does he
primed
got
up for this next
glasses?
Wait, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Hello? Okay, it's Moontown, sorry. Okay. Huh. Alright. They said I have to interview myself, and I really don't know what that means. So, let's see what that's about.
Yo.
Oh, look at that boy. That man is gorgeous.
What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, Naisu? For those of you guys who don't know, he's Naisu, I'm Zeke, and I did in fact shave before this interview so I wouldn't forget which one of these people I'm supposed to be. So
I am sad about the beard, man. I am a little disappointed, but it's also got the stash.
So my thing is right, like if I'm looking at you in person, like how am I not supposed to get confused about which one of us is which one
Brother
of us?
from
Because
another mother.
If I came into this interview saying like, "Hey, what's up? I'm Naisu," then I would have been the bad guy, right? Like,
Dude, that's a
what's
good
up
question. I don't know. You know, maybe. Hey, if I ever get to come back to the U.S., we'll find out.
I don't know what that means. That's suspicious. That's suspicious. You guys might have to help me out on that one. So
He said, "I don't know what that
people think
means."
for some reason that you and I look alike. So maybe we got to see how much alike are we. So I got a little game for you. I just got a couple basic questions for you, and then I'm going to count us down, and then we're going to see what our answers are, and we're going to see, you know, are we as similar as everybody thinks we are? So
I got it.
First question: what's your #1 favorite movie? Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Rush Hour.
Rush Hour. I
That
hope
was-
we're
I mean,
compensating
that felt
for
like you
the
were-
latency
that-
here.
I feel like maybe you just copied me, man. That's kind of that. Is this guy pretending? Wow. Okay. You know, I'll hear you out. Okay, ready? Second favorite movie. Okay, second favorite movie. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Rush Hour 2.
Rush Hour 2. Has to be, man. Has to be.
Oh,
Top
man.
tier
Take your
action.
sunglasses
There ain't
off
no
too,
way.
buddy. You gotta take them off. Oh,
Oh man, look at that! Look at that! Oh,
The blue
man, look
eyes,
at that
man,
blue
the
shirt.
blue
You
eyes.
look good. Oh, sparkle like a legend skin, you know. Okay.
Love it.
Okay. So next question. This one should be no way we guess the same thing, right? What's your favorite
Give it to me.
snack? Favorite snack? Okay. Ooh, right. Ready?
wait, from where?
3.
Is there from where?
Anywhere in the world. I don't know about you, but I've been around the world, you know.
Okay.
Traveler.
Okay, I got
So,
you. All right.
All right, ready? Favorite snack. 3, 2, 1. Dried mangoes.
Dried mangoes.
Oh,
dude,
ain't no way. Ain't no. This has got to be scripted. No, ain't no way. Are you?
There's a certain brand though. There's a certain brand. Certain brand.
You're right. There is a certain brand. Ready? All right.
Let me count you in. Let me count you in.
Okay.
Let me count you in, Zeke.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Cebu.
Cebu. Oh, ain't no way. Ain't no way. He's copying. Somebody come arrest this man because he is too good looking and he's got too good a taste. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. All right. Man, you are killing me. You are killing me. Okay. Last one. Last hard question. Okay. Favorite hero. Favorite Mobile Legends hero. Okay, ready?
A lot of people are. This is easy. This is easy.
3, 2, 1.
Gord.
Ah! He's a criminal. He's a criminal. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. All right.
Saw the Gord the last game, by the way.
Man, yeah.
Off down.
Boca did go into it with
I didn't know this is what they were gonna do.
Game. So I gotta know, with you picking Gord as well, why? What
I knew it was a Naisu interview, but I didn't know it was gonna be this.
There's 2 reasons. One, in the lore, I don't know how much you know about the lore, but he's actually a teacher. He's a professor. That was my profession before I was a caster. And number 2, he basically kamehamehas. Dashes all over the place. Yep, that's about it.
For me, I was gonna say my reason that I like Gord so much is because pretty colors.
That's right.
It's so
Kamehameha.
It's so. All right, so
it is.
I think I got one more question for you. You know, at this
I'm
point, I think
lost
it's
for
safe
words.
to say maybe we're related. You know, maybe we've got the same mom and dad. You know, who really knows with all of these similarities? I mean,
Bros have pretty colors.
Only a DNA test could tell for sure. So, how and when did you start Mobile Legends?
When the game first came out, man, I was still in the Philippines, so as soon as it released, I was on it.
Zeke's like
for me,
insane white
I used to
Naisu.
also be in the Philippines. I used to train Filipino Marines out there, and it was actually Naisu when I actually spent some time at a family reunion. He was like, "Hey man, start the game," and I was like, "No sir, can't afford that." And he was like, "No bro, you don't understand. It's free. It's just the skins that get you, but it's free." So I started playing, but by that time it was already like season 6. So
yeah, it's been a minute, but that's real, by the way. He was out here in the Philippines. Just for you guys from the Philippines, probably wondering, he was out here.
Yeah, como saca, pogies. Yeah, I love you guys. Malquita. Don't think I don't know. I know what that's about. I know what that's about. But I'm not gonna hold you up. I know it's gotta be nice and bright and early there, so I know you've got a whole world to catch up to. So I appreciate you for coming out, brother. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, appreciate it, and enjoy the next matchup. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. See you, buddy. Oh man, I love that guy. He is gorgeous. Just want to say that. Gorgeous. Anybody who says otherwise, you don't know what beauty looks like.
I definitely gotta agree. You know, I was thinking about it, and I was looking at you both, and I was trying to decide on, you know, who's the elite skin and who's the collector skin. Personally, you know, I'm sorry, Zeke, but I think Naisu's definitely the collector skin. But still, the similarities are very uncanny. It was a little strange.
No, I mean, it was a great interview. You guys, it was almost like, you know, you guys were telepathically reading each other off of this. Like, I was almost confused until you guys took your glass off. I'm like, ah.
Oh, I didn't know who was who when we came on. Like, who was interviewing? I thought Naisu was actually interviewing you for a second.
Yeah, I said, man, if I hadn't shaved before this casting today, I might have confused myself with him. I'd have been like, "Hey guys, I'm Naisu Zeke. How you doing?" You know, like. But luckily, I was able to mentally prepare for that and, you know, save us that awkward environment.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad you did. We needed that. Without that, it would have been tough. The fans, all of NACT probably would have broken.
Yeah,
probably.
Definitely would have been confused there. It was a great interview nonetheless. And we got to see Naisu coming through, gracing us with his presence. Of course, another wonderful interview. Zeke, I really like that little game that you guys played. You know, when do we get to have a little game like that for a little opening, huh?
We don't. It's not for you.
Well.
But what it is for you is I do want to start looking at some of this upcoming matchup. Trex?
Upcoming matchup. I think it's going to be the meat and potatoes of today.
Ooh.
You know, it is going to be the beef and potatoes. This is what I'm excited for personally. It's DA up against Night Horde. Now, DA did not finish as high as everyone thought they were going to be. You know, I think it was like a number 5 finish, something like that. But there's been a couple roster changes. We got our Baji on the track. And I think there's some things to talk about for sure about this matchup. I don't think it's just going to be an easy sweep or anything like that for Night Horde.
Yeah, no, I mean, we haven't really seen too many roster changes that have led them to success. And if the story continues, it might just be the same thing here. But Devious activities, the roster change that they have, it's Joey Baj coming in, the Baj boy coming through on the roam position, T back into his, dominating environment, the 1v1 on the far end side. That might paint a different picture going up against the dark dragons here, almost like, like these guys have been able to win matches against some of the strongest teams. They took down BTK the last day, and now they're coming in for Devious activities like BTK round 2, Zeke.
Yeah, well said. But before UA gets too far into it, Trex, can you take us through the DA roster?
Ooh, gladly. Gladly, I will. It's going to be Melon in the gold lane, permanently off the bench now. And our boy Joy Baj joining the roster with the Yato T combo as well. Yato in the mid, Kush in the jungle, and T moving back to his homeland, the EXP lane. This is definitely a roster that, for me, yes, sometimes we're hesitant about roster changes, but this is one that just feels right to me. We saw Baj, Yato, and T on BTK back in spring season. Gold medalist.
I don't know if they'll have cams. I'm not a manager
against
for them.
Outplay, and now these three are back on a team together. It's freaking Christmas for the playoffs right now.
Yeah, no, it's
Probably
definitely
not.
going to be a good match between both of these teams. I think Zeke might be going into the Night Horde.
Yeah, UA, you got it. Let's see that. Let's see that lineup.
We're passing it right back. We have R going to be on the gold lane. Momoy, of course, this guy, we've seen him pretty much perform on any of those set tanks. Definitely a spotlight on him. Sayori at the mid. Oh My Foe in the jungle position. And Zero coming out with a special appearance. I know we had some names for the Night Horde. I think we came together and said Night Horde Zero might be the new lineup coming through, but definitely some interesting changes for both teams, right? Zero coming in this time around, T going back into the XP position. It's gonna be T versus Zero.
I'm trying to set something up real quick.
Since it's gonna be a tough match for both of these teams to be able to try to get on to the next game.
So without saying,
can I say something real quick?
What's that? Go ahead. I suppose.
Oh My Foe and Stoner look so alike with their big arms that's where I made the mistake of, I thought Stoner played last week, but it was the interview with Oh My Foe. They're both big body boy. Anyways, back to you, Zeke.
Oh, I think that goes right along with saying that maybe we, as like a caster's desk, need to start working out more so that way we can stand out as well. Because if all of the players are like looking this strong, I think maybe we got to reallocate some of our time. But I want to know, how do you think some of these players match up?
I think the big matchup for me is definitely T and Zero. I think that's going to be the kind of make it or break it for Night Horde here. They bring on Zero. Zero's definitely a veteran player. We all know him from Team Gosu, but he has kind of fallen short a few times. Whether you want to blame him or blame the team around him, whatever, Zero has fallen a little short. One of the things he's most famous for, I think, is more of like assassin-y type picks, high mechanic type picks. We've seen him on a few different roles, though, recently. recently in past teams. I'm just wondering, is he going to be able to keep up with T? Is T going to be in his prime in the EXP lane like he used to be? Because you could debate T as a top EXP laner. Yes, he hasn't played it recently, but still, you know, if he gets the better of Zero in these upcoming matches, it could definitely spell victory for DA. I think that's my major point here.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with Trex. Another matchup that I do want to bring up is going to be the matchup between Momoy and Joy Bosch. And we haven't been able to see Joy Bosch kind of come through in NACT this time around, but he's always been that strong tank, especially with, you know, the performance that he had in the last NACT. And this time around against Momoy, which also is the first time that we've ever seen before. And he's been having extremely strong performances in the roam position. Now face against Bosch, that is going to be a hurdle that Night Horde needs to get over in order for them to win. And I definitely think they have the opportunity to, but Bosch,
goddamn yappers, chat.
man, that guy is a contender. He's won championships before, also import player. Like, that guy can definitely do it all.
So with that being said, who's winning? Let's get into predictions.
I think this was a toss-up between half and half with the casters. Personally, like I said, I got to go for DA. I think the major win con for them right now is going to be T versus Zero in the EXP. And I think Baj, I mean, I think he's been playing. I think he's been playing competitively, and I think he's going to be ready for this matchup. Synergy, everything. I think DA's got this game in the bag.
I would also have to agree. I think DA is quite strong and well-rounded, and a lot of the rosters did come from the championship winning team of the last NACT. I think Night Horde is a great team. I think they're going to put up a great fight here, maybe go into the first best of 5 in the playoffs. But I also do think DA has so much experience that they're trying to show off.
So for me, I think DA looks good, but that's something that, again, for me personally, I've thought from the very beginning of the regular season, DA was a team that everybody expected to come in based off of their actual lineup, and we expected them to be like a top 3, contender. And with that being said, I said it before, my votes have to go towards consistency, and Night Horde has been doing that. So with that being said, let's get into the draft.
I like it. A beautiful toss and a beautiful point from Zeke there. I think Night Horde has been super consistent, and I think this game is high chance we go all 5, right? One thing I do think with DA is players like Yato, T, Baj, even Kush, we know their peak. We know how well they can play UA, but we also know that sometimes they have some down days. We've seen Yato make some foul plays back when he was on BTK. The legendary Kadita whiff that we all know about. We've seen them make the mistakes. T overextending, Baj, overextending. We know that when they make these mistakes, they can be the downfall of their team. But I think today DA should be able to show up. If they make any of those mistakes, though, I think the consistency of Night Horde can definitely get them the win here. And that's what Night Horde is going to have to do. They're going to just have to keep it steady, play it clean, and I think that is their win con. It's going to be pretty much who brought their A game today, who is going to make less mistakes.
And, both teams have brought in this raw element of, surprise, right? Zero has come through, Baj coming back from the dead. And, Melon now stepping up as the main gold lane for the side of DA. So both teams bringing in quite the new roster coming through. It's going to be a, deciding factor to see which one actually comes out ahead. It could be in terms of their draft. It could be the rotations. But, forgetting for all that said, the drafts have been on the board. The bans coming through. Xborg, Angela, and CC gets taken out by the side of Night Horde. Barat,
I gotta update.
Masha, Matilda gets denied from the side of DA.
And Ruby first pick. Zero is swapped up into that pick, but I don't think it's a guaranteed EXP lane pick. Definitely can be flexed around. I'm kind of surprised Ruby getting proud so hard after some of the nerfs on her. For a few days, we sometimes didn't even see her get picked up, but there are still a few teams that take her as, a very strong pick. And I think one of the things that she's good with too is because of the flexibility, she's just a good blue side like first pick, right? You're not revealing too much. You leave yourself plenty of counterplay, and she's just a solid hero overall that gives you a little damage, gives you sustainability, and gives you crowd control.
Wow, and a very early Minotaur being picked up here. I think Minotaur is a great hero, okay? But is it first pick viable, right? There's still a lot that's on the board. The Novaria, the Faramis, the Carry, the Claude, right? So, you know, with Matilda and Masha being taken off the board along with Angela, yes, I think Minotaur can provide a lot of the support, a lot of the front line, and we've seen Minotaur do quite well already today. But pairing it up with Fredrin on the very first phase might just warrant a carry from the side of Nighthorde to completely counter the front line pressure that DA has.
But you could also think that, you know, Gold Lane, I think, has kind of become this game of like rock, paper, scissors, you know, where like now that Harith is so viable, now that Roger, now that there's so many different heroes, like Gold Lane has really kind of widened out where it can be dangerous to like first pick your Gold Lane off rip. And I think, you know, Melon has showed that he feels pretty confident on a lot of different picks. So I think they felt good about it. They're even going to push back that Gold Lane. I think after seeing the Beatrix pick, it's like, oh yeah, this isn't anything that's too threatening overall. Yes, the Beatrix is good, but it's not like game breaking. So they're not even gonna put a Gold Lane even on their first phase at all. They're gonna put Yato on the Faramis, kind of give themselves their core immediately, and now we're gonna round out later on in the draft tour. As we look at Nighthorde, they've got a little damage locked in. They have some flexibility with the Ruby. DA showing all their cards, very transparent. Nighthorde still has some room to play.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is that there's no marksmen being banned out by both of these teams. So DA pretty much, for Melon, he can pick anything that he wants when it comes down to like things like Arithel, Brody, Claude, Carry. He has so many options. Even the Roger has come back into play. So, you know, the side of DA, they're not really scared. Now, there is quite a bit of XPs already been taken out. Another one gets taken out, the Arlot from the side of Nighthorde. It is going to, you know, pressure T's hero pool because quite honestly, Nighthorde, they don't have to necessarily look for another XP. They have the Ruby available, which is a very strong pick, right? They could just go for a roam and, you know, have the ability to kind of just, you know, have the Ruby on the XP. There's no pressure on picking it. And they do end up banning the Yuzong, the Nolan, and also the Fanny gets taken out by the side of DA.
All right, so like you said, focusing hard onto T here. And I think, you know, this is our first time T now jumping into the XP lane for the first time this whole season. And we're already seeing some of the respect. And these are picks that T's been known for. The Yuzong, even when it wasn't super meta, T's a monster on it. He's dangerous on it. And I think with Zero also showing face first time on this team, they want to make sure Zero feels comfortable, right? And I think it's going to be very important to kind of, you know, we're introducing Zero into the playoffs, first time on NACT, you know, top 8. And he needs to feel good about going up against T here. So I think it's a well strat. I think they are probably, it's okay. We're not going to focus too hard into gold. Let Melon get what he wants. I feel confident against it. You have a lot of utility from the Beatrix. We don't see it very often, but I definitely don't think it's unviable. I think there's lots of possibilities for it. It has the dash. It has so many different routes to go and build. Definitely just kind of like the Swiss Army knife of the gold lane.
And you know, now that Nighthorde is looking for a jungle and a possible XP roam, right? Foe, you know, he could go for a utility style, go for the Akai to disrupt. There's also, you know, the Martis.
I got it fixed.
Now Momoy has picked up this
Jesus
Gyro.
Christ.
This is what
I know.
has been known for throughout the days.
I'm doing so much shit in the
his
back.
time on the XP. It's always been about the Dyroth. And I think it was so smart for Nighthorde to wait until the last moment to give Zero his, you know, strongest hero, something that he's comfortable, you know, performing at a high level with. But EA has the last
What up,
pick.
what up,
They
what
do
up?
see the Dyroth. What is T gonna do in order to counter this pick coming out from Nighthorde?
I mean, he could go for something like the Lapu here if he wants. It's a nice thing to jump on to R, get onto the backside. It can also kind of has a little bit of sustainability, has dash, has some answers. Definitely something. He doesn't want to go for something, you know, too bulky. Goes for the Terizla. Also another nice backlane diver. Can poke a little bit. We don't see the Dairoth like super often in the EXP, so it's kind of, you know, how does the matchup exactly work out? I'm excited that you brought up some of the little background lore, background story, because with this being like the comfort pick of Zero, I think it's a great entrance to him into these playoffs, right? Will comfort be his answer? Is this something that if he does tremendous on it, will we start seeing it get banned against Night Horde? You know, there's a lot of questions for me that I can't wait to be answered.
Yeah, and you know, talking about the side of DA, they have so much front line to be able to stop, you know, from the side of Night Horde to be able to collapse, right? Again, the side of Night Horde, it almost feels like they don't have that much CC, especially compared to, you know, a Fredrin, a Minnow, and a Terizla.
Yeah.
Right? They have the Vexana, they have the Ruby, and a Martis for a little bit of
Damn,
an anti-engage CC, but is that going to be enough?
Only time will tell. This is the last series of the night, a best of 5 between Devious Activities and the Night Horde. We're on match number 1 right now. Let's jump into it.
Yeah, so I mean, you brought up a great point in our draft here. How is Zero going to be able to face up against T in the XP?
Let's see
lane,
Zero.
Right? Even if you took a look at that matchup,
Said Night Horde's gonna get clipped.
The trade already happening at mid side. Not sure.
Please no Sayori cam. S is already too busy flipping Nicolette.
No problem.
Take a look at that audience prediction right now. This is the most down the middle I think we've seen in a very long time. If you guys haven't, make sure you cast your vote in the chat. It will be updated as we go through these games. DA leading 52% to 48%, but still, that is neck and neck for these teams now. We already seen heavy aggression on the mid side. Joybaj and Yato kind of pushing in, pushing Night Horde to their limits, but Night Horde able to keep up with them. Like, listen, if that's the kind of road you want to take, if that's you want to go for blow for blow, we are definitely ready for that.
Ooh, and I do want to talk about something that's quite interesting. Fredrin with a support emblem. I've seen this in some of the Asia servers already. You know, they like to use the support emblems. It brings a lot more utility, like the movement speed, the hybrid penetration, along with a little bit of the cooldown. So it's definitely quite interesting because traditionally a lot of the Fredrin like to use tank, but it's a complete different style. It's almost like it's an assassin coming through from Kush. He has a high,
room will Nicolette stay in the hotel
available. So it's definitely something that we have to watch out for.
In a room that no one else is in.
Have that much survivability.
Oh, Zero's
damage
dead.
on Zero there. Yato able to pick up the kill. First blood on the new XP laner of Night Horde.
Yeah, and,
I'm not,
you know, ganking a Dairoth.
I'm not Night Horde's manager, so
often. He doesn't really have too much to be able to jump away here. But Foe looking to potentially go for the steal. I do think he's going to look to disengage here, though.
Yeah, Baj able to hold the front side as well. And with Turtle down, Devious Activity going to move on to this purple buff. Nice penalty zone. Watch out for the No One's Fury. Oh, my Foe able to dodge it, but still falls. T picking up the kill.
Could have Mikasa probably had to go sub just because of who knows.
It's going to fall into the hands of Kush there. And DA taking a nice lead in the beginning.
Yeah, great opening coming out from the side of DA. Already 2 kills in their hands along with
look at Joybaj, bro.
Objective. And once again, you know, the top side.
Boy looks like a gamer.
You know, against a Terizla, I do think it's a very hard matchup. You
like the old BTK crew, man.
Terizla has the lane clear, has the damage reduction, and has a frontline CC. That
can I be a coach?
But Dairoth,
want to join a team?
You know, typically it takes some time to snowball. He wants to be able to dominate his lane early, have the kill pressure, being able to stand against anyone.
I don't know if I'm
1 versus 1.
Probably a good coach. I'm a better manager.
To that point where he can, you know, kill the Terizla or anyone that Devious has to send up there in a 1 versus 1 situation is going to be trouble for Devious Activities. But on the other hand, if Zero gets constantly picked off, if he's not able to win the 1 versus 1, Night Horde is going to crumble due to a top side that's not going to be able to make too much impact.
Most definitely. And DA just playing clean right now. They're not playing like super aggressive, at least not on the opposite side of the river, but they are ganking lanes quickly, and down goes Zero once again. And even though T isn't soloing it, DA knows
the
take down a lane,
the kingpin.
It's going to be a problem. We give T a good game, it's going to be a problem. And now the next attack falls. Oh my,
Damn,
Foe falls along with
TP
it.
and
It's 2 kills apiece onto Oh My Foe and Zero. DA gonna take another purple buff here.
It is a 2K lead. A lot of resources have been used in those two skirmishes, right? The bonk has been coming through, the ultimate coming out from Terizla along with the Minoan's Fury. A lot of resources have been used that aren't going to particularly be available in the next objective. But with already a 2K
Kush is a good jungler too.
Devious activities, they're holding it down quite well in the river. Momoy, I mean not Momoy, but Joy Baj with this Minotaur, very
Melon's the only person that's not like as known.
This Fredrin, it's going to be very, very hard for the side of Nighthorde to go.
Oh my god, oh my foe's about to get bullied.
Baj is just everywhere right now, and Yato's always has
I don't think Kush was ex-BTK, but maybe a long time ago.
Nice Eternal Guardian does fall,
Kush was like
with the penalty zone into the backside. Momo takes a lot of damage, forced to use the flicker just
like
to get
TSU
to safety.
back in the day.
Connects onto Baj, but still unable to get the kill.
And he was part of Ackerman.
Kush kind of dove.
What did Kush play?
Tower,
what a
got
role!
His hits in, even landed the ultimate, and then dove right back.
How long ago? I was like, that had to have been. That was before me.
Nighthorde able to get their first tower. This is good news for the side of Nighthorde. This is kind of the thing where
he was mid.
If the team is losing, can they get that
sub jungle
on the opposite side of map? And
interesting.
Zero, even down 0-2 is able to do so.
Ooh, Minoan's Fury plus the Shadow Stampede, and two kills go down. Melon
mid jungle,
both right in the hands you want to put it. And yes, you're right. You know, DA does the
Kush also went overseas to Latam.
Jumps in as well. They do sacrifice the tower.
I think he was a jungle for a Latam team.
It's good though that Zero didn't like follow along. He's like, no, I'm gonna hang out up here. I'm already behind. Let me try to get something for my team.
Yeah.
And there is about a 1K gold lead for the mage, the jungle, and the marksman.
Ringing the clap.
Oh, I'm offended.
Yato just came in hot.
Is taken out. A kill does get put on the board for Nighthorde finally at 6 minutes in. Now back to what you were saying, Yue.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's quite interesting that I still have to point out is the support emblem that's on the Fredrin.
Out of new players, you just gotta participate,
now that
man.
He has built up his first item, which is going to be a brute force. It changes things up for Kush.
Yasuo came in hot.
Really that like frontline sustain anymore. It's more about just coming in and out very quickly, spamming his spells with an extremely low cooldown. Right, and he's able to get pretty much his ultimate up almost every single team fight, and they're just really taking advantage of that situation right now.
Oh man, look at the gank, look at the attack. Zero, no way out of that one. DA able to get the kill. Kush takes a turtle. They're everywhere, doing everything all at once.
Foe got his first item.
It's gonna smell a little bit of trouble. The retribution does come through Kush. You know, he's just a really fast boy right now, and he's looking to go for a little bit more.
BTK won against BloodHounds.
Melon cutting lane, look for the shots onto Oh My Foe. Can he get the kill? Yes, with the BMI out into safety. DA then going to switch lanes. They take the tier 3 in the mid side. Are Momoy there to try to defend. Melon takes a couple shots to the face. Able to BMI away safely. Yato there to help out just in case, but DA, Devious Activity, just doing a wonderful job now. They've hit their power spike. They're transitioning their 9 kills into being able to take towers, and they're feeling good about it.
I'm getting that food-itis, man.
There's about a 2K gap between the XP and the
dropping the
jungler
BTK ammo
from Nighthorde and Devious Activities. The gold lane is still doing quite well. Ours not that far behind.
Melon's 4-0.
Damage, so there's still opportunity there.
Oh damn!
Ooh, big
that was a great.
3 under the tower.
Great, I'm offended.
Fury lands onto 3 more. More damage coming out. The Devious Passion able to lock onto Zero, but Zero goes down. T takes the shots to the face and does not fall. Yato, Melon picking up a kill. Devious Activity find 3 members without losing a single one.
And the amount of damage and ultimate that the Netherrealm took underneath Yato's control was so insane there, right? They're able to, you know, soak up the damage, the displacement from the I'm offended. They're also able to just defend. And look at that bomb.
Oh my god, that was set. That had to be like 70% health UA.
And you know, Devious now they're just playing kind of like the bully bots, 13-1, and they're able to just pick
bully bots.
Ooh, Momoy does
Damn, he called him a bot and a bully. Oh, they just get a team wipe?
3 members off the field for DA. And Kush is out of town along with Melon. Nighthorde find a moment to come back.
Yeah, and this is the mashed potatoes and gravy mash that you're talking about. The spice and the salt coming through the flavor.
I forgot to eat some
Nighthorde
dessert.
is able to pick off
I'm
two of the
saying.
members of the side of Devious Activities. A kind of a missed dive that, you know, we
Night
don't
Horde
see
was
that
required to
often.
switch,
Yes, the side
people.
of Night Horde, they're able to find the small opening, able to get the punish
They
they're
had
looking for, and that's huge, right? They're able to cut the
They had
gold
to
lead. There's
switch the
6K,
roster
now it's a little
around
bit
just
down. You can
because
look
they just
at the
didn't have
gold
enough
ultra
people.
right here, just soaking up all the damage into the attack, the reinforcements, the rinse and repeat reward from Devious Activities.
Jesus, dude, the Ruby olds.
Ooh, such a punish indeed.
The Ruby olds.
That was a monstrous. I'm offended. Night Horde still showing they have some capabilities, but here's a good thing about Devious Activity. They don't let that slow them down at all. They immediately transition. Okay, we're still going for Lord. We still have a 6,000 gold lead. We still got this. They just have to be careful how they approach it, because Night Horde will strike at any moment.
Yeah, but with that small mistake, it gives Night Horde a little bit of hope. It does look like we have a small pause on the screen, but giving hopes is a very dangerous situation.
I like
for
how
teams
the
that have nothing to lose.
all
And
of
they're
the
able to
votes
give
went to
side
DA
Night
now.
Horde from a
It's
1
hella
in
funny.
13 lead into a few kills going into their favor, able to defend. I'm offended, has so much impact, you know, throughout every single fight. It shines a light at the end of the dark tunnel for the side of Night Horde to be able to, you know, find the hope that they need. And now it gives them opportunity. They're like, hey, it seems like we have damage from the Beatrix. The displacements from the Ruby should be able to work quite well. We do have to worry about the Netherrealm, but it's a most definite possible situation that they could get some winning team fights, winning skirmishes here and there.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of combo potential from the side of Night Horde. The type of potential that even when you're down 5,000 gold, one
them
play
and
can still turn around a game. You can
break
still
their
take
spirits.
fights.
Holy shit.
And Night Horde is not the team to just, you know, back off and turtle up. They know that it's like, okay, even if we're a little behind, we know how to approach a fight and maybe still come out on top. DA has to be careful for that. You know, they did just get that Lord. They're going to be pushing in soon. But if they make a mistake, especially coming into the bottleneck of the base, and they get cut off 2 or 3 members, something like that happens again, it could be a major problem.
Yeah, and you know, there is still a gold gap, right? We kind of talked about it in the game.
I stood up too late last night,
I believe
chat.
is about a 2K difference. Same thing with the jungle situation, but R has been holding up quite well against Mill, and I still think there's a small gold gap, but the damage is showing already. The BOD paired up with the Malefic Roar, he has the ability, and another I'm offended here.
Like mages are too
Tunnel Guardian
strong.
does come out. Netherrealm able to save
There's
the
a
day
few
for the
mages
side
that are
of
pretty
DA.
strong.
They do
Lot of
bait out a
resources,
couple
though.
ultimates, 4 ultimates. Moy doesn't have one. R doesn't have one. Sayori also doesn't have an ultimate on the board. A lot more green dots on the side of Devious Activity. They're waiting for the engage. Lord just slowly
I feel like right
creeping.
now
They weren't able to
there's
sync
not
that
too
one
much.
up. He's going to be a little bit delayed to the party here.
We playing
and,
tonight?
you know, the
Probably
Flicker
not,
towards
Nick.
the ultimate is still available if they want to use that penalty zone. The top side
I gotta
is
do
getting
some
pushed in,
schoolwork.
and they're most definitely looking to siege
Baj
here.
with the flicker in. Drops an Owen's Fury, catches 2. Momoy in a little bit of trouble. T maybe way too deep. Forced to use the flicker just to get away here. R brings out the Nubire's Passion. I'm offended connects, but the ults don't connect themselves. R finally taken out. Sayori brought down to about half health. Oh, my foe. Gonna jump in, looking for the decimation, but unable to connect onto anyone, and is taken out by Melon. Moy still holding down the base. Devious Activity looking for another run at this push. More minions coming down the mid side. Melon gonna start clearing waves as the rest of his team hold down the top. They all connect now onto the middle inhibitor, and they're gonna shred it down quickly. Night Horde now still trying to defend, but Devious Activity want to try to end. Momoy looking for a friend, looking for some help, but they locked onto the base, and that will be it at 11.5 minutes. Devious Activity take game number 1.
Yeah, I got
wow.
I have my master's degree I'm working
They know
on.
they have the impact. They know they had the lead, and they were able to execute it.
Like the
perfectly
BTK
in that
jersey?
team fight. No members lost there. The Cold Ultra was held onto the very last moment when they were just on the inhibitor base tower. 18, 4, and 38. Quite a high kill score. For a playoff game.
I want them to change like the meta from the tanks in the jungle and the utility jungles. I like Alpha, but
Zero early on got them some of the snowball paired up with Kush which has been doing quite well with the support. Fredrin, you know, he was fast in and out, and he was able to get a lot of kills early on. You know, this Devious activity is quite
What happened to
strong,
Night
especially
Horde? They're
comparing their
falling.
performance in
They're
the
falling from their
standings of our
tree.
regular season.
I mean, like I said, man, teams are going to come into playoffs very differently, and Devious activity
Yo,
with
oh
Blodge
boy.
on the lineup. We're going to
Oh
see
boy,
a much
Melon, Dark.
more aggressive, I think, lineup from Devious activity here. We already saw glimpses of it. We already saw moments of it. Baj and Yato, just they already have synergy built over the past year, even though they haven't played together this season or recently. We know that there's already something there, and you add T into that equation, you add Kush into that equation, there's definitely something deadly here. Even the way they approached the early game, the laning phase, then transitioned into taking towers and cutting lanes. Melon is just, and then Melon's just this extra effect. We haven't seen a lot of Melon, but he's definitely just something where, like, where did this guy come from? Because he's playing wonderfully on the gold lane.
And I do also want to say that with this roster change and the elements of, you know, getting a 12-minute match against Night Horde, which is one of the strongest.
You like BTK,
teams in our
Joybaj and BTK
standing,
instead?
It really does show that maybe this potentially might
He's joined
be
the
Devious'
dark side,
activity's
Jesus.
strongest lineup that they've had so far. The synergy, it's there, right? Joybaj does not look out of place at all whatsoever. Is able to get the Minoan's Fury at the right time. They're able to follow up. No members are dying left and right.
If
There's
Zero
not
is
much
Cho.
mistake besides I'm offended a little overextension on, you know, kind of the mid and the bottom side tower. And I honestly feel like Devious, they played nearly a perfect game to be able to dominate early and into the late game onto the base tower, able to get executed perfectly.
Definitely executed very perfectly. Taking a look at some of the stats, Night Horde was only able to get
miss
2
Cardi,
towers.
to be
and-
honest.
Hold on,
Damn.
is this right? Night Horde got 1 purple buff that whole
no.
game. Devious activity was just in their face, UA.
Yeah,
What happened?
and you know, although Zero was able to get a tower punish early on, the impact, you know, from the side of Night Horde, they're just unable to kind of connect with a lot of these kills, right? Saori still did quite well, didn't die too much, but the other members of Night Horde, you know, the impact just wasn't there, right? 0-7, that's not something we want to see on a jungler. On the other hand, DA played quite well here. The XP was able to get into team fights quite well. High kill participation across the board. Even Melon playing, you know, quite the perfect game. We saw some very clutch blazing duets onto the backside, just clearing and mowing and shredding down all the members of Night Horde. So Devious activities with this 12-minute win.
What's up, Spirit?
definitely showing a very strong performance.
Got 2 spirits in the chat. We got
And
Spirit
Joybaj's
Airlines,
first
and now we
day
got
in
Spirit
the season
Restricted.
already showing up as
Already
the Forgotten
there.
One with 14 assists. Melon with gold per minute, the rich guy, and Sayori actually packing a punch that game. And you mentioned her a bit, how she did have a decent game, you know, didn't have too many
Will
deaths.
Cardi
but what we saw
go
there, you know,
with
it's the
BTK
ripple
in
effect. It's
Vegas?
the butterfly effect. DA starts
I don't know.
off getting
Maybe.
picks onto the EXP lane. That ripples into the purple buff where they start getting picks onto,
They pay.
onto Oh My Foe. And then
They
once two
pay
members are
for
down bad like
the
that,
main
there's,
5
there's
and
nothing
this
the rest can
and
really
1
do to
sub.
pick up the pieces. Let's take a look at the head-to-head though of Sayori and Yato.
I
and
am
mean,
the new
the
manager of
damage
BTK,
doesn't
correct?
quite tell the full story, right? Even though Yato, you know, more or less played the support role, the nether realms that he had was insane. They were able to soak up so much burst that came out of that Beatrix, and you know, the invulnerability timing, you know, was able to negate so much damage. 4-2 and 12 is Yato's score. You know, one of the highest kill participations on the side of DA. So definitely still kind of revolving around this trio.
Zane's been humbled, man. He's a good guy. He's
Also
a good
high
guy.
in the kill participation. But
What do I
one
think
thing
about
that
Zero?
does
I like
stand out
Zero.
is the performance of T. He was able to get those kills.
I don't know if I've
early
ever seen
on,
him
especially
EXP
every
though.
time that DA sent resources up into that XP position, T was able to come through with the penalty zone, gets the stun, gets the pick off. And you know, that's great when you're able to get kills off of, you know, an XP lane where typically it's supposed to be that 1 versus 1 matchup. So DA definitely playing quite well into their books, into their advantage, possibly looking to go, you know, continue the momentum into the second game. But I think Night Horde this time around is going to bounce back. They, you know, they had a great game. You know, Sayori played great there. It was just that, you know, the jungle and the XP kind of fell off a little bit towards that mid. If they're able to secure better picks, maybe pick up the Fredrin early on themselves, right? Get that strong jungle presence, you know, ban out maybe the Barats and, you know, take away some of Kush's hero.
T or Milo?
And make sure Zero can hold against T. And I think that was the strategy that they had. It was just unfortunate that T was the last pick and, you know, picked up a boss man himself and just completely dominated that matchup.
And the whole team, I think both teams came in with a strategy.
Dudes like him don't change.
I think catches Night Horde off guard with such laning phase aggression, such quick ganks. You know, just consistently putting pressure onto Zero. And I think DA also, they came in with that strategy. They knew, all right, we're gonna gank hard early game. We're gonna put as much pressure on as possible. Now Night Horde maybe has a gauge. They're like, okay.
Yeah, BTK go against the winner of this match.
Find a way to slow them down if they come back in, and I think if DA is really sneaky, if they're really smart about this, it's like, okay, this time we focus hard on gold, right? This time we switch it up a little bit and we gank the opposite lane a bunch, right? So we'll see how things go. DA is going to be first pick. They're going to ban out the Fermis up front. So Yato is going to have to play something a little bit different, and we're already going to see a slightly different draft.
And, you know, one of the things I do have to point out is I feel like we're seeing a lot of troubles in the laning phase. It could be, you know, other teams playing very perfectly to be able to get the ganks off. Timing is correct and they're able to get those kills early on in some of the side lanes. But a lot of these teams, like, it's becoming kind of like a one-sided matchup where they're able to get the weaknesses of the opponents and able to, you know, use that pressure to connect to the objectives, to connect to the snowball, and they're able to kind of just completely destroy one of the sides, get those pickoffs, and, you know, get the snowball that they need to go on in these games. So, you know, definitely one recommendation, especially to some of the losing teams or losing matchup, is building some early game damage, early game heroes that can defend 1 versus 2, that can get out of sticky situations. The Roger, perfectly in this meta to deal with that sort of situation. The Glue, a little bit of a Ryzen situation, also has the ability to dash and sustain. So definitely try to, you know, skew more towards early great picks that, you know, can defend against a lot of the dives. Maybe we might see a cleaner early game. Maybe we can see that 20-minute match that BloodHounds and BTK had here.
I mean, I definitely think we're just getting started, right? It's game number 1. Night Horde didn't place the way they placed for no reason. I definitely think we see some back and forth here, but
why they changed the EXP? Because they had to.
Front. This has been such a focused pick tonight, and NACT, I feel like, has just done this over the past several weeks from season to now. I feel like every week we're seeing a new first pick. Like, this is the new first pick. You know, sometimes it was the Roger, now it's the Ruby. Before it was Barats or this or that, and it's just consistently changing around.
Do they have a
these
coach?
Teams feel they should be prioing.
I can tell you.
It's very interesting that Arlot has not been banned out in the first phase, and in order
maybe
to
not
flex
actually.
that pick, they actually rather to get the I'm offended than the final slash, which is, you know, quite honestly, debatably.
Devious activity does
Arlot
not have a
pretty
coach.
much does the same thing, has multiple CCs, can displace the opponents, and have a very strong laning phase. But it seems like we like to prioritize Ruby just a little bit more. Now, the Night Horde comp coming through with the Barats and the Esports, I like this, right? That's a lot of frontline sustain coming through, along with, you know, Xborg just denying the picks away from the side of DA to protect
DA's
the Barats.
coach is your mom's booty.
But it is extremely prone to CC, extremely prone to the true damage.
The chat feels empty without Stella.
DA has
Stella's like, she always keeps everybody in check.
I would say, though, that Xport is at least a solid laner in the beginning of the game. He's not the easiest to gank. He has the passive and everything, so it's a safe pick for Zero, I feel like. You also never really overextend with him, you know, in the early game. Maybe you throw out a Last Insanity, but even then, you know, it's very easy to play him very safely and kind of stalemate your lane. So I think it's a solid pick for Zero.
Stella owns
coming
NA.
into game number 2.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be too easy to gank. You know, he's probably going to pick up the flicker to pair along with this and should have a nice, clean several first minutes of the game. Sayori now, though, going to pick up that comfort pick Nana for her. We've seen her do crazy things with this pick.
Yeah, and you know, another option that I think Sayori could have considered could have been the Valentina, right? Taking away the I'm offended, gets the ultimate coming out from Vexana, but Nana provides something a little bit different, right? With, you know, the Molina, she's able to, you know, completely single out a target or multiple targets and morph them into a little rat, I think. And you know,
don't talk about Molina like that.
It's quite hard to deal with, and I think it does bring, you know, a surprise element. And Sayori has been so good in terms of staying alive, farming away, and, you know, finding the right team fights. I think Nana does.
He did not say a little rat.
Can do definitely some damage, especially going up against, let's say, a Vexana, where, you know, she does shine a little bit more in the long range. She likes to, you know, just be right outside of the hitbox. But with the Molina Blitz, it does go quite far. So potentially able to catch up Yato, but the second phase bans is on the table. The Rithel and the Nolan gets banned out from the side of Night Horde, and the two frontline tanks gets taken out from the side of DA.
I mean, this same Nana is what won Night Horde essentially game 1 against BTK last week. Able to get some of that early aggression with the Molina, able to get a catch onto Mobazane in like the first minute. So we wanted Night Horde to be able to kind of keep up.
Where are they going to put this export though?
Nana can do that. Nana can supply a great defense. It's very
Is
hard
it
to
brought
invade
to
against
EXP
Nana. It's
or
very hard to
fucking
like try to apply
export
very early, you know,
EXP?
late
Like-
phase pressure, because every time you run in, you're just turned into a rat, as you said, you know?
Turn into a rat.
It definitely supplies that. Also, decent lane clear. So I think if Sayori wants to follow around, Yato, but hold on a second. Melon on the Hanabi pick. Talk about it,
This is what, NACT PTSD a little bit. I mean, we did see a lot of success out of this hero.
Yeah.
Why do you say PTSD?
Right, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we have to give this pick credit, because even BTK in their interview, they were struggling. They were telling, hey, there was no way we could kill this Hanabi. How do we do this? And there was a backdoor Milo play to be able to take the game there. So this pick is respectable. It is just a little bit out of the usual norms. Now, Kush picking up this Guinevere is a little bit interesting at the same time. It does provide a lot of the CC that DA may be lacking there, but it is a nerf Guinevere. She is not as good as who she was before the recent patches. So maybe the side of DA can use that to their advantage and get some setups. But wow, Night Horde's setup is very
big chilling right now.
And when I look at that Guinevere, I think two things. Either DA playing for some, you know, either they're gonna try to play
I need like a couch.
Do they want to play really hard
like
for these
streaming
turtles
couch.
early game when they can get the knockups onto Oh My Foe, or is just a dive comp right here to try to herd onto the side lanes once again? Like,
not the
maybe
girl
even
power.
give up first turtle, go for a gold lane gank early on, you know, try to get Melon to scale up quickly. I definitely think it's a big possibility here. Last time we saw them hard focus EXP. This time with a hero like Hanabi, you know, you want to try to give her a very clean early game so you can snowball that into the mid to late and get her some of those, you know, 3 items or so locked in, you know, very quickly, maybe much sooner than, you know, 13-12 minutes, you know, maybe 10 minutes, something like that. But let's see, because DA leading
I think I stayed
in
up
one
too
match,
late.
the best of 5 up against the Night Horde. Can they make it 2, or will Night Horde bring us to the dead even?
So, you know, you kind of talked about the Hanabi trying to get into that late game. Definitely feels like DA, they're going to be putting generally quite a bit of resources onto that gold lane quite early on. Like, they want to make sure the Hanabi is going to be safe dealing with the carry 1v1. And when we talk about the laning phase, honestly, the Hanabi should be able to deal quite well against the carry by itself. And it does seem like the side of DA, they're able to get a small zoning even on mid side. So that's 2 lanes already.
I even had a Red Bull, but it's like done nothing to me.
Top side though, it seems like it's quite the even trade, but T able to get the Raga armor off early should, you know, give them a small advantage leads in terms of a quick rotation and maybe contestions of some of the neutrals.
Raj already bringing out the the typical engages, the typical in your face. Melon does have the Aegis, right, to kind of you know, help him out when he's moving around. The shield, what is that? It pretty much activates as a Purify, doesn't it, Yue?
And ooh, a little nom nom.
A little bit of damage. Oh, my foe will come in, but he is going to get
Yo,
knocked
did
out
that
by
nom nom get
Pick
canceled?
up the kill. Can they get the response? Yes. Baj able to get
GGs.
1 for 1 there, but it's a jungler for an EXP laner. I think it's
Do
a
some
good trade in the
push-ups?
hands of Devious activity.
Yeah, but, for the side of Night Horde, they've already
Is
started. a little bit
Yato
better
wearing
than
the
before.
BTK
They,
jersey?
they're able to get a little bit of zoning onto some of the far lanes. They're able to get a trade early on. The gold lead is not crazy. It's only about 100 gold leads, so it's not really that significant. Now for the
Saw
side
good
of
my neck
TA,
was hurting, so
right?
I'm just
They
like
have
big
to
old
see,
chilling here watching
they
this
can get the
game.
pickoffs that they're looking for. It seems like they want to pressure in onto the
I mean,
top
based
side,
on
maybe
this
get,
draft, I don't.
this neutral objective uncontested. But it
I feel
honestly
like the
feels like the side of Night Horde,
Guinevere's
they're
rough.
playing this early game much better than before, right? They're able to get a few kills here and there. Now the Nana's looking to get to that level 4. Might be impossible, too late for a contestation for the neutral objective.
Definitely too late. They tested the waters. They dipped their toe in it, but did not.
I've
fully
had
commit.
that
I think it's well played by
that
Night
container
Horde.
filled with
Don't go all
water
in on
forever,
that.
bro.
They didn't have a good positioning. Oh, my foe also late to the party there. So now still back down to a stalemate. 1-1 gold, dead even right now. The Florin pick from Night Horde. Give me a little something on it. Do we think it's a good pick here? We don't see it all the time. How do we feel about it, UA?
My pillow.
Well, definitely, if we take a look at some of the out of the country combinations, but before that, nom nom.
Won't be anything too major.
Oh, God.
Nice, I'm offended. Oh, my foe actually going to get pulled back in.
She was
Still,
actually
nobody
kind of
gonna
good.
kill.
Yeah,
I mean,
Gwen,
the
I was
Florin
kind of
pick is
like,
quite interesting. It has been used quite a lot
fucking
in the PH
Gwen?
regions this weekend. And there's some teams that have a lot of success.
I was very
with
confused
it, right?
when I seen the Gwen.
Manana Evos definitely has a lot of success with the floor and the Wrath picks, so it's definitely quite viable. There's a lot of teams out there that just kind of hang on to this support pick, but for Momoy now, I've known him to be a great Minotaur. He's done super well with Grok. This for me is the first time that he's opting to go for this Florin pick, and it's not completely great, especially when you're going up against something like a set roamer, but it definitely has some potential, and it just pairs super well with the Barats. But top side,
given a
you get
nap.
the Raga armor.
You took 3 naps already?
Zero hasn't gone down, right? So he's definitely been getting bullied a bit.
I wish,
but last
Ritz,
game, those
I
bullies
wish.
would have translated to kills. This time, they're feeling a little better about it. We were talking about the Hanabi pick.
They chose my wife, Hanabi.
Why she's maybe a bit more viable than what we would have seen in the past. One, the new.
I think I went ham on a Hanabi last night.
With the marksmen, so many of them now able to kind of hit and move, attack, and double step around a bit. That gives her. She's not as vulnerable when just unloading. And then also the recent buffs on the towers.
Night Horde better win? I don't think so, bro.
Now you're getting even more damage reduction, and you're pretty much safe from ganks. Wait a second. Oh, my foe able to get the Tona's welcome. On to Kush, gets the big stun. Yato takes a lot of damage, forced to back off.
The
but
damage,
gonna get attacked
though.
from the back T, able to pick up the kill, looking for another one. Melon able to find a one as well. It's 1 for 1 right now. Turtle does go to the side of the Night Horde, though. Make it 2. T finds another kill.
Yeah, and
they're so low, but they don't even care.
Off here in a little bad situation.
Does he have the bounce? No. Zero. Pops it a little bit too early. T.
Oh, he got him.
Right behind him. And now
He got
gonna
him.
go down. T still playing with them. Finally drops.
Oh, Joy Bosh.
Now Bosh in a bad spot. Moy looking for the kill. Kush also just trying to get away here.
Ooh, one
taking
shot.
towers, though. While this is happening and Devious activity, get away safely.
Now, I think
that was crazy. That woke me up a bit. That woke me up a bit.
Damage dealers. We're talking about like Vexana,
Yato, he's going for it.
Carry. They don't have a very big dash range. It's due to the fact that it seems like we don't have as much assassin actions as we did back then, right? A lot of these heroes are prone to dive, and yes, we are in a very dive heavy meta, but we also value a lot of kind of sustain, right? We value armor early on defenses to build up something like a Brody with or a carry with a belt first item, right? So a lot of prone dive heroes have been coming up to the meta, but at the same time, we don't have the assassins like the Ling and the Fanny that roam around the map anymore. So the Hanabi pick, honestly, it could be quite safe here, and Melon's doing a great job on the top side dealing with the ARP by himself.
I mean, and another thing to add on what you just said, the amount of crowd control now that is so prevalent in teams, like 3, 4, sometimes all 5 members, and that creates space for
Even
heroes like the
Ezekiel's
Vex
in
to be
here
okay. But now
gambling.
my foe, trying to get some more damage on a Kush. Kush taking a little bit too much to the face there, forced to back off Melon as well. Able to just get away safely, but Night Horde still unable to pick up a kill in that fight. Devious Activity just want to try to defend here. Melon doesn't want to let this tower go down.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit surprised from the side of Night Horde. They did go for a little aggression early on, but they did not connect it with any objectives. But Foe here might get picked off.
Foe very low. T once again diving in. Able to get the kill there as Kush picks up the turtle. Zero gets the last insanity, but still unable to kill T just yet. Devious Activity come out on top again in that fight.
Yeah, but a lot more 50-50s this time around. You can see the side of Night Horde, they have a lot of damages that is actually...
Oh my god.
Oh, gets the kill!
Oh, how to be 1v1, man.
Finds it. That's insane. Never would have thought.
That's the strength of
rigged
by herself, you know, especially early on. We're talking about a single target damage dealer like Carry versus kind of like a cleaver from the Hanabi, and he was able to kind of just solo out the carry quite early. The side of Devious, they do have the bot and the top tower, so already an advantage in terms of the objectives, and they, you know, they've also been able to rack up about a 3K gold lead, and they're looking quite sharp here. And you know, the side of Devious, it's
we have to put a cooldown on you, Zeke. You can't be gambling like that, man. You're gonna lose all your money.
Are a lot to scaling, but before that, whew,
oh, Melon brought so low, but just in time gets the Aegis. Pair that up with the Eternal Guardian. It was a 4-man knockup. Every time Night Horde tries to come in, they're stopped in their tracks.
Yeah, but the good thing is Night Horde is not getting picked off as much as they were from the last match, right? The overall kill score is only 6-3, so it's not as bloodthirsty as it was beforehand. It does smell good news though, right? You know, the side of Night Horde, the problem that I saw from last game is that they were just unable to, you know, go past the laning phase safely. But this time around, they've definitely been able to get through that quite safely. It's about a 4K gold lead. It's not that much at a 9-minute mark. It's definitely comebackable, but they've just set themselves up in a much better situation this time around, and potentially they're going to be able to get a winning team fight here and there.
Ooh, watch out for the Violent Requiem. There it is. Oh, my foe taking way too much damage. Gonna go down. Kush able to pick up the kill. Devious Activity now backing off. They got the purple buff. They still haven't cracked that tier 3 in the mid side.
BTK versus DA.
A lot in the off lanes.
Yeah.
But still having a little trouble
Like, oh
finding that one. Ward
Fuck.
should go down though to Devious Activity.
Yeah, and again, Devious Activity, they've played quite well in this series, and especially even in this game. They're not really giving too much opportunity for Night Horde, even with some of the more 50-50 fights that they had early on. The side of Devious, they're, you know, almost always coming out quite ahead. Now they're able to get that mid tower that you were looking for. It opens up the map completely. You can even see Melon just walking through the jungle of the side of Night Horde, not scared at all, as he should. You know, he's got that built-in Purify. It's not the same as a Purify, but, you know, it does provide a lot of utilities that the side of Night Horde have to deal with. And quite honestly, there's not much CC coming out from Night Horde to be able to pin the Hanabi in a good position for them to get the damage that R desperately needs to output in order for Night Horde to go above and beyond in this team fight.
I'm wondering exactly what Melon's
He
building
said
here. Are
rigged.
there any defensive items? This is just full damage. What exactly the plan is here. Lord is crashing down on the bot side. So we got Golden Staff, Corrosion, Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword. Honestly though, man, like with the shields and everything, it's so funny because Melon just feels so bulky right now. A lot of times has taken some shots and just has not been able to get taken out. R though, walking on to Kush here. Eternal Guardian did drop down in the tier 2 on the mid side. Devious Activity not overextending though. The Lord has been taken out. Devious Activity in control of the map.
And, you know, they don't really have to overextend, right? Even if they don't take losses here, they have Melon, which is so extremely hard to deal with, and he's just scaling more and more and more, and he just has so much damage that there's almost nothing that Night Horde can do, right? Devious, they have the Violent Requiem to be able to stun onto the front side. They have the I'm Offended to displace the big dinosaur there. And for the side of Night Horde, of course, they have the Florin pick, and once again, a lot of the healers, it's more about being reactive. It's not about making the plays yourself, but the opponents just miscalculating, misjudging the sustain, and force the opponents to make some mistakes. But right now, Devious Activity is playing perfect. They're getting the pickoffs that they need to, wasting some ultimates, but they're able to single out individual members, getting 1 or 2 kills per team fight. And they're setting up for such a big snowball. Look at the damage dealt here. But before that,
Violent Requiem does come down. Are able to unload speed of light. We're able to pull back. Undefended.
They pulled him
deep. Phone goes down. Zero does pop the last insanity. Melon gets the Aegis in. Now able to get some more free shots. Zero in a little bit of trouble. Trying to get back to safety. They're going to lock onto the tier 2 now on the mid side. Melon able to grab it. Devious Activity come out once again on top in that fight. Joy Baj is back in the land of Dawn. People told me not to get too excited about it, but I'm hype over it.
And, T's performing quite well with the CC, right? We saw the impact that he had in the very first objective, where he was able to get onto the backside, get a few kills here and there, especially when it almost felt like it was a 50-50 for both of these teams. And T able to make the impact already in the XP position. Again, this is something that we've expected before. But this DA squad, the dominance and the performance that they've had, like, it's crazy how much synergy that they have, how much confidence, how well they synergize with each other. And now it is up to Night Horde to defend that. They definitely have the ability to, but it is going to be a very rough uphill battle.
Yato has, I feel like everyone on Devious Activity this game has just played very cleanly, from Melon to Kush. Yato's had some great Eternal Guardians. Baj with some really clean I'm Offended. Now they're going to try to break through onto this base. They will get the crash from the Enhanced Lord, bringing that inhibitor down to about half health. All 5 members going to pile up. A little bit of a freeze there, but it's okay. They finally break through. T holds down the front side along with Joy Baj. Do pop the conceal play. Kush looking for the engage. Will get stopped, stunned up from the floor.
Jesus Christ.
Nice Eternal Guardian comes down. Another inhibitor falls as well. Devious Activity able to take it. Now down to the bot side. 1 more to go, like dominoes.
Boybo's got the lantern
Devious
there.
Activity, final target locked. The thing is, this Night Horde can't even come in because he is just yo-yoing away, shredding anyone down that comes close. And Night Horde doesn't have any dive right now. They gave up a heavy-hitting tank for Momoya on this floor, and they gave up a heavy backlining dive EXP laner for this
damn, I'm going broke.
Which could work.
High risk, high reward. Ooh, I don't think they're gonna have the damage.
Another Violent Requiem locks on to Zero there, paired up with T. Able to get some nice damage down. Still not a kill just yet. Stona's Welcome does lock on to T, but T's okay. Joy Baj jumps in. Night Horde getting pushed back into the base, trying to get their health bars back to full.
I lost 3 gambles in a row.
Ready to jump in and dive for the team right? As well. Last Insanity connects onto Yato. Yato forced to use a flicker. Night Horde still just trying to defend, and Devious Activity finally back off.
Yeah, and Night Horde should be able to defend quite well. They do have the carry to be able to, deal as much damage as he can possibly, but the spacing coming out from Devious Activity is just really too good, right? They have CC to, zone away anyone from the backside. They also have Guinevere, where the Violent Requiem could smell death for any of the members of the side of Night Horde. And, now they're kind of caught in a very bad situation.
Zeke's not ready for Vegas.
Zero caught up by himself, though, here.
Ooh, a lot of damage. Zero and a little bit of trouble. Fragile Armor does pop. He is a bulky boy, though, so he should be able to get away here.
Chunky.
But the threat is constantly there for the side of Night Horde. They just haven't been able to find a way out of their base just yet.
You lose your money, you lose your money, man.
In about 10 seconds. This is going to be the second Luminous Lord for the side of Devious. And, we're slowly seeing kind of the same story being put off by many of these teams, right? The early objective, the early game kind of just shows a very strong snowball, and it almost feels like there's no way for anyone to get back here, but Ruby is picked.
Ooh, everyone unloads. Joy Baj. Immortality does pop. Will he be able to get away? No, finally goes down. Sayori able to get the kill there.
Weekend.
This is, I think Devious Activity has to know, okay, maybe let's stop the taunt, stop the recall, stop the toss. Baj getting a little ahead of himself.
Yeah, and I mean, the Lord is going to be marching down now with Joybodge, a 20-second death timer. DA may not be able to push into the inhibitors, and this is going to pretty much push the game past, you know, that 19-minute mark where the third Luminous Lord is going to be coming up. But Devious still have an opportunity here. They have Luminous Lord marching down. Everyone is in set position, but it is going to be a 4 versus 5.
Melon takes the angle, takes the flank, unloading the backside along with Cushion T. Lord down about 20%. Zero pops last insanity the backside. Aegis his pop from Melon. Oh my foe, get to the Tonus, welcome. But the Revive comes in, Melon's okay. Able to walk away, but the base goes down to the backside. I completely missed it. DA takes the game. It looks like Night Horde missed it too.
Another very strong performance coming out from the squad of DA here. 17-minute match. Definitely all the members have been shining, but I do want to focus on Melon a little bit with this Hanabi, right? This is the pick that we're like, hey, Hanabi versus Carry, you know, it shouldn't go extremely one-sided. It's both late games, right, Trex? And you know, Hanabi, he was dominating in his lane. He was able to push out, you know, the carry multiple times in different situations, and then paired up with pretty much the synergy that DA has. You know, they looked unstoppable in a lot of these team fights. All the small skirmishes pretty much went into the side of DA's favor, and you know, Night
How'd that base fall?
They kind of did well based on the opportunity here. They have Luminous Lord marching down. Everyone is in set position, but it is going to be a 4 versus 5.
Melon takes the angle, takes the flank, unloading the backside along with Cushion T. Lord down about Tonus, welcome. But the Revive comes in, Melon's okay. And oh my foe, get to the Tonus, welcome. But the Revive in the backside.
Dude, Yato was just at the base chilling and just auto attacking the base.
Melon's okay. Able to walk away, but the base goes down to the backside. I completely missed it. DA.
I did, Ooga Booga, I did.
It looks like Night Horde missed it too.
It was mid-game. It was
I didn't want to talk about it on stream, though.
They were able to kind of negate some of the weaknesses that they had before in game 1, but you know, when it came down to the late game,
what happens in the NACT chat stays in the NACT.
They're unable to defend that 4 versus 5. Think about if Raj was there. It would have just been a one-sided team fight, and that really shows how strong DA is as a team, especially with this new
I think
lineup.
we keep that a secret.
It's kind of scary, man. It makes...
It is.
There's some high hopes. After this series right here, there's definitely some high hopes for Devious activity, but they're not out of the water just
You can't wait to see this aftermath. This is going to be...
I think as long as they don't let their morale get down, try to get some momentum back, they're definitely not done for just yet. Taking a look at some of the stats, like you said, much closer than last game. I think Night Horde,
stuff that happens in
maybe they're still getting comfortable with
players'
this new
chat.
Devious activity. Maybe they're still trying to figure things out.
It's gonna be something else, that's for sure.
They were able to get the win against Devious activity earlier on in the season. Yes, once again, it was a slightly different team, you know, a slightly different roster. I think they just need to kind of get their grips on things and figure out how they need to approach this.
Yeah, and I mean, for the side of Devious activities, they played quite well into some of their strengths.
It's why people got like sucked in and out.
Do things on himself, and he could probably get the early rotations in some of the objectives. Kush, of course, being the objective player that he is, grabbed up all the neutral objectives, and we saw plenty moments of greatness coming out from Yato, getting, you know, multiple sets on the knockup, and even Joybodge with the displacement. DA, their full team is playing pretty much at their peak. You talked about suiting up, and DA has definitely suited up in the game 1, game 2. Now it is up to Night Horde to see if they can match the same energy to be able to, you know, take this series into maybe the 4th or the 5th game.
I mean, we haven't so far. If time tells, so far every series has been a sweep so far. I was really hoping that this one would be a bit closer, but
Bring
right
out
now
the
it's
brooms,
looking good
chat.
for DA. Melon the carry, Melon the rich
Yato
guy.
Lord was
Melon
attacking
used to
the
be
base.
sub, but now this man's on the roster showing up. Take us through some of this head-to-head, though.
Yeah, and you know, Sayori played another great game here, not dying. She's great at just staying alive, getting the farm. Even in the losing situation, she's able to kind of manage her way to, take away some of the mistakes and get the damage dealt on, right? She was the highest damage dealt from the last game, even though on the losing side of this time around doesn't fall that much behind from Yato here. Take a look at some of the team fight participations. It is still spread across, but what's significant is T on a 75% team fight.
You guys are fueling Zeke's gambling,
and this is one of the first games that we
Unlimited
see
flex
the side lanes actually doing better than some of the mid.
Ritz is over here printing money.
Melon 63%, T 75%. This team is so balanced. They're able to win matchups on the side lanes, and if they need their trio mid to kind of come up, they have it, right? Yato Joybot is so strong here.
And this was one of the things that I was, coming in, looking at some of the, thinking about predictions, thinking about how some of these matches were going to go. T versus Zero. I don't know, man. We can't forget T's not just some slump in the EXP lane. I think NACT Horde maybe needs to
change rosters because there was something
CC, right?
behind the scenes.
They need to make sure that Zero has a good matchup.
That forced them to.
They need to make sure his matchup is very clean, and they can't just slot T for the team like what
BTK
works exactly
swept,
for the roster. I think maybe
BloodHounds.
they need to. They can't just slot Zero for the team what works with the roster. They need to slot Zero on how he's going to be able to compete against T, because if he doesn't, like I said, it's gonna ripple effect into the rest of the team, man. And we saw it again. Yes, Zero didn't die in laning phase, but he was consistently sent back to base. Frogga armor was consistently popped.
A lot of millionaires in the chat going broke today.
It gave T, it gave DA, it gave T the ability to rotate around and cause pressure elsewhere. Now this time it's match point. NACT Horde on the blue side, first pick.
It's a very tough matchup, Trex, especially when you talk about how much success T has in the XP lane.
Zeke went broke again.
NACT and T, with the experience, with the championship ability that he has, this is a team full of all-star players. Once again, yes, they did place quite low, but this new lineup has been devastating. They took an 11-12 minute match against, I think, the top 3, top 4 of NACT Horde, and now they're pushing
do all
their lead,
face cam
2-0 so
apple
far,
shot.
going for the third. It's going to be a very hard situation for NACT Horde to
You guys
deal
are
with. But
wild.
the strategy that you put up, right? Building a team around Zero, maybe giving him a more comfort here.
I'm probably going to bed after this, dude. I'm kind of pooped.
Can pick up the CC.
I got work tomorrow.
He's a great Akai player, right? He can pick up the CC himself. Mamoy, we've seen him on beautiful set tanks. And, of course, Sayori, she's been performing so well. There's definitely an opportunity to be able to manage, some of the strategies and get Zero on a winning matchup. If they could find Zero on a winning matchup here,
goes later than this, yeah. It's only like 8 o'clock
for the side of NACT Horde to be able to get a game, possibly the series here.
Keyword might be the win condition.
Might be,
right?
yes.
Because Melon also such a great job in gold. Baj and Yato are a problem. NACT Horde, they just got to find an answer all over the place. And whether it's willing to just. In the very beginning of match 1, we saw Sayori and Momoy get a little bit aggressive with Baj and Yato, and I think
am I not casting just because
let's see who dies first.
Just not right now.
Just trade off here. It's match point. You're not out this game. You have some opportunity to kind of push your limits, limit test a bit here. You go down. It's not a lower bracket game, So I think NACT Horde need to come in strong this game and be ready for the aggression that DA is going to bring to them.
I wonder what you got to roll to win.
Pick, Fredrin, is definitely a very strong.
Maybe you have to roll above 100.
Most of the Fredrin matches have won, right? So definitely picking this up, I do think it is the right
random
strategy,
cattail.
the right way
she walked by.
Some other heroes that can pair well.
She jumped up on my desk.
The Brody, kind of the standard, paired up with something like a CC.
You got to roll over a 50.
Is definitely possible for the side of NACT Horde to take.
That's not too bad.
Smartly denies the fairness pick away from Sayori. There is still a Navaria available, so potentially I do want to see them go in that direction, but no. It's going to be the IMU here. Perfect to deal with, the Netherrealm coming out from the
I think there was a quick response, you know, and I'm wondering if Night Horde waits.
Astro
for that
thought
EXP
he was on
pick
a
because
roll, and then
DA is
he
very
fucking gambled
T
the wrong
himself was
one.
very comfortable being a last pick EXP laner.
Not
He
bad.
almost wants
Lost
to be,
5 to
wants
6
'cause
gambles.
Whatever you pick, he wants to, you know, do the rock paper scissors with you. Look for the what's my best matchup. Night Horde being on blue side, it's definitely different. So they could just like slot in. The CC's not there, so they could slot in something for him
damn,
very
the minnow
comfortably up
and
front,
the
but I think
Paramis.
if they wait. They bring in their own heavy front
Yeah,
liner,
about to
heavy
put Night Horde
frontline
to
roamer
sleep.
deal with the Minotaur and kind of match them. So Night Horde kind of matching DA's pace right now.
And it gives them opportunity for Zero
Rich,
to
you
pick
wore
up
me out
the
last
damage
night.
dealers that he's really well known for, right? The CC that Night Horde has this
Our
time
Saturdays
around,
are too
they had
wild.
The 4 in the first time with the Barats, right? That's not that much CC, but this time around with the Grok, the IMU paired up with the Fredrin, it gives Zero an opportunity to experience you know, different types of damage dealers. And this time around, DA is even willing to have the confidence to pick a Yuzong early for Zero to decide what kind of matchup. I think all the stars are falling in line for the side of Night Horde to be able to find a strategy.
I stayed up playing
to push
more.
this into a game 4.
Hey.
Yuzong is definitely not the
I
most
don't remember
meta
that.
EXP laner right now, but if there is
Agreed.
a player that I would trust picking it up first phase of draft, it would definitely be T. But this, like you said, gives Zero some
I'm the real
opportunity. Now
Zeke.
you have full realm. You have full opportunity. T put his card down. Let's see what you got to respond. And if there's a time for Zero to
Well, we
really
got
pop
Zero.
off, this is definitely it.
And, you know, they're not really focusing on Zero's hero pool. Maybe the R-Lot could be a potential pick in the XP position. Maybe Zero's going to take the Grok for himself and flex, right? But, this, you know, it does give a lot of open cards for the side of Night Horde to deal with. But at the same time,
Rich said I did not. She
has
did
been
nothing.
protected
Lies.
into the last phase.
Lies.
He has an opportunity. He can pick up the Akai if his team feels like they need a little bit more CC. The Joy has also been available here, but
I'm gonna say
Kush
appreciate
going
it.
for a utility-focused jungler, and the response is so quick here.
There goes. Now, what did we see last week? What was the big winning
Don't be mean to
play
my boy Zeke.
from Night Horde up against BTK? It was this Ixia on R. Some of the positioning was incredible. Just some of the plays overall were monstrous from Night Horde. So back to basics, back to comfort, back to what works. But does Melon have something up his sleeve here? Because this time
He's an
honorary,
I can't
exactly
even fucking say it.
what does
Honorary
he go for here?
Flex member.
Rithel, Brodies are still available. The Claude gets banned out to protect it, and Melon goes
He
for
said,
the
I don't
same
even like
strategy
me.
here.
Jesus
If it ain't
Christ.
broke,
The
don't
chat's
fix
getting
it.
dark,
Zero here.
Ritz.
But Zero here with the Ruby. Now, this is interesting because both Ruby and Grok can be flexed with each other. We don't see Grok XP that often.
Why is 0-0? What does that even mean? What's up with this Hanabi pick again?
You know, Zero hovering this Ruby in the very first game. It did end up getting switched, but I do think this time around it could be interesting. But going up against Melon, especially with the purifies that has been built in, may be a
What are
little
these
bit
drafts?
hard to deal with.
Going up against Melon with the Purifieds built in. Now with the Nether Realm as well, just to keep you alive even longer.
And the flash from Minnow.
It's scary, man. It's scary. But are the full barrage, if they can, you know, use this to their advantage, if they can get these wild charges,
It
maybe
just
get a
goes to
stolen
0.
IMU Minoan's Fury.
Astro got lucky.
there was
Hey, that's
definitely some
gambling for you.
big set potential for Night Horde. The same thing that we saw win them Game 3 against BTK last week.
That boy
could
was about to
be
lose
what
all his
brings them to a Game
all
4
his
here. But
stuffs.
let's see, because it's match point for Devious activity. If you haven't already, put those votes in and let us know who you think's going to come out on top. Will Night Horde take us the long haul, or will DA sweep them down to the lower bracket?
I just want to appreciate that this Devious lineup has been such a formidable force, such a contending force in this series so far. They've pretty much played nearly perfect. Small mistakes here and there, but they're winning majority of the trades. They're winning majority of the small skirmishes. And, you know, quite honestly, recently, it feels like all the objectives, especially early on, it's been a one-sided match, right? Whoever gets the first turtle leads up to the second leads up to the third, leads up to the lords, and then it just kind of becomes one-sided. We haven't been able to see a match where it goes back and forth. There's more 50-50s, but I do think this time around, especially with both utility jungles, we might potentially see that. Now let's take a look at some of the emblems here. It seems like
the Petrify.
Quick pick off
already. I feel bad for Zero, man. I think Devious activity is like, listen, welcome back to NACT, Zero. It's been a while since we've seen you in playoffs, but welcome back.
As long as I have less haters than G Daiko, I'm doing okay.
He's the new player. We're going to try to jump onto that. We're going to try to take advantage of it, and they've been doing it all 3 games.
It's classic.
People come in hot,
right?
man.
You want to welcome
the keyboard
the newbies
warriors.
coming in, not necessarily a newbie
They
in
got
this
the
case,
broom.
but somebody that's coming out of retirement. Hey, you know, surprise, surprise, the meta has been different from the days that you were here, and this is our time to shine. And you know, Night Horde here doing something quite smart. They are getting a trade on the opposite side of map. Veteran's able to get the blue buff, while DA is looking to go with 3 versus 3 in the objectives. They don't end up getting it, but on the boss side, a little bit of a trade.
A little bit of action on the mid side as well. Netherrealm from both sides. Sayori able to get the team back to safety. But yeah, gold laner for gold laner. 1 for 1, 1-1 on both sides. Night Horde do take the purple buff. Gold definitely not escaping them at all. It's anyone's game.
And you know, for the side of DA, they definitely have the opportunity to take most of the objectives quite freely, right? T with the Black Dragon form, it's very, very hard to deal with T, especially since he already has an advantage on the XP lane. He's going to have faster rotations. He's going to be able to clear first, and he's able to get the rotations
who lost?
You know, Devious activity needs. And pair it up with Aboxia,
right?
Yeah,
Milo, the KID.
He's not scared to do anything, and he should be able to just roll around, get some quick engagement, maybe even get a pick off. So the Night Horde, they definitely have to, you know, be a little bit worried, but
I'm gonna probably go lay down and watch some Fallout.
That's gonna be
I don't know if you guys seen Fallout come out on Amazon Prime.
You know, the big difference between the Ixia and the carry that Melon went up against last time is the range, right? R has the poke, has the ability to kind of push Melon back, whereas normally the Hanabi has that, you know, has a lot of, oh, but wait a second, speaking of R, the full barrage comes out, but it's still not enough. Down goes Ixia. Melon now in a slightly bad spot, but Joybaj here to help out. Oh my foe gets the bonk down, looking for the kill. Melon able to just get away, and that's a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, it did look good.
Did I watch Shogun? No. I've been watching Warriors
the shield, the
on
Netflix.
Netflix.
Just a little bit too much to deal with some of the damage that foe has, and now he's going to be punished here.
Punished badly. Just when Night Horde was kind of keeping up in terms of gold and everything.
Maybe I'll have to check out Shogun as well.
T confident. Ooh, the wild charge comes in. Sayori look for something, but the Netherrealm saves the day once again. Petrify, knock up. Sayori.
Fallout's super good though. It's gruesome though.
Nick of time.
I recommend it if you guys haven't watched
still
it.
Hanging on here. Devious activity not done yet. Momoy and Zero down low. Joybaj able to get the knock up. Momoy just trying to get away, but Yato doesn't want to let it happen. Kush under the tower looking for the last hit, but unable to connect. And Momoy gets home with 1 health.
And I mean, the little trades that are happening here, it's honestly just 1 for 1. Even though, you know, DA has a kill lead, the gold lead is still quite close here, and you know, foe even has the opportunity here.
Ooh, Minoan's Fury does connect. Zero gets another knock up. Joybaj looking for more. Zero able to get the Am offended though. And Joybaj instantly deleted. Momoy now gets the wild charge on the 2 members. Yato brought down to about 20%, just trying to get away safely. Night Horde now collapsing. Next target, Kush locked on, taking out R, picking up the kill. While this is happening, T is getting that top tower, but overall feels like a win for Night Horde.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a win. It's still
the Joybaj go put on his BTK jersey too.
Even get some damage onto the far lane here. So definitely is going to be advantage for the side of Night Horde. They're able to get 2 kills in that team fight, and this is what Night Horde really needs to be able to get back into this match, right? The small skirmishes are so important, and if they're able to get a win in any of these small skirmishes, it pushes, you know, the game timer even far back. DA's not going to be able to have kind of a significant gold lead where they could play the bully ball. They have to, you know, pick the team fights a little bit more worrying. It seems like foe here is huge. No, like, you know, he's so tanky. He's a big chunky boy. Nothing can hurt him. And even now, Night Horde's looking to push onto the mid side.
Yeah, they're doing well. Kush taking a lot of damage there, a lot of knockups, a lot of stuns. I'm offended connects, but the No One's Fury does connect as well. Netherrealm for both sides. Yatos comes in second. Waiting for the full barrage to come out from R, and there it is. Yato, Kush taken out. Kush able to just get away, but Yato still gone off the map. T a little bit late to the party, brings out the Black Dragon. R gets a couple more free shots on to Melon before flickering away. Back to safety. Night Horde finding some moments of brilliance there, but still not in control of the game just yet.
You know, the side of Devious activities, you know, the Black Dragon coming in, I felt like he should have targeted R right there, but a little bit of, you know,
a lot of the roster change ruined a lot of the teams.
Seems like T, you know, didn't get what he was looking for, but top side here, maybe going for a pickoff.
Terrify. I'm offended, but T still fight back.
God.
Knows he has the advantage. Petrify. 0 goes down. Man, T is a problem, man. This man is a menace right now to Night Horde. The big bonk comes down. Oh, my foe able to take out the turtle. Wild charge connects onto one. Yato able to get the Netherrealm just in time. Here comes the rest of DA, ready to collapse onto Oh My Foe. Joy Bosch uses No One's Fury, but connects onto nobody. Kush, though, looking for the target. Connects onto R. Black Dragon as well with the Petrify, and they collapse. R is gone. Sent back to the Netherrealm. Another one down. Momoy uses the flicker to try to get safely into the tower, but T still gets the kill. 0 now gets the offended on T, brings one to the tower. T gets a couple shots in the face, but still up, healthy, eating good right now. Oh My Foe brings down to the Apprentice's Wrath onto 3 members. Baj looks for the knockup, taken out for it. It's 2 for 1 right now, but DA still coming out in the lead.
Yeah, great focus.
BTK
team fight there with the
2.0 versus 3.0.
From Sayori, just barely
DA
out
wins.
of range, and they're able to get the pick off that they were looking for. Now the gold lead is about 3K. It's still a very close game, and I think this is, you know, Night Horde's best game so far in this series. They're able to, you know, kind of push around the side of DA, making sure that they don't have a clean engagement. It's trades 1 for 1 here and there, or a 2 for 1, and that's much better than, you know, just completely losing out. Now the dive coming in from DA is still quite huge here, but boss side seems like R did use the missile barrage to push Melon out, but no kills connected so far.
Bro, Melon's just able to walk away. It's so disgusting, man. Hanabi shouldn't be able to do this.
He's trolling.
But Melon is. And now Momoy taking a lot of damage from Kush here. Kush gonna be able to get that kill. Actually, Melon finds it. The Apprentice's Wrath comes down, but Yato gets another realm just in time once again. Sayori comes in with the IMU, able to steal 1 for herself. But now T and the Black Dragon into the backside. Boy, Joy Bosch flickers in. Melon takes down the tower. Still the back and forth. Kush able to find R. And now Night Horde is collapsing. 0 gonna be next. T gets the kill. That's 4 members down on the Night Horde. Devious activity,
it was Gina
strong.
before, and then they swapped
I think that
Melon.
kind of cements a lot of
They've
the
had a
late game
couple of
teamfight
swaps.
potential that Night Horde can provide there, because quite honestly, it was still a good dive from the side of DA, but it wasn't like perfect, right? There was plenty of times where, you know, like right here, they were able to get the cold altar out quite early, and typically when it comes down to that, right, the Netherrealm, whoever pops it later should have the advantage. But unfortunately, you know, the side of Night Horde,
You said Totnak, you mean 0?
in that team fight. Now the Lord goes
Momoy,
into the hands of DA. It's gonna be a very big struggle, especially now since the gold lead has just widened a little bit more.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Like, you would say, like, normally in Ixia, all right, we have late game potential, but there's a Hanabi on the other team, you know? And it's like, Melon, this shouldn't be legal. This shouldn't be possible. This shouldn't be meta. But Devious activities, making it work and making it work well. Here comes the full barrage.
So Yato going in hot.
Once again, Night Horde unable to do anything against the onslaught of Devious activity.
The Lord coming down.
That is 2 big utilities used before the Lord has marched down. No Minoan's Fury, no Nether Realm. But the trade for the side of Night Horde, they are down the missile barrage along with the charge coming out from the Grok. So traded some utilities, but Night Horde should be able to defend this Lord no problem here. But the members of DA aren't looking to siege. I don't think there's gonna be a full commit here. I'm offended.
I'm offended. Comes from Zero. T taken out. Joybaj taken out. Very reminiscent of the last game. The I'm offended to help push Devious activity away. Now Kush gonna get taunted up, taking a lot of damage. Melon now unable to get some good free shots. Sayori pops the Netherrealm. Momoy into the backside. Does not have that wild charge in a very bad spot. Full barrage comes out, but Yato instantly moves on to R there. Gets the Shadow Stampede. Kush, Melon still looking for free shots. Melon pops the Aegis. Will catch the I'm offended in the face, but does not fall. Appraisal's Wrath. R finally able to find
come back,
four members down on Devious activity. Still a 4K gold lead, but Night Horde feels like they're back in the game.
Yeah, the light at the end of the
BTK
tunnel
versus
is shining
DA.
ever so brightly for the Black Dragons here, able to get their very first winning team fight in this series. And that was a very tough fight, right? Like, you know, the members of Devious activities have tried to disengage. It was a full kind of like 3 versus 4, and the side of Night Horde was able to get the pick-offs before the side of Devious is able to, you know, get back into their base. It's a very nice, good fight, but can they use that?
I'm actually tired, so I'm rooting
That's the real
for
question. Can
the
they,
sweep.
you know, commit through? But for that, no Fury.
Only connects on Momoy, should be okay, but watch for T here, man. Watch for T.
He's there.
Now he's got the flank, he's got the angle. R needs to be careful.
Wow.
As well. Devious activity looking for the sandwich here, looking for the ambush.
But this is great news for the side of Night Horde, right? They're able to actually take control
I get
over
sleepy
the aggressive
sometimes.
side. So it seems like Devious activities, they're not necessarily looking to, you know, be the advantage team here, right? They're giving away the jungle pressure, especially onto the Lord side, which is quite valuable. And now you could even see a small split push coming out from the side of Night Horde. They're so confident that they can kind of delay this team fight 5 versus 4. This is very good news for the side of Night Horde. You know, they're in a great position, especially for this Luminous Lord.
Yeah, they finally feel comfortable to add a little macro to it. It's like they don't have to constantly be all 5. Wait a second, Momoy! Look at the damage! Onto T! Joybaj able to get the No One's Fury. Netherrealm does come out from Sayori, but T's gone. Nice wall.
BTK already warmed up.
Barrage
I think so.
The damage, Yato able to help him out, but Baj might not be able to get away. No, R gets the killing
Oh, shit.
spree. And now Devious activity
Momoy,
looking for the response.
1
Little damage on
HP.
Sayori. Kush able to find the kill, but R is just unloading. Bomb. Members of DA are falling. Oh, my foe takes the Lord, and Melon's on the run or on the chase. Night Horde wins out in a huge team fight.
Thought we could go to bed,
You know, hope
but
is
not
a
today.
very dangerous thing. And it seems like Night Horde definitely has a lot of hope so far. We talked about it, right? The confidence that, you know, Night Horde has to send a member onto the opposite lane before the Lord fights, and they're down in gold, down in kills. They get the
Losing the
pick off that
Lord's
they were looking for
crazy,
early on
dude.
Yuzong Black Dragon, not
The
there.
gold
And a
lead's not
beautiful
that
wall coming
bad.
out from Momoy, paired with the missile
Well, G,
barrage
stay
coming
up
through,
more?
shredding every
I'm
one
gonna need
of
some
those
snacks.
members. Night Horde with a brilliant fight there in the second Lord.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Devious activity was lucky to even get the 1 kill there. Zero also feeling a lot more confident, able to kind of hold down the front line and be a threat. We saw just when he dashed into that tower range, Devious activity kind of backed off. Melon in a bad spot, going to get knocked off from the wild charge. No one's
Melon
lives.
double
trying to help
callers.
out with the Netherrealm, but look at the damage onto TT, looking for anything he can.
Oh my
But
god,
the
how is
barrage connects once
Momoy
again.
living
R
with 1
taking out
HP
Yato
once
with the
again?
shutdown, and now Devious activities
That's
looking for more. Sayori able to find T.
crazy.
Baj holding down the front side as well. Yato there with Melon. Kush flanking from the backside, connects on to Sayori, and Sayori
Why
falls
did-
as well with the rest of her fallen teammates.
Why did Kush push
Night
to the
Horde,
back
just when they
line
had
there?
something, Devious activity takes it from them.
Yeah, but you know, if you take a look at this fight, for example, it's not necessarily that Night Horde had
He could have
Right, of
stopped
course,
Oh My
you know, they
Foe.
want to be
The
able to
team
win it,
was
but
already
can
gonna kill
the side of
Saori.
Devious activity punish the mistakes.
Look at the
that
double
Night Horde
culture
made
here.
You see the
Saved
cool
him for
altar,
just a minute.
Right? Melon is literally just free attacking from the backside. He's, you know, he's able to recover some health, and R here made a huge mistake.
Yeah.
No flicker available. Missile barrage coming through is just not in a good position. But there's no Lord coming up. There's no objectives being taken. So, you know, the side of Night Horde, even though they lost that team fight, it wasn't the timing wasn't right, where when they did lose that team fight, they would get their real estate taken. They just traded some gold back, and now it's even small lead for the side of Night Horde.
That's even Stevens 200 goal lead for Night Horde right now. It is a game. Could definitely go either way. Both teams down a lot
Looks
of
like my
towers.
subs
Devious
are.
activity a little bit ahead
Last
in that
night was
department,
pretty
but since
effective.
They haven't broken down
Last night was pretty
the
effective.
macro isn't heavily in their favor, right? Especially Lord going to be on top side. Both teams down.
I mean, for getting subs, it's pretty effective. Like
So,
making
both teams
revenue
feeling good about
via
it. I
like.
think one advantage is T could kind of play the macro game. Does have the Black Dragon to get involved.
It doesn't
into
make a
this,
lot of money though.
Lord
Like
fight whenever he
I think it was like
wants. Should be able to out-rotate
0.04
Zero a bit.
cents.
Yeah,
Like it's like less. It's like a fourth of a cent.
Even though they were up pretty much the
every
whole
1,000 views. So like it doesn't really generate money.
Side for Night Horde to use, and a very early missile barrage. I think that's a mistake here.
That was a huge mistake, and Baj knows it. Brings him to Noah's Fury, doesn't connect. Melon able to find R there. Night Horde, one misclick, one big whiff, one big mistake.
My ass couldn't even get a penny. They gave me a fucking 1/4 of a fucking penny.
Yato able to get away safely, but this should mean a Lord for Devious activity.
Yeah, we can't be making mistakes like that, right? Not only was the missile barrage a mistake, but you know, the position of R there, they were able to kind of just, you know, collapse onto R, and it was just quite unfortunate because Night Horde definitely had a lot of hopes in even getting this objective, but now you can see the Hanabi just dealing so much damage onto the front side.
Zero forced to use the flicker. A lot of damage does come from Oh My Foe and the rest of the team. Nice wild charge paired up with the I'm Offended. Members of Devious activity down to about 20%. Yato does not have the Nether Realm. They do back off. Lord has not entered the field just yet. Devious activity going to go back, get some health, and get ready for the push.
Yeah, but this is going to be an interesting push here, right? You could look at some of the spells that both teams have. All of them are on a 50-second cooldown. So if the Lord does collapse before these cooldowns are available, both teams are actually quite down in a lot of the utilities, right? R definitely needs his flicker to be able to get into a good position. Zero does not have his flicker available for another minute, but the timers are coming up. 30 seconds for Joy Bosch. You know, you got 15 seconds from Yato. There's definitely opportunity here for both teams to try to find a good team fight.
All right, nice damage. Does land on my foe. He's going to get stunned up. Push back to the top side. Full barrage does come out. Lands a couple shots on a T, but no kills just yet. T with the Black Dragon. Able to zone away. Crack through the inhibitor. Lord still at 70%. Still feeling healthy. Night Horde need to put some direction onto that. Melt it down. Momoy pops the conceal. Doesn't find anything with it. Night Horde still just playing the defensive, and they defend
It's Uga Melon.
well. Zero does have the I'm Offended.
He's 6'2" and 7.
Need to watch out for it. At any moment, they could pull him into that tower like we've seen happen before. But Devious activity won't fall for it again.
I just want to say Momoy's walls
Still only 1,000 gold lead.
Impactful. Even
this could be anybody's game at this point.
The lanes. It forces the Hanabi to get into a better position, and we've seen Hanabi kind of getting stuck behind that wall. So definitely a very interesting way to, you know, counter out the Hanabi, right? If you can't stun her, put a wall there. And, you know, now she can't either move across it, she can't dash. And I think that's a perfect response for, you know, the stationary
my head's calling a pillow,
that
chat.
Hanabi is. But we are getting into that late game position. Hanabi already full item, has the win, has the immortality. She's going to be a very, very strong damage dealer here. And if the side of Night Horde is unable to get onto the backside, right? There's no assassins there.
The Uga Melon.
You know, Lemoy to use the wild
Ooga
charge,
Booga
but,
Melon.
you know, that's just about it. They have to rely on damages coming in from R in order, or Sayori, the burst, to be able to get onto the Hanabi, because quite honestly, the CC coming out from Foe is not going to hit. Ruby also not going to be able to do too much. The wild charge point blank with the shield that Hanabi has is also not going to be able to affect her, right? So they have to team fight quite smartly here. Now the Lord is coming up. It's interesting that Devious activity now has the aggressive bushes there, and Night Horde is kind of stuck clearing waves and showing themselves before this Lord can even be contested.
I feel like at this point, the only way they're going to kill Melon is if Melon makes a huge mistake. Because you said it, man, it's Immortality, built-in Purify, Wind of Nature. Melon can take a full barrage and probably still get the kill onto R.
Spoilers.
So Devious activity just has to play this cleanly.
Who's letting spoilers out?
I think Night Horde's big goal is, you know, make this fight go the long haul. You do have the you have the IMU, you have the ability to use that Netherrealm. I think both teams, it's like who can last longer in a minute fight, right? Like who can make it to 2 minutes and still have five guys standing. Momoy taking a lot of damage. Wondering how Night Horde are going to approach this Lord.
And technically, if the team fight kind of goes long, right, they also have Joy Bodge on this Minotaur to be able to heal up some of the members from DA. I think the most important thing is how can they get the damage onto Melon, where he's just not free hitting from the back? How can you separate the Nether Realm away from the Aegis Hanabi with the Immortality? I think that's going to be quite crucial here. The Lord is down to 50%. There
good
should
reset.
be a reset coming through. Momoy also, you know, have been doing quite well with this Grok, especially when the matchup is not quite in favor. It's good against the Minotaur, but it's very, very hard to deal with, especially when you go up against a Hanabi. And the later game, the later on the game goes, the Grok doesn't scale well. Has lane clear early on, but the first skill almost becomes useless. It's just, you know, immuning a lot of the CC. But topside here.
Ooh, full barrage, and it's gone. Is this the time for Devious
Dude,
activity
how long
to make
have
a
we been at
play
this
happen?
fucking Lord?
Pushing the backside. Watch him go. Gonna almost get the collapse onto R there. Taunt does come in. Yato here to help out. Devious activity take control of the Lord pit once again. Moy's done a great job of resetting the Lord using the wall though. Oh my foe able to get the taunt onto Yato on the backside. Gets the knock up. Sayori also dancing around. Devious activity not fully committing just yet. Moy doesn't have an ult. R doesn't have an ult. Should be back up in just a minute, but the walls are a pain. You said it before. Momoy is just, he is doing a wonderful job. That Kush with decent positioning, but Devious activity have to go back and clear some of these waves.
And you know, we did see
Dude, we've been at this Lord for fucking, what, the past 5 minutes?
I think that's one of the strongest win conditions that Night Horde has. If they can get Sayori to flicker onto Melon, get 100-0 real quick and pop it, it's possible. But now with the bot lane slow
look at the build
they
up.
sent 0. They sent 0 on the bot side. This is engagement for the side of DA.
Joy Bodge gets some No One's Fury onto 2. The collapse onto R into the backside. Oh my foe's there though, and Yato brings out the Netherrealm. Yato able to get the kill onto R though. Oh my foe also down to about half health. Moy on the run. Yato, everyone collapses. The Immortality pops, but I don't think Oh my foe's getting away from this one. Melon gets the kill. It's 2 members down for the Night Horde with 60-second death counters.
This is why you don't
Devious
play
activity. Say we don't need no Lord.
I don't like Ruby, to be honest.
5 man down the
I played Ruby the other night, and she's just too damn passive,
a mistake, or they're gonna make this the loss. Can Devious activity finish this here with the wall? The minions, they buy enough time, and now Devious activity
got E in his cover, huh?
Yeah, they do get the clear onto the mid side. Melon is actually a little bit stuck there. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much there. Melon still has the shield available. It should be quite safe here, but this is a risk that DA is deciding to take, right? You know, they're able to get the siege onto the bot side, onto the mid side here, but with the Lord is still available, it might be hard, and they might potentially look to push here.
Yeah, using the Netherrealm just so they can really focus in. Everyone locking onto the base, and that is going to be it. Devious activity take game number 3 for another sweep, sending Night Horde to the lower bracket.
Most definitely a very strong and convincing performance coming out from the side of DA. This new lineup definitely reminds us of like kind of like the back in the day BTK winning against Outplay. This is the team that a lot of people have to watch out for, and you know, they're able to get the sweep. It's quite convincing. They've had a 13-minute match. This one, you know, isn't as clean as
so we got an interview.
Again, it's quite convincing when it comes down to that mid and late game. The decision makings were there. It was calculated. They sent the Ruby onto the bot side, got the collapse that they're looking for. Everyone dove the Exia. It was an extremely hard game for R, and you know, the KDA definitely shows 21, 13, and 50 assists.
BTK, so BTK 2.0 versus BTK 3.0, huh?
But hey, I mean, but I think the real
AKA
thing is DA
Devious
were very grouped up,
activity.
and everyone was getting a piece of those assists. Everyone had a piece of those 21 kills, and I think that's one of the things where DA really just kind of won out in all three of these games. They worked as a unit so well. The synergy, knowing who their win condition was, knowing when to protect Melon, knowing when to get T those early game advantages in the EXP lane, and Night Horde.
But that's why we put the rule in there, though.
Yeah, and you know, the side of DA, they just played quite well in that game.
If that happened,
you know,
then
we saw
DA
Melon
would have
pretty
been
much dominating in most of the matchups.
screwed.
Kush was always on to the backside. We didn't get to see T shine as much, but definitely the last Black Dragon, you know, and waiting for that Netherrealm to come down with the Petrify, secured that kill onto R. So again, it's a very dive heavy meta, and DA definitely stands out in terms of mastering that type of meta. They're able to take these picks onto another level, and you know, quite convincingly, a 3-0. It is a 24-minute match, so Night Horde still played extremely well, and honestly they've been playing well and better every single game. It's just unfortunate that they're not able to push this series into game 4. And let's take a look at some of these stats, Trex.
Rich Guy Melon, the carry, Melon, man, I can't get enough of this kid. Has just come in and completely, I mean, like, we haven't even seen Melon in like previous NACTs a bunch. Never has been like a top 2, top 3 finisher, and this guy has come in and just taken NACTs by storm. For me, essentially the rookie of the year right now. Started off on the bench and now just dominating in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's quite
there's just
like,
not roam stats.
It doesn't show that he is, you know, been benched for, you know, throughout the whole entire season. Now he's on the main lineup. He looks
damage
like
taken,
the
but
main deal.
It doesn't count how many sets you've done.
They're able to protect him. He's able to get a few picks here and there. But now let's take a look at the head-to-head. Yato against Sayori once again. Sayori played a great game. 92% kill participation. The damage is not too much of a difference, but Yato,
you got to be built there
on the winning side. 2-1-14, probably the best match.
It's good for people that don't want to be on cam.
Today's series, also high damage dealt.
The gambling bot is rigged.
Melon with 165,000. Yato as well. You know, we always talk about how the Fermis doesn't do too much damage in the early game, but when you get into the late, those Shadow Stampedes, those Ghostbusters,
their coins are going up.
Hurt a bit. And Fermi's really, I mean, especially when you're grouped up, it can really be trouble when you get into the late game. And the scaling from Devious activity, it just shows. T had great presence in the early game. Towards the end, you know, not as much damage, but still the Petrifies, everything just coming together. And taking a look at all the team fight participation, like I said, everybody had a piece on the side of DA. There was no one that just incredibly jumps ahead of the other.
Yeah, and you know, the trio mid 76% all across the board. Melon also getting a piece of the pie there, 71%. You know, the side of DA, this new lineup definitely looks quite strong in terms of their performance. They're able to give Melon into the action. T also had a great game, I believe, in game 2 or game 1, leading in the team fight participation. So everyone gets a piece of the pie in the new DA lineup. Definitely one of the strong performance. Everyone has to watch out for this team. It's going to be a tough series when Devious is going to be facing BTK on our next series.
that was literally just going, you read my mind, man. I'm thinking, bro, DA versus BTK is going to be disgusting. Almost as disgusting as our favorite host, Zeke.
Man, I'm flabbergasted.
I'm flabbergasted.
Left and right.
Who's getting interviewed? I can't spoil it.
Zeke, I'm starting to see you down here, buddy.
First of all, hey, you leave that. You don't put that evil on me. That is ridiculous, man. I tell you what, I don't know if I'm in like a love triangle, but I just feel like all of these teams, it doesn't make sense.
Can I spill it? No, you can't spill the beans.
And granted, I never took
no beans spilling.
I feel like I should be all right. But
it's the geometry that you're missing.
Nonetheless, I didn't take geometry either. But no
geometry.
Nonetheless,
It's BTK 3.0 versus BTK 2.0 tomorrow. I guess not tomorrow, next weekend.
The way that I really expected them to play, but R just had a couple. I don't know if they were
the ticket price is so inflated. Mods kept on printing more flex coins,
and they had the ability to challenge things. And then it's like just one bad skill cast, and it's just stomped out from there. That hurts, man.
Yeah, there was definitely there was
got a whole month.
two major
I don't know.
moments where R used that full barrage. That was just a little.
This BTK Civil War.
Like, Coach UA came out. He's like, "That's not how you do that, man."
Next weekend's gonna be the BTK uprising, huh?
Like, we can't be doing that. That's what UA said. He's like, you can't be doing that. You know, at 20+ minutes, you can't be doing
lower
that.
bracket or upper bracket first. All right, we have it updated in the
an insane
schedule
amount of game to be able to get to that point. You know,
but it's gonna be GG versus Area 77, and then BTK versus Devious Activity later.
It felt like Night Horde had the opportunity. They even had the bushes, the aggressive
and then
bushes
Sunday, Sunday, people are going home.
But Night Horde still played insanely great.
So I feel like we could summarize that entire end game of that third match with just one simple phrase. Who put that there?
Put that chair there.
Who put that button there? I didn't click that. But leave the jokes from me, and let's get into the MVP. Who do you guys think you got it?
Tough one.
Melon?
Is it the return of Baji Boy? No, Melon, of course, Melon. Melon, man. I mean, all 3 games was just a star overall. Even his game 1, where like it wasn't anything super crazy.
Yeah, today's matches are done. We're just watching for the interview, and then I'm going to bed.
He's a slippery guy, man. It's a slippery guy.
Yeah, and I mean, they definitely had to ban out the Claude in the game 2 and game 3. Like, it definitely feels like Melon played this gold lane quite well, and especially, you know, not playing majority of the matches in NACT, he's able to perform at such a high caliber. It really does prove that, hey, Melon is a star of the show. He's able to pull this Hanabi not once, not twice, but 3 times. Unfortunately, he did only get victories in 2 of them, but the impact that he has on this off-pick hero definitely sets him apart from a lot of the gold laners that we have in NACT.
So for me personally, I feel like we came into this tournament asking what team is going to be the dark horse. You know, what team is going to be the dark horse? And the thing is I don't think any of us were mentally ready for the dark horse to not be a team at all. It's literally just Melon. Melon's somebody who found himself in a position where he was a sub, he got a play in, and then just that first time he got his game in, MVP, and then ever since then, they've been like, nah. I like this. This could work. And he's just diffed every single gold lane he's came into, and he's just
Ritz keeping me
I feel
up.
like every time we see him,
Ritz was keeping me up late last night.
Dark Horse, man, just forget a team. The Dark Horse. That's his new username. Change it.
No, it's the Dark Fruit.
We were playing some games.
The dark fruit.
There's actually a little bit of BTK too.
The Dark Melon. Melon, aka the Dark Fruit. I'm using it next time I cast. Thank you, Zeke.
The double fruit melon. But it's a great game, though. I mean,
I'm just kidding.
Melon definitely, you know, stands out in terms of.
We were playing ML,
and especially being able to pull out the Hanabi and having such a, you know,
Mobile
nice game
Legends.
on the clock.
He was getting
like
our ass beat last night.
Clean. right? He's able to get, you know, the dashes in and out, getting the last kills here and there, being able to come in at the right opportunity and still
People in
maintaining
rank
his
suck.
movement speed. Like, this is a man
This
with
is
so much skill and
suspicious.
so much talent that has been hiding, and now that he's come into show, people are going to be watching out for Melon. It is definitely a very, very strong, you know, kind of person to lean on for the side of Devious to be able to do the damage, to be able to get the victories.
You
that
guys
they're
think
looking for.
everything so
And Melon is
wildly.
definitely that guy right now to be able to get the victories that Devious needs.
So when I first came into everything, the big thing that I used to tell people is I don't care if I get a game guessed right or wrong.
Your
because
giveaway
all that matters
winner?
to me is a good matchup, and I'm so happy to see some of these teams, you know, like Area 77 and now like DA performing at the levels that we wanted them to in the very beginning. And now that we know that that tempo is here, I want to see how it pans out for the rest of the tournament. Now, with that being said, we do have one of the dynamic duo players coming up waiting for me in an interview. So let's do this.
I haven't heard it yet.
Hello. Yato. Hello, hello. How are you feeling? I know you got to feel good.
I'm feeling good.
Feeling good?
I'm feeling good.
I got to know.
Mhm.
Night Horde was looking strong coming up into this playoffs. Were there any fears of yours going into this game?
Of course, there was fear since this is a tournament, especially this is playoffs. But I think we've been preparing pretty well since we added Bodge in.
Do you think there was anything specific to Night Horde though that was like a red flag for you or something to look out for?
Not really. I think as like by the way we were preparing, I think when we went into this game, we were pretty confident that we were gonna win.
So do you guys feel like your current lineup is stronger now that you're in the playoffs than it was during the regular season?
For sure. Since Bodge had some problems, so in the beginning it was supposed to be him anyways. So it's like we had him back, we switched back T to XP. It was like this was our comfort.
Okay.
Our comfort
So
level.
I gotta know. Do you see yourself beating BTK?
Yeah.
Damn.
How do you think you'll
I think
do
we
it?
will. Zane has 3 heroes.
Damn.
You wear a BTK jersey right
Damn.
now.
Yeah, it was Bodge's idea, so I stick with it.
Zane's got 3 heroes.
Okay, so if you're so confident that you guys are going to beat BTK, are there any teams that you guys are eyeing up in the upcoming playoff matches?
I think Gaimin Gladiators and of course our next opponent coming up in the playoffs.
Okay. So I'm not going to hold you up too much longer. Last question for you. Do you have any words for this upcoming match? What do you got to say to people?
I hope Zane can learn some assassin because like can't play anything else. The panda.
Okay. You caught me off guard with that. That is, I love it. I love it so much. All right. Thank you so much for your time, Yato. Don't go having too much fun, and I look forward to seeing you guys next week.
Thank you. See you.
Oh man,
That was crazy.
He said he's got 3 heroes.
It's hot.
Ooh.
It's hot in here, man.
You know, I think what makes all of that like so much better is we know like Yato and Zane will sit in VCs sometimes. It's not like these guys actually like hate each other, but there is a nice amount of like you know, competitiveness there, man. And that's what we love to see. There's no like, I don't think there's any genuine like hate between them, but there's some mind games, you know. And I remember when they were all on a team, we used to interview them, and they would all kind of talk smack about each other. So it's fun seeing these guys on opposite teams. And next week, boys. Be lit.
It's gonna be interesting. But yeah, no, I mean, you could definitely see the competitiveness from both of the players. Like they you know, it's just out here, you know, trying to make these things quite exciting. And definitely with those interviews, you know, we were able to get a little bit of the excitement, a little bit of the spice and the sauce. And, you know, Zeke, again, great questions there, and even better response from Yato.
Well, I'll tell you what, just like my guest scores, next week it's about to go down. And you know, I'm here for I'm here for it so much. Trex, you got any thoughts about something that you expected to see but might
The
not
Clippers
have
get
seen
that?
in that lineup?
No, honestly, I think I mean, other than like the Hanabi pick, but you know, a couple days ago I made my prediction videos. I talked about DA, talked about the rosters, and everyone was telling me that Baj wasn't going to be him. Everyone was telling me that DA was going to disappoint. And I had, you know, listen, man, Yato, Baj, and T, we've known these guys for a long time, and I think they're a team to watch out for this season. And after watching that last game, I think BTK versus DA is going to be like one of the highlights of next week. It's going to be one hell of a game.
That's
one hell of a game.
He pretty much just said it. Like that's going to be one of the best games that we have so far, especially for our next week, right? Of course, we have GG versus A77. That's still going to be a very
Also
spicy
clean.
match. And A77 has been performing at that championship level. They've taken a lot of the games seriously. A lot of the mistakes have been out, and they're able to kind of just prevail in a a lot of the
That's
lower
the
teams.
end.
And now they're going to be facing up against GG.
That's
It's going to
the
be a tough
end.
match. But just like
You just
what you're
get
saying,
flex coins, bro.
BTK
Flex
versus
coins, and then you
BTK,
can gamble them, and you
these are
can
players
enter into
that we've known
the
quite a bit
giveaway.
before, and it's gonna
But
be
that's
really
the end of the
exciting to see
night.
how they pair well
It's
against
GG's.
each
I gotta
other
go to
now
this
that they're gonna
NACT
be on
meeting, and then
opposite
I'm
teams this time around.
going to watch Fallout.
With that
So
being said, I think we got a
I'll see you
giveaway.
guys
You wanna
next
head this up?
weekend. I'm actually we'll be
Yes,
live
sir. We
actually
do have a
this
giveaway
week
code for all
throughout
you
the week.
fans
So
out there. Make sure to use the
we
QR
have the
code
mass tournament.
to
We
push
have the
in
experience
these
side
digits.
that we're
I
going to be
know
doing.
that,
So
of
there's going to
course,
be some pretty good
Privates
teams
and,
fighting there.
Weezy are out there
The
with their
16th
mobile
will be
phones trying to get
BTK
this
versus a team in the mass tournament. So it'll be a good time to see BTK there as well.
You know, it's
so
great that we get
we'll
these
see.
giveaways. It
But until
allows
then,
everyone to get a
I'll
chance
see you
to get
guys
involved,
next
to get
time.
a little bit of a prize for watching these. So again, don't be shy. Make sure to submit the giveaway code as soon
I was waiting
as
for the giveaway
possible,
code
because
to actually get out of here so you guys can get it if you want.
I do feel like they were doing the Death Blow
All right,
Potato
guys.
skin giveaway.
See ya.
And honestly, I do feel like